After the horror game arrived, every player would have to live with the strange. Humans have not only become the lowest tier of the food chain, they have also become the currency for trading items among the strange. Moreover, there is no death in the game. Once eliminated, one will fall into an even more terrifying level. To survive, players must complete the tasks set by the strange to gain their favor. While other players were being tormented by the succubus, I picked up a hammer and began to strike the succubus's beautiful face. The inner demon was not only unfazed but encouraged me to hit harder. Each player receives a trait at the start of the game. Mine allows me to spy on all hidden information about the strange. The hidden information about the succubus before me revealed a strong masochistic tendency. At that moment, a virtual panel popped up before me. Welcome to the strange world. You have been matched with the initial level, Star Red Apartment. After dawn, the strange will awaken. Please take the time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings and understand the information about the strange. This will increase your chances of survival. In room 404, there are a total of 3 players. Interacting with each of the 3 strange beings will trigger different tasks. If players fail to complete them, they will face varying degrees of punishment. After leaving the room, I saw the other 2 players eating a sticky food. Although it looked disgusting, they were eating quickly, hardly chewing but just swallowing. This was purely to fill their stomachs. These 2 were veteran players who had survived for a long time. The male player, Dong Chu, had no good feelings toward new players, considering them a burden. The female player, Louis Tong, believed in helping wherever possible, thinking that many hands make light work. Through a brief exchange, he learned that the 3 of us were playing children, while the other 3 strange beings played the roles of father, mother, and grandmother. To live in this house and obtain food, we must unconditionally complete the 3 tasks assigned by the strange every day. The old clock chimed 6 times, signaling 6 a.m., meaning dawn had arrived and the strange were waking up. Just a second ago, they were still eating, but the next moment, like soldiers hearing the call to gather, they quickly cleaned up the table and rushed into the dormitory corridor. As I followed, I caught a whiff of a putrid smell in the air, and a raspy voice, like a torn vocal cord, echoed from the dark corridor. Are there any new children today? Come to father's room so he can have a good look at you. Hearing this, my mouth twitched. Seriously? The first thing upon waking is to be called out? Upon hearing the strange father's voice, Dong Chu and Louis Tong both felt a jolt in their hearts and turned to look at me. According to Louis Tong's introduction, the room had a layout of 4 rooms and 1 hall, 3 of which belonged to the strange, and 1 to the players. The least dangerous was the mother, who had an unusual affection for her children. There was no need to worry about deteriorating relations, however, her excessively twisted maternal love often triggered painful and dangerous tasks. Next was the grandmother. Perhaps because Louis Tong had a talent for increasing favorability, the grandmother favored her alone and had little fondness for the male players. The most dangerous was the father, who had a bad temper and a bizarre personality, harboring a particular disdain for his own children, often targeting them specifically, nitpicking at every little fault. Most players had previously fallen victim to the strange father. Under the watchful eyes of Dong Chu and Louis Tong, I steeled myself and entered the dimly lit room. As soon as I stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind me, and before me stood a creature covered in steel nails and grotesque, repulsive growths, grinning at me. It held a skull in its hand and cheerfully asked, "Do you know whose this is?" Looking at its nauseating face, I paused for a moment and then calmly replied, "Perhaps my brother or sister?" The father seemed surprised and tossed the skull into my arms. "Quite clever. There are many more of your brothers and sisters here. Would you like to see?" He stood up and opened a cabinet filled with a dozen skulls, crawling with maggots. The sight was shocking, revealing why they were all left here. Facing the strange father's mocking gaze, I whispered, "They made you angry, didn't they? So you do know I have a bad temper. I don't like disobedient, incompetent, and clumsy children like you. I've been calling you for so long. Why did you just come in? I'll take one of your ears as a lesson. Next time, remember it." The strange father's face twisted into a horrifying snarl as his large hand reached for me. My mouth twitched. Was it really this ridiculous? Just being a bit slow to enter the room could set off a trap? How was a player supposed to survive? I instinctively wanted to step back, but as I stared at the skull in my hand, my gaze shifted, and I quickly steadied my nerves, allowing the large hand to approach. In the end, it did not harm me and withdrew. The strange father's eyes grew eerie, and he let out a cruel laugh. "Just joking with you. Why didn't you react? Did I scare you silly?" If I had flinched or acted panicked just now, he would have really taken one of my ears, and that was thanks to my trait. I focused on the skull in my hand, and a red panel popped up above it. "Congratulations, player. You have triggered the all-knowing trait by touching an item, gaining hidden information about the unique type of concealing ghost abilities. It enjoys using intimidation to instill fear in players, feeding off the fear generated. The more fear consumed, the more the player's mental awareness and physical abilities rapidly decline. A deadly curse, a dagger that wounded him in life. My eyes flickered. Where would this cursed dagger be? If I could get my hands on it, it would at least give me another card to play for survival. I didn't think too much. My priority was to stay alive and leave the room. My leg has been hurting quite a bit lately. Find a medicine called blood pipa and bring it to my room before dark. If you can't get the medicine, I'll use you to ease my pain. Useless children don't deserve to stay in this house. I didn't know what blood pipa was, but I figured it couldn't be that simple. Understood, father, I nodded in agreement. Then, a crack opened in the door behind me, allowing me to leave the room. Congratulations, player. You have successfully accepted the task. Find the item blood pipa before 6 p.m. and deliver it to father's bedroom. Successful completion of the task will earn you a C-level reward. Failure to complete the task will result in a 30-minute punishment from father, with no risk to your life. Upon hearing about the punishment, I frowned. Although it meant I wouldn't die, these punishments could be more painful than death. It would be a lie to say there was no pressure. Just as I stepped out, the doors to the mother's and grandmother's rooms opened, and Dong Chu and Louis Tong emerged. They looked at me in surprise. You came out so quickly. Did you lose any body parts? I retorted. What parts should I have lost? Louis Tong's charming face showed surprise. How did you manage that? The first time Dong Chu entered his father's room, he lost a kidney. Upon hearing this, Dong Chu's expression darkened immediately. Beautiful Lu, some things don't need to be mentioned, so let's not. Louis Tong paid no heed to Dong Chu's gaze and continued. That ghost of my father loves to make things difficult for players. But in reality, there's a set of hidden rules here. The strange entities can't harm players recklessly. Players can only be punished through failing assigned tasks, so mental resilience is key. The mention of tasks darkened Dong Chu's expression. Damn it, I don't know what got into that old hag today. She said her dentures are broken and wants me to get her a new pair. The task is rated level 1, with a 50% death rate, because the dentures can only be found on the 5th floor. And the higher the floor in this apartment, the more terrifying the residence. I'm fine, I said. That ghost of my mother has always had quite a liking for me. She only asked me to borrow a bottle of soy sauce. The system rated the task as level C. Louis Tong then looked at me and asked, what task were you assigned? I scratched my nose. I'm doing well too. It's also a level C task. That ghost asked me to find a medicine called blood pipa to help with his pain. Upon hearing this, Louis Tong sighed slightly. The blood pipa is in room 101 of the apartment. But before you, 4 other players have been assigned this task, and only one returned alive. The only one who returned looked decades older, completely devoid of flesh and blood. He barely spoke a few words before he was gone. Louis Tong looked at me with pity, so I suggest you consider other options. Room 101 is a monster that devours people. I suspected it wouldn't be that easy, but hearing Louis Tong's words left me feeling somewhat awkward. Regardless, I had to check out room 101. I couldn't be scared off by just a couple of sentences. According to Louis Tong's directions, I quickly walked through the filthy corridor and soon arrived at the first floor of the apartment. At the door of room 101, 2 players were waiting for a long time. Meanwhile, the door of room 101 slowly opened, and a man's head peeked out. He stared at the 3 of us with hollow, lifeless eyes and said, "Here to do a task, right? Come in and line up." After speaking, the man stepped aside and opened the door. Looking at the pitch-black room like an abyss, 2 players bravely walked in. But when I was the last one to step into the house, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my waist. Looking down, I found that I had been pricked by a needle. Watching the man expressionlessly pull out the syringe, I was just about to say something when I was suddenly hit by a dizzying faint. I don't know how long it has been, I was jolted by a bone-chilling cold. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a pitch-black room. Just as I wanted to move, I realized my hands and feet were shackled with chains. Turning my head, I saw that the 2 other players with me were also treated the same way. What is going on? We are guests. You are violating the apartment rules. Do you know what the consequences are? Hurry up and unlock these damn shackles. I shouted at the man in white, as the chains pulled by the starman and the middle-parted man rattled. Even the 2 veteran players were confused. It was the first time they encountered such a bizarre task. As soon as they entered the door at the start, they were pricked with a needle, and when they woke up, they were already handcuffed. There's no way to play a game like this. The man in white didn't say anything, just quietly ate while watching the man in the tank top and the man with a middle part shouting. Only I remained silent, quickly surveying the surrounding environment. In several corners, I see a few shriveled skeletons. Clearly, these are the previous players. At this moment, the man in white stopped eating and pulled out a paper tiger bag from his pocket. Then, without warning, it smashed onto the middle-parted man's head, again and again, until the middle-parted man went offline. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chung Fong. I am a player living in room 101. Noticing the difference in the gazes between me and the Starman, Chung Fong waved her hand, making a helpless expression. Don't look at me with that perverted gaze, I am also a hardworking person. Killing him is to make you quiet for a bit, and also because that ghost doesn't like the skinny ones, they have no nutrition. I need to filter out the inferior products for him. Listening to two extremely bizarre reasons, Xin Nan instinctively glanced at me, as if to say this one isn't the same thing. Chung Fong also glanced at me. He was relatively quiet. I kept it short. It's actually very simple. Do you see the room behind me? Go in and come out, and your task will be complete. I finally spoke up about this. Going in is easy, but coming out might not be so easy. The city side does not hide it, pointing to those withered skeletons in the corner, unable to come out like this. Don't worry, my job is to handle the corpses. If you can't come out, I will try to give you a better place to be buried. The ghost inside, if you serve it well, not only can you leave alive, but you can also get the tasks you want. As I was speaking, a crack suddenly opened in the door behind me. Chung Fong hurriedly ran to the door, put on a very attentive smile, and asked, "Is the master still satisfied?" In the pitch-black room, a seductive and lazy voice emerged. The blazing fire continued to filter, sending in until I was satisfied. Understanding immediately, Chung Fong dragged out a withered skeleton from the room and carefully closed the door. Then Chung Fong looked at the two of us. This is an example of being unable to get out, and you are very unfortunate. That ghost has an unusually high desire today, has already sent in 5 people in a row, and is still not satisfied. Next you all have to go in. Who the hell came up with this bullshit task? It's clearly just a death sentence. Let me leave. I've given up on this task until now. Bei Xinnan finally understands how twisted this task is, and emotions are starting to get heated. Give up on you, start at the door. The task has already been determined. Once the task is determined, there is no turning back. During the task process, players' outcomes do not count, violating the apartment rules. Unlike the loud shouting of Bei-shin, I calmly asked in a low voice, "So what exactly is that thing inside?" "I don't know what it is. I only know that the female ghost has an insatiable desire every day. The man is not only his nutrient but also a demand. Isn't this what a succubus is?" Being stared at by the heartthrob with cold sweat, Chung Fong gave a cold smile. This small minion of the seductive demon only costs a bit of kidney, while the one inside sucks everywhere except for the bones. Chung Fong wanted to chat a little more, but suddenly, a cold and impatient voice echoed in the room. "Xiao Chang, your efficiency has been getting slower lately. I'm considering whether to find someone to replace you in your position." Upon hearing this, Chung Fong's face instantly tightened. "Master, I'm sorry, I'll take it in for you right away." After saying this, he immediately dragged Bei Xinnan towards the room. After closing the door, Chung Fong said to me, "Don't blame me, we are all players, I want to live too." When I first entered this side quest, it was just like living under the same roof as that ghost. No one is more desperate than I am. I was full of confusion, but you are still alive until now. Chung Fong is also a man. Why doesn't the female ghost take action against him? It's just because someone needs to handle the corpse that he has been allowed to take this position and survive until now. Anyone can do this, it's a bit too far-fetched. Chung Fong might know some strategies, and he immediately saw through my thoughts about that female ghost's methods. He waved his hand and said, "I know what you're thinking. I have survived until now without any strategies, it's purely due to sheer luck." This made me even more puzzled. What a load of crap luck. Chung Fong suddenly smiled, and that smile inexplicably carried a bit of pride. My talent attribute is the most useless, and in this dungeon, I have no privileges or advantages, but it just happens to be very effective against that female ghost, and it even saved me. The talent attribute of command is a specialty. We are all men, and you already understand without me needing to explain further. Although my combat power is not strong, my hardware is better than any other player. Do you understand what a concept of 32 centimeters is? You might not be able to find a second one among billions of people. This statement left me in silence. This entry's talent is indeed varied, with all sorts of skills coming in. Is this how the idiom is explained? Then I looked at the iron table beside me, filled with a variety of props. What are those? They aren't the props of that female ghost. Don't be surprised, it's exactly what you think. When that female ghost gets interested, her play is quite perverse, capable of shattering your worldview. Actually, I didn't need Chung Fong to say it. Just looking at those toys on the table, I could roughly guess. But at this moment, I saw hope in those props. Were they all used before? They were used to serve the previous few unfortunate souls. Didn't you see that they were still wet? Chung Fong was still puzzled by my question about the meaning of this sentence, and the next moment saw me tugging at the iron chain, carefully examining those props with my hands. What are you doing? Chung Fong was stunned. I replied, let's observe and learn. Chung Fong choked for a moment. He saw me picking up one item after another, not only carefully touching them, but his eyes were also shining, and even a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He shook his head and couldn't help but say, I originally thought that female ghost was perverted enough, but I didn't expect there to be an even more perverted one. At this moment, I am indeed a bit surprised. On those props, I successfully triggered my talent, omniscience, and one by one, the hidden information about that female ghost is constantly being analyzed. As I quickly browse through the hidden information I obtained, my expression gradually becomes wonderful. Before long, the door opens again. It ended so quickly, Chung Fong is stunned. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. The room echoed again with the trembling voice of the female ghost, still far from enough, keep sending it in, I want more nutrients. Chung Fong's heart skipped a beat. What problem did this female ghost have today? If this continues, will it not spare even an old employee like me? At that moment, I walked towards Chung Fong, asking her to help me untie the iron chain and take me inside. Chung Fong felt a bit unaccustomed when meeting non-mandatory players for the first time. You are so proactive. I wouldn't really rush to my death and go to the next dungeon. I just smiled broadly. Isn't it enough to satisfy his needs? If you can't satisfy him, that's your problem. I hurt for 32 centimeters. You say I can't do it. Facing the flood of the city, I do not respond. I pushed open the door and walked into the dark room. The room at this moment is scattered with a large number of props, and one can even see some blood-stained ice picks and hammers. At first glance, it looks like the scene of a first murder. I was looking around when suddenly a forceful power struck me. My whole body was thrown to the ground, and a strange smell filled my nostrils. At the same time, a beautiful face appeared before me. How could so many goods be lost? As she caressed my body, the ghostly woman's pretty face showed her dissatisfaction. Since there are no good goods left, let Xiao Chang come in. I can only make do with him. Actually, I'm quite reluctant to part with Xiao Chang, my reserve. I hid one hand under my body and suddenly spoke. Why don't you give it a try? How would you know if I'm not capable? I'm no worse than that one outside. I have a big treasure on me too. Want to see? Upon hearing this, the enchanting ghost's alluring gaze instinctively moved downward. Really? Why can't I see it? Who told you it's below? It's above. As the words fell, the enchanting ghost just raised her head, and the hand I had hidden behind me twitched, tightly gripping a hammer, which I brought down fiercely on the flawless face of the enchanting ghost. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. I didn't stop at all, smashing her face again and again. It took me a full 20 strikes before the bleeding stopped. Panting, I looked at the girl lying on the ground, my expression tense, not because I was worried about whether the enchanting ghost was dead or alive. Such ordinary tools couldn't inflict any harm on the bazaar. At this moment, the enchanting ghost slowly stood up. The terrifying wounds on her face are visibly healing, and she looks at me with an ambiguous expression in her eyes. This is your precious treasure. I calmly nodded. How does it feel? The enchanting ghost lightly wipes the wounds on my face with her fingertips. I must say, it's quite stimulating. I unexpectedly feel awake, but it's still far from enough. As the words fell, the wolf's head had already swung onto the face of the seductive ghost, knocking her entire slender body over. I quickly picked up a chainsaw from the table and pressed it down on the seductive ghost, raising the chainsaw in my hand. The terrifying sound of the chainsaw mixed with the sound of flesh being torn apart, forming a scalp-tingling symphony. From the hidden information obtained outside the house, I had already guessed that this succubus has a strong masochistic tendency. Pain excites her unusually and stimulates her mental pleasure, a fact that even the succubus herself has not realized. He frequently enjoys tormenting and draining his prey, and over time, his spirit gradually becomes numb, increasingly unable to be satisfied. No matter how perverse his treatment of the prey is, it is difficult to satisfy him. Until now, my reverse operation of turning him into prey has instead opened the door to a new world for him. The bloody scene in the room continued. Looking at the seductive ghost's flushed and heated expression, still unsatisfied, I dared not be negligent and quickly reached for the scattered props around, calling upon everything that could serve the other person. I don't know what tool I grasped. Suddenly a piece of information panel popped up in my sight. The player touched the hidden ghost, and Satan's execution device successfully triggered the sky. Detailed explanation of the rarity of assigned levels. A perverted murderer who claims to be Satan. He once executed 10 innocent women in a row, and then the murderer disappeared without a trace, but the props stained with the blood of evil remained. Hide information, accumulate 10 times the crime against the bazaar like a critical hit. Can completely activate ghostly beings, with an accompanying curse that burns the soul. Ghost objects are a type of equipment item that players can possess, with a wide variety of types, including damage, defense, survival, and assistance, among others. They are classified into levels of common, rare, collectible, legendary, and epic. Some high-level ghost objects are even more desirable than talents. Ghosts can cause real damage to the strange, and I'm worried that using this might kill May. But worry aside, my hands showed no sign of weakness. Just as May was about to awaken from her intoxication, I gathered all my strength and smashed it onto that bright red face. This hit shattered half of her head, and a huge broken window emitted thick, intense white marks, while the seductive ghost let out a painful scream. My heart skipped a beat when I thought the seductive ghost was about to go into a frenzy of rage. However, that piercing scream suddenly turned into a high-pitched, exhilarating sound. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. It seemed I had underestimated this female ghost's level of perversion. My worries were unnecessary. Once I realized that the ghostly object in my hand wouldn't kill her and might even have excellent effects, I completely let go and kept attacking again and again. If breaking it 10 times could activate the enchanted attribute, then there was no ghost blood more suitable than her. This was simply the perfect way to grind for a damage puppet. And so it went on. After more than 10 minutes of bloody headshots, I leaned tiredly against the wall in deep blue. The hammer in my hand, after being tempered, became bright red and shiny, successfully activating the enchantment effect. As for the charm ghost, it stood up again, reaching a mental satisfaction in the final season's enchanted critical hit. I began to doubt whether this charm ghost was a boss-level entity in this dungeon. If it were another ghost, it would have turned to ashes long ago. Fortunately, after 11 consecutive shatters, that fervent desire of the charm ghost faded. The stunning face that the good fortune had faded away from was covered with a layer of frost, making him seem like two different beings compared to just a minute ago. He sat in a chair, propped up his proud long legs, lit a lady's thin cigarette, casually tossed over a bag. "This is a little extra tip for you. Your service is very good. I haven't felt this good in a long time." And I had a strange expression, inexplicably feeling like I was selling myself. Under this inexplicable sense of humiliation, I opened the bag, and inside were some common rations, compressed bread, biscuits, and some unknown jerky. Although they were all coarse grains, in this bizarre world, such human food was already considered a luxury. Say what you want to quit, when the blood loot hears the blood loot, the enchanting ghost immediately understands. You are the child of that dead drunkard from 404. Yes, father's leg hurts badly, asking me to come here to seek medicine. Who told you that was medicine? That guy who was addicted to alcohol, always thinking about my little bit of liquor, didn't expect to even use a bitter meat plan. The ghost mocks coldly, and is very disgusted with that glutton. I frowned at the classical Chinese text, puzzled. Why didn't he just directly state that the task was mandatory? Writing about the pipa serving wine still requires all players to complete it. What's the point of putting in all this unnecessary effort? The ghostly demon rests his chin and smiles lightly, preventing you from having other thoughts. He never intended for you to come back alive because you were just a bargaining chip from the very beginning. I made a deal with that guy that as long as a child is delivered, I'll just reward him with half a bottle of blood fart. In other words, this is a single supply chain. Once 404 refreshes the player, the eye booger ghost will use the task to guide the player to 101, serving as a supplement for me. Not only do the items meet each other's needs, but they also do not violate the apartment rules. Then the demon turned over a bottle the size of a bottle of soy sauce. I hurriedly caught it, and according to the deal, I should only receive half a bottle. Today I am in a good mood, giving you a full bottle, so you can take it back to report. I stared at the liquid in the bottle, looking very thick, and couldn't help but feel curious about what kind of liquor this is that can make that eye booger ghost so greedy. If you're curious, you can secretly take a sip, but what happens after you taste it is not my fault. And you definitely won't guess what I used to brew the wine. Listening to the slightly teasing voice of the charm ghost, I inexplicably shivered. I didn't dare to think about it, nor was I interested in thinking about it. I just wanted to honestly complete the task, and it would be best to drown the food ghost. Can I leave now? I asked, fearing that this female ghost was too infatuated with me and would forcibly keep me here, turning me into her fixed necessity. The ghost indeed wants to, but the game tasks are mandatory. As an NPC, the strange one cannot influence it, and going against it will also lead to punishment. Let's go. but I am still quite curious about how you discovered my inclination in this regard. I coughed softly twice, steeling myself. Such things as lying don't need to be stated outright. Sometimes a glance reveals everything. When the seductive ghost heard this, her smile was exceptionally bright and charming. She looked quite honest, but I didn't expect her to be even more perverted than I am. The door behind me slowly opened, and just as I turned around, I heard a suggestive farewell from the seductive ghost. "Little brother, we'll meet again next time." I didn't respond, thinking of the fool who had just arrived. We would meet again. I turned and exited the unsightly room. Seeing me escape, the corpse ran away. The seductive ghost leisurely extinguished the cigarette but lifted her fair long legs and spread out on that dead drunkard. "Old man, you can't run away. I've got you." The charm of the ghost still lingers as they licked their lips, gently caressing the repaired wound on their cheek, their gaze dreamy, gradually savoring the moment. The door opened, still thinking about the punishment I cleaned up, pulling a cart and trotting over. However, after seeing me come out, he was instantly dumbfounded. "I damn you, are you human or a ghost?" I asked back. "Do I look like a ghost to you?" Chung Fong's brain momentarily crashed. "You wouldn't have killed that female ghost, right?" "No, that's impossible. You must have found some loophole," I said sincerely. Before going in I mentioned that just satisfying that ghost would be enough. It seems to be in order to prove my words. The sound of a seductive ghost came from the room. Xiao Cheng cleaned the room, and I went to sleep. Chung Fong quickly responded, and now her gaze towards me has completely changed to one of allure. Every time desire fades, she often falls into a deep sleep, and usually sleeps for several days. This period is also the most comfortable time for Chung Fong. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." I'm holding the blood pipa and turning to go. Chung Fong hurriedly grabbed me, her eyes full of admiration. "Brother, don't rush to leave. Can you tell me what hidden strategy you discovered? I can exchange it with you for 5 days' worth of rations." For players fixed at 101, Chung Fong faces the seductive ghost every day with anxiety. If we can find a way to subdue the seductive ghost, it would be a one-time solution. And I, of course, will not reveal the methods I worked hard to obtain. Anything will lose its novelty. This demon might have to deal with me again next time. If I tell Chung Fong, this guy will rely on it, and the new land discovered by that demon will soon become numb. Next time, it will definitely not work. This is cutting off my own retreat. There's no strategy, only pure strength. I said that a good weapon is useless, firepower must be sufficient, otherwise a 32cm gun is just a decoration. After leaving this sentence, I turned and walked away. Quickly returned to 404, Louis Tong and Dong Chu had not yet come back. I walked straight into the room of the food-eating ghost. The damned rabbit cub hasn't set off yet. As soon as the food-covering ghost sees me, its face instantly turns sinister, and it instinctively bites down, insisting that I haven't left yet. According to his private deal with the seductive ghost, if I go to 101, I won't be able to come back alive. The only thing that will come back to see him will be the blood pipa sent by Chung Fong under the orders of the seductive ghost. I have already obtained the father's medicine. I took off the blood pipa from my waist and placed it on the table. "What did you say?" The food-covering ghost was first stunned, staring at the bottle of dark red liquid. Just one glance, and he was certain that it was the blood of the enchanting ghost. How did this kid come back alive? He looked at me in disbelief, his body completely unharmed. Various guesses. "How did you get it?" "That sister is very easy to talk to." I said my father's leg is severely infected and he can't sleep at night. After hearing this, he was very moved and gave me something. Listening to this, my face didn't turn red and my heart didn't race, but the face of the food thief from Huzhou instantly darkened. That woman would be moved, but he wouldn't believe this nonsense even if he died. But after seeing the blood pipa, the brain of the food-eating ghost was occupied by this thing, twisting open the cork and greedily pouring it into its mouth. Very soon I smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. The smell was very fishy, like alcohol but not like alcohol. How could it be so tempting to the corpse-eating ghost? "Get out of here, don't be so annoying." The ghost's eyes began to wander, full of intoxication, and impatiently spat out a sentence at me. Even though I had a screen full of blood, he still did not show any good expression in his eyes. These players were here to serve him. If he was unhappy, he would just kill them and change to a batch of old affairs. I didn't say anything, turned around and exited the room. When closing the door, I heard the corpse-eating ghost's voice filled with love and hate. How the hell would that woman brew blood in her next life? I've never drunk such wonderful wine in this life. I coughed, and suddenly felt a chill. The things in this bizarre world are indeed more explosive than one another. Congratulations to the player for successfully obtaining the blood loquat, completing the C-level task and receiving the task reward, the Scissorhands mask, which is of rare level, with the introduction of a man named Edward. In order to take revenge for the girl he loved, he put on this mask, and for every person he killed, he would cut off the killer's skin and sew it onto the mask. What a love that is unwavering until death. The ability to use the haunted house can enhance perception by 5%. Subverting triggers to obtain hidden information about ghostly objects. Hidden operations allow the mask to absorb water, and the user's blood can carry hidden effects. Players can replace their identity with the eerie scissor-handed killer. The task summary shows that the player still did not gain their father's favor. Please keep up the good work. Taking out the rewarded ghostly object from the toolbar, it was a clown mask, horrifying and stitched with blood-stained faces, giving a feeling of staring into the eyes of the dead. Very creepy. How to make the mask absorb my blood? I hesitated for a moment and poked my finger into the mouth of the mask. The next moment, I suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if being pierced by something sharp. Then I pulled my finger out, blood oozing from the fingertip. Looking at the mask, it seemed to come alive, the human skin on it writhing, like terrifying ghost faces, wailing in pain. And at the edge of the mask, there actually grew sharp white bone spines, making the entire mask seem as if it had been given life. Terrifying and bizarre. This should count as activated, right? When I wanted to take it up and try the effect, a shocked voice came from behind, asking whether I hadn't set off or had run back again. I turned around and saw Dongchu's face, which looked like he was watching a joke. Dongchu wanted to make a couple of teasing remarks, but when he saw the human skin mask in my hand, his expression slightly froze. I remained expressionless, put away the haunted house, ignored Dongchu, and turned to walk towards the living room. Louis Tome has also returned to the living room. Why are you back? He saw me and thought I hadn't completed my task. The task is completed. No need to come back to do anything. After I sat down, I took out the coarse grain obtained from the demon. The moment they saw the coarse grains, Louis Tong and Dongchu both believed it. But Room 101 is notoriously a death trap. It's only been 3 hours, and I don't know how I completed it. Ripping open the packaging of the compressed biscuit, I simply said, I had a stroke of luck. That ghost found me pleasing to the eye, so it gave me half a bottle of blood pizza. Upon hearing stroke of luck, Dongchu's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. This stroke of luck, why don't I have it? His task was to help the grandma ghost find a place to stand, and according to the task instructions, he went to the 5th floor to search. Not only did he not find it, but he almost got caught by the strange residents of the 5th floor and turned into a human specimen. The final mission failed. Grandma Ghost turned dark and took one of Dongchu's eyeballs as punishment. I have no good feelings towards this guy. I'm too lazy to listen to his complaints, and I continue to eat the food in my hand. Lu Yatong received today's portion of food for completing the task, but compared to me, it is naturally much more meager. Only Dongchu is the most miserable. Not only is there no food for today, but the relationship with the strange grandmother has also worsened. The reason he has been able to survive in the 404 cabin until now is that he has gained a lot of favorability from the grandmother, and he has not yet been targeted by the disguise of the father-like monster. The task level of the food-covering ghost, although it has the highest player death rate, is the weakest among the 3 ghosts in the small house. Therefore, under the strange protection of the mother and grandmother, the food-covering ghost did not attack Dongchu and Louis, but always kept a watchful eye on them. Without food, Dongchu could only take out the food left over from yesterday. Perhaps influenced by the bizarre environment, the already sticky food was further covered with a layer of black fur. After taking just 2 bites, Dongchu vomited it out. Then he turned to look at the biscuits in my hand, his stomach protesting violently. Give me a biscuit, and I can reveal to you the bizarre information about your mother and grandmother. 1 compressed biscuit in exchange for a life-saving clue. That's a good deal, right? You better think fast, or else I might change my mind later. He was lowering his stance. He had to eat, not just because he was hungry, but also for tomorrow's condition. The bizarre world was a gamified one, where players had to consume nutritious food every day, or else their physical stats would significantly decline the next day. Then go back on your word. I won't stop you. I put the last bit of biscuit in my mouth. Dongchu twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly. Sure enough, he was a rookie, having just arrived on the first day. He didn't understand the importance of information disparity and was seeking his own death. I won't stop you, just don't come begging me tomorrow. In this room, no one knows those 3 ghosts better than I do. It was getting dark. Lu Domain should hurry back to her room and not get infected with this unlucky guy's bad luck. Glancing at Louis Tong, Dongchu turned and returned to his own room. Louis Tong slightly frowned but said nothing, seemingly disliking Dongchu's temperament. I chuckled lightly. With the gift of omniscience and understanding, the last thing I worry about is strange information. Who knows, maybe one day Dongchu will come to ask me for help. Then I said to Louis Tong, it's my first time seeing someone asking others for a favor while going against the heavens. Has he always been so defiant? Louis Tong shook her head and said helplessly, he is just like this. He entered this instance 2 days earlier than me, and in this room 404, he has to suppress everyone. You'd better not offend him. After all, it's your first day here, and in terms of equipment and experience, you will definitely suffer losses. I did not lie. I don't like to stir up trouble, but if someone insists on biting me, I naturally won't hold back. Seeing the thick fog outside the apartment, the sky gradually darkening, Luitong explained to me the rules of the apartment at night. The lights in this apartment will be turned off after 9 o'clock. After the lights go out, no matter what you are doing, do not leave your room. After 12 o'clock, you must lie in bed and go to sleep. I raised my eyebrows. What danger is there at night? The apartment at night will refresh many terrifying location NPCs who can walk into the house. Once players encounter them, they will be forcibly triggered to undertake a regional difficulty task. Some out-of-control NPCs can even directly attack players. Previously, there was a player who suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and instinctively went to open the door to go to the bathroom. The next day, when we woke up, the toilet was poisoned by his skin fragments. Some people said that the NPCs that refresh late at night can drop rare equipment, but which idiot is willing to gamble their life for it? After listening to Luitong's reminder, I nodded. I am not interested in the apartment at midnight. The difficulty of the tasks during the day has already made it tough for me. When Luitong returned to her room, I handed her a piece of bread. No matter what, Luitong had explained so much copy information to herself, which showed some appreciation. I also don't like to owe favors. Now that Luitong is in a food shortage, a piece of bread, although not much, is still a lifesaver. Luitong understands what it means. He smiled and couldn't help but imply solitude, so I said, rather than offending one person, it's better to help someone conveniently. It's all benefit and no harm. Night fell quickly, as dark as ink, penetrating into room 404. According to Luitong, I obediently lay in bed and fell asleep before 12 o'clock. But in the middle of the night, I was woken up by a slight knocking sound. Ji-yen, are you asleep? If you hear this, hurry up and open the door. Don't sleep in bed. Those 3 ghosts want me to assign a task again. You need to come out quickly. Not receiving a task will lead to big trouble. The voice is Luitong's, sounding very anxious, lowering her voice, afraid of something. I turned over and continued to sleep. I don't know what is outside the door, but it can actually imitate the player's voice. It's just that this seductive trick is too clumsy. Luitong outside the door continued to anxiously shake, and after not receiving a response, began to become impatient. The sound was harsh and unpleasant, followed by a series of goosebumps-inducing nails scraping against the door. I don't know how long it has been, but I heard the sound of a door opening. The sound seemed to come from next door, which is Dong Chu's room. Why did he open the door? He should know the level of danger in the apartment at night. Although I was puzzled, I didn't hear any other unusual noises besides the sound of the door. Then I fell back into a deep sleep. The next day at 6 o'clock, the clock in the living room chimed. Luitong and Dong Chu were the first to sit in the living room waiting for today's task. Luitong's spirits are quite good, asking me how it felt to sleep in the dungeon on the first day, wondering if anything happened last night. Last night I heard you calling me to come out at the door, as anxious as if the house was on fire. Luitong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. These are all those strange tricks. One night, I even heard my deceased sister's cries for help. At that time, I was half asleep and almost went to open the door. You weren't affected, were you? I shrugged, treated him as a lullaby, continued to sleep, and I also heard the sound of the door opening next door. I added a comment and glanced at Dong Chu. Dong Chu didn't give a good face. I'm tired of living. I didn't respond when the door opened, but on Dong Chu, I vaguely sensed a strange smell, a smell that inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. At this moment, the bell rang again, and today's tasks were about to be assigned. The 3 hurriedly entered the passage and looked towards the 3 strange rooms. First, there was a call from Grandma's room. Dear granddaughter, today Grandma has knitted you a sweater. You will definitely like it. Come in quickly and show it to Grandma. The first to be called was Luitong. Hearing that it was his grandmother, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then a voice came from the mother's room. Little Dong, Mom is coughing badly today. You hurry in and help Mom take a look. What's wrong, Dong Chuan? The expression on his face has improved a bit. In this room, the least affected by the dark zone is Mother. As long as she performs steadily and doesn't abstract too much, she can basically complete the task, and there won't be a shortage of food. And when I saw the 2 of them enter the strange room one after another, I was left alone in the corridor. I suddenly had a bad premonition, and sure enough, the next second, I heard the corpse-covering ghost's laughter mixed with theatrical blood. Good son, come in quickly. Today Daddy will continue to spoil you alone. Damn, why is it still this thing? Ji Yan cursed inwardly. Had this strange entity really latched onto him? Wasn't it supposed to be randomly assigned? Was his luck really this bad? With no other choice, Ji Yan could only brace himself and enter that filthy room again. It seemed that after tasting the sweetness of an entire bottle of blood loquat yesterday, today's task from the nightmare food entity was the same as yesterday. If the task was the same, then it shouldn't be too difficult. However, as Ji Yan was about to leave the room, the nightmare food entity tossed him a glass bottle. Use this to fill it up. Looking at the bottle in his hand, which was even larger than yesterday's, Ji Yan frowned. This greedy thing really is insatiable. Will I have to use a barrel next time? Ji Yan didn't linger, responding briefly before turning to leave, but as he exited the room, he caught a glimmer of amusement in the nightmare food entity's eyes, which made Ji Yan feel a vague sense of unease. Upon exiting the room, the task panel immediately popped up. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered the daily task. Please go to room 101 to obtain the blood loquat personally brewed by the charming entity and fill the bottle in your hand. The task level is C. The task is fine, which means the nightmare food entity isn't playing any tricks, Ji Yan muttered, examining the bottle in his hand to confirm it was intact. Moments later, Louis Tong and Dong Chu also emerged from their room. Both of their tasks were rated D level. Dong Chu was tasked with finding cough medicine for his mother, while Louis Tong's was even simpler. She just had to get a festive sweater knitted by her grandmother altered by the tailor downstairs to fit. Moreover, this red sweater was an ordinary entity, capable of resisting 20 points of strange damage. This left the other two speechless. Was this a difficult task or a welfare task? Indeed, once the favorability rating increased, not only did the difficulty decrease, but they also occasionally received welfare equipment. But that grandmother entity, for some reason, had an unusual fondness for female players, especially for someone as fair and delicate as Louis Tong. Louis Tong happily stroked the sweater, recalling Ji Yan's task. By the way, what's your task today? It was quite unfortunate. He had been assigned to his father's strange room for 2 consecutive days. Same as yesterday, but the quantity has increased. Ji Yan raised the bottle in his hand. So you have to go to room 101 again? Louis Tong was taken aback. Didn't someone say yesterday that good luck can strike continuously? What's there to worry about? Maybe today you'll perform even better and conquer that tough nut, the father entity? Dong Chu mocked as he passed by Ji Yan to complete his task. But at that moment, Ji Yan's expression shifted. As Dong Chu walked past him, the familiar scent on him became even stronger. Wasn't that the smell from the nightmare food entity's room? The nightmare food entity had clearly called on him for 2 days in a row. Dong Chu had no reason to interact with the former. Ji Yan suddenly recalled the sound of the door opening last night and the strange look in the nightmare food entity's eyes when it closed the door, his brow slightly furrowing. Don't mind him, that's just how he talks. Good luck again today, don't give up. Seeing Ji Yan's unusual expression, Louis Tong thought he was affected and offered a few words of comfort before heading off to complete her task. After the two left, Ji Yan looked at the unremarkable bottle in his hand, pondering for a moment, then carefully explored every part of the bottle with his hands. Soon enough, he triggered a talent, and a hidden information panel popped up. Entity, Artist's Bottle. Effect, any liquid poured into this bottle will turn into a drug with a 90% anesthetic effect. Level, Ordinary. Description, an artist who is fervently obsessed with exploring life, always likes to intoxicate his prey with bottles containing anesthetics, and these prey ultimately become the so-called artworks under his knife. How wonderful is life, isn't it? Ji Yan frowned. This bottle was an entity? Could this be Dong Chu's strange object? Why did it end up in the hands of the nightmare eater and then get past to me? The wine bottle could only trigger these hidden messages, but Ji Yan was not discouraged. His sixth sense told him that there was likely a secret within. In a place like this bizarre world, he dared not be careless. He wanted to enter Dong Chu's room to trigger more hidden information, but the door was tightly locked. After pondering for a moment, Ji Yan suddenly looked at the doorknob of the nightmare eater's room. If Dong Chu had entered this room last night, then Ji Yan reached out and grasped the doorknob, and the next moment, a hidden information panel indeed popped up. Last night, he opened the door and entered his father's room, where a person and a strange being reached an unknown deal. Guess why this wine bottle strange object ended up in your hands? You have unknowingly fallen into a deadlock. Whether you complete the task or not, you will die. So, how will you break the deadlock? Looking at the triggered information panel, Ji Yan's expression grew serious. Sure enough, that guy Dong Chu was setting a trap for him, just because of a little quarrel yesterday? Ji Yan felt it was unlikely. This guy was most likely using him to exchange for some benefit with the nightmare eater. As for what kind of deadlock this was, Ji Yan had already roughly guessed. If he held this wine bottle and poured it into the blood loot, the taste would surely spoil, leading to mission failure, and the nightmare eater could then take him down. And if he used another bottle, it would also violate the mission rules, giving the nightmare eater another handle to grasp. Either way, it was a mission failure, indeed a deadlock. So what should he do to break the deadlock? Although the hidden information posed a riddle, it also implied that there was a way to break the deadlock. Ji Yan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. No matter how he thought about it, he could only come up with a reckless solution, and the risk was enormous. He just needed to consult another former resident before executing it. Ji Yan picked up the wine bottle and left room 404. Soon, Ji Yan arrived at the first floor of the apartment and knocked on room 101. The door opened, and Chung Fong's head poked out. He was stunned to see Ji Yan. "Wait, why are you here again? Dude, are you addicted to my family's charm task?" Ji Yan replied, "I can't help it. I don't want to be here, my body can't take it." Chung Fong looked at his own body and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. He opened the door, and as soon as Ji Yan entered the room, he took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight vigorously today. Chung Fong recalled the blood and skin fragments he had seen while cleaning the room yesterday, and he felt a chill. How twisted was this game? "Master, that person from yesterday is here to see you again?" Chung Fong cautiously spoke by the door. "Let him in quickly. I'm looking forward to when he'll come next." A voice of delight came from inside the room. Chung Fong glanced back at Ji Yan, who decisively pulled out the killer's spiked hammer and entered the room. Soon, sounds of painful yet exhilarating cries echoed from within, and Chung Fong shook his head, returning to the living room to continue munching on his food. Too brutal. Perhaps due to being trapped in a dilemma, Ji Yan vented all his pent-up frustration on the charm being, his ferocity even more intense than yesterday. Yet it only made the charm being more infatuated. About half an hour later, Ji Yan lay exhausted on the blood-soaked floor, while every inch of the charm being's body was covered in horrific wounds as she slowly put on her clothes, dragging her broken and mangled body. The charm being's face was filled with satisfaction after the release, and she looked at Ji Yan in surprise. "Today was even more intense than yesterday. It seems your craving is even greater than mine. Should I dig you out from that dead drunkard's hands and replace little Cheng's position? You, my dear, are much better than that kid's 32 centimeters. The charm being's slender fingers caressed the spiked hammer, stained with her hair and blood, wearing an expression of intoxication. Ignoring the words of the tiger and wolf that couldn't even pass the review, Ji Yan said, "Sister, everything needs a sense of novelty. Doing the same thing every day will eventually become boring." Ji Yan had no intention of snatching Chung Fong's lifeline, nor was it necessary. "Speaking of which, there's something I want to ask you, sister." Seeing that the time was right, Ji Yan seized the opportunity to get to the point. "After all this build-up, this is the purpose of your visit today." "Go ahead," Manhwa said, sitting in a chair and casually pulling out a thin cigarette, casually exposing Ji Yan's little thoughts. Ji Yan cleared his throat twice. "I want to ask if my father has any enemies in this apartment?" "Too many to count. You could say all the residents of this building are his enemies. That drunkard has offended everyone just to get a drink. But if we're talking about who wants him dead the most, it would be the one in room 702 on the 7th floor. After all, the grudge of a murdered wife is something that no one can overlook." Hearing this, Ji Yan's eyes lit up. Indeed, more background information about that nightmare-eating anomaly could be obtained from these original residents. Manhwa, resting her chin on her hand, noticed the change in Ji Yan's expression and smiled faintly. "You want to use the other residents' knives to kill your drunkard father? Don't get ahead of yourself. If that dead drunkard could be killed, he would have died countless times already. Do you know why he's been hiding in room 404 and not coming out? It's precisely because of the apartment's rules that he's been living like a cockroach until now." Ji Yan shook his head at this. "Sister, you're overthinking it. My father has been very kind to me. How could I have such malicious thoughts? I was just curious and worried about my father's safety." Saying this, Ji Yan took out an artist's wine bottle and handed it to her. Upon seeing the bottle, Manhwa's charming face turned a bit cold. The dead drunkard is really insatiable. He tasted sweetness yesterday and today he's come back for an even bigger bottle. Does he really think I'm easy to bully? Ji Yan said, "Sister, you don't have to fill it up. If you don't fill it, aren't you afraid it will eat you?" Manhwa retorted. Ji Yan was the first player to open the door to novelty for her. She couldn't bear to log off after just a couple of days. "It's fine, I don't want to make things difficult for you, sister." Ji Yan meant it. He knew that whether it was filled or not, it would lead to death. No difference. But to Manhwa's ears, it sounded different. "Oh, thinking so much for your sister? But this sympathy-seeking tactic is too cliché. However, I actually like this kind of routine." Ji Yan. In the end, Manhwa still filled the bottle with blood pipa, and Ji Yan said nothing, fully aware that Manhwa's attitude towards him was not one of goodwill. This female anomaly just wanted to live a little longer to better squeeze him dry. As for Ji Yan's so-called way to break the deadlock, it was simple and brutal. Eliminate the nightmare-eating anomaly. The background setting of the bizarre game was that once the anomaly was killed, the task would refresh, and the original task would be lifted. However, not many players cared about this setting. Survival in the dungeon was already difficult, and without sufficient equipment, who would be foolish enough to think about killing the anomaly? But Ji Yan was already on the verge of action, with no other choice. After all, he knew the weakness of the nightmare-eating anomaly. According to the background information obtained from interacting with Manhwa, the knife that could kill the nightmare-eating anomaly should be with the resident of room 702. The resident of 702 wanted to kill the nightmare-eating anomaly, and so did Ji Yan. Their goals aligned, and obtaining this life-saving equipment should not be difficult. Coming out of the room, Ji Yan's clothes were stained with Manhwa's blood. He briefly greeted Chung Fong and, holding the full bottle of blood pipa, hurriedly left room 101. Chung Fong chewed on the last piece of his snack, muttering, "What is this guy really here for? To complete a task or to indulge in anomalies? Maybe in a few days, he'll even have that female anomaly under his control." Chung Fong smiled and teased, but as she laughed, her expression suddenly froze, and a wave of crisis washed over her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Damn it! Ji Yan had no idea what Chung Fong was thinking at that moment. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to eliminate the nightmare devourer. He didn't stop his steps and headed straight to the 7th floor of the apartment. According to the apartment's floor settings, the higher the floor, the looser the restrictions on the strange residents. The residents on the 7th floor could directly harm players if they accidentally entered their rooms, without needing any tasks. The corridor on the 7th floor was devoid of corridor lights, littered with garbage, and the walls were peeling, resembling a no man's land. Ji Yan looked at the door numbers as he walked through the corridor, and suddenly felt his hand turn icy, as if he were holding a piece of dry ice. Looking down, he saw a girl in a tattered dress who had appeared out of nowhere, grabbing his hand. The girl was thin and frail, covered in horrifying scars, some wounds bleeding and glaringly fresh, clearly having just suffered brutal beatings. The little girl raised her bruised face, looking at Ji Yan with pleading eyes, pointing to room 706 behind her, her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of tears. "Brother, please, save us. Dad is drunk, and he keeps hitting Mom. Mom is about to be beaten to death. Please, don't go, okay?" Ji Yan looked at the girl, frowning involuntarily. "I might not be able to stop your dad. It's okay, my dad is very afraid of the neighbors seeing. If you go in, he definitely won't dare to hit Mom anymore. Please." The girl clung to Ji Yan as if he were a lifeline, holding on tightly. Ji Yan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right, you lead the way. I'll do what I can." The girl was filled with joy and turned to lead the way. However, as soon as she let go, Ji Yan turned and ran in the opposite direction without a hint of hesitation, throwing back a remark. "What era is this? Still using tricks to fool 3-year-olds? Who would fall for that?" The little girl turned around to see Ji Yan running away, her expression stunned, and in the next second, her previously pitiful look turned exceptionally sinister and malicious. The little girl was bewildered. It was the first time she encountered such a counter-strategy player. In the past, they either fell for it foolishly or tore their faces off, but never like this. She stood there, her once innocent face now covered in black veins, her hair flying wildly. But she was also at a loss. The apartment's rules had limitations even on the 7th floor. If players didn't enter the rooms, the strange beings couldn't show their fangs. Ji Yan, who had run to the corner of the corridor, suddenly stopped again, because in front of him, an information panel popped up. "Wraith likes to peel off human skins, wear them, change its appearance and body, thus confusing more prey, loves to dig out human bones and suck the marrow, which enhances its disguise skills. Weakness, afraid of extremely mean objects. Hidden hint, their eyeballs can be used to enhance compatibility with various strange objects, and are a favorite food of many strange beings. Don't you want this freebie?" This time, the hidden hint was straightforward and clear. This extremely mean object was something anyone could guess. Nothing could be more mean than the bottle of blood gourd in his hand. After all, it was brewed from the blood of that female strange being. Ji Yan, who was originally about to leave, paused after seeing this hidden information and turned back. Fortune favors the bold. In a place like this strange world, if you don't seize opportunities, they will never fall into your lap. The little girl, who had been preparing to retreat to her room and wait for the next prey, saw Ji Yan returning and was equally puzzled. "Sorry, I just went to get a weapon. I was afraid your dad would use violence against me too, so I took a small hammer for self-defense." Ji Yan smiled innocently, holding a seemingly ordinary hammer in his hand. The little girl paused. For a moment, she couldn't tell if Ji Yan was genuinely foolish or if he was continuing to play with her. Ji Yan urged, "Hurry and take me there. Isn't your mom about to be beaten to death? Okay, brother, you mustn't run away this time. Stay close to me." The little girl grabbed Ji Yan's shoulder with surprising strength, pulling him towards room 706. Since he had voluntarily run back, there would be no chance for him to escape again. "As long as you step over the threshold, no one can save you." Watching the door get closer, the little girl's mouth couldn't help but curl into a terrifying crimson smile. Step, she crossed the threshold. Immediately, another footstep followed. Ji Yan's heel also crossed the threshold, and in that instant, a mysterious force in the corridor was lifted. The apartment rules protecting Ji Yan as a player were nullified. Once an outsider entered the original residence room, the rules would conflict and cancel each other out. This meant that the strange resident could treat these intruders in their territory without restraint. The petite body swelled grotesquely, the thin skin ruptured and tore, and thick blood sprayed out, like a cicada shedding its shell, limbs grotesquely growing, the wraith revealing its true form, eager to feast. "Brother, don't worry about my parents for now, I have a worse problem in my stomach, only you can help me." As the wraith revealed its true form, it twisted its throat bones 360 degrees, facing backward, as if it had already foreseen Ji Yan's terrified and broken expression. However, it did not see Ji Yan's face. The first to see was a bloody punch coming straight at it. "I'm hungry, so let me feed you a treasure." Ji Yan struck first. He interrupted the spellcasting process as the other party revealed its true form. With a crack, the wraith's jaw shattered, blood and flesh splattering out. "Ah!" The wraith let out a strange cry, its head spinning, followed by a terrifying burning sensation in its jaw. "You little brat, I will suck every bone clean from your body." Realizing it had been played, the wraith furiously broke its defenses, its body expanding to the height of 8 feet, its limbs grotesquely long like spider legs. Before it could unleash its fury, Ji Yan's second blow came crashing down. Ji Yan felt that making threats was the most useless thing. In the time wasted on empty words, his fists were already smashing into faces. The second hammer fell on its head, releasing a large amount of white smoke, and a strong stench began to spread. The wraith screamed in agony, its skin, soaked in blood, was corroded like acid. "What is this thing?" The wraith clutched its rotting face, emitting a sharp, terrified sound. Ji Yan did not respond. He brought his index and middle fingers together and precisely inserted them into the wraith's eye socket, pulling out a stream of thick blood as he yanked his arm back. Gripping the round eyeball, Ji Yan turned to leave. "You dead rat, you think you can just take my eye and leave?" Understanding Ji Yan's intention to turn back, the wraith, covering its rotting face, tried to chase after him, its defense value reaching its peak. Ji Yan stepped out of the threshold, turned to look at the pursuing wraith, and raised the whole bottle of blood he held. The soul-piercing smell made Ji Yan's head spin. "You tricked me, I tricked you, isn't that the nature of this world? The eagle wants to eat the chick, but instead gets one eye pecked out by the hen, and can only consider itself unlucky. You can't be dumber than the eagle, right? If you want to chase me, I don't mind pouring this whole bottle of treasure on you, gouging out one of your eyes, just to collect some interest, and you still have to praise me for being generous." The wraith stopped its pursuit. Without an eye and half of its face destroyed, it stared at Ji Yan, not daring to approach. Ji Yan's words held little deterrent power, but the whole bottle of blood in his hand was real. It didn't even know what that thing was or how much harm it could cause. The wraith could only watch helplessly as Ji Yan gouged out one of its eyes and walked away. Holding the sticky eyeball, Ji Yan found that it could still turn, like a separate living entity. Ji Yan had not yet used this eyeball, it was still in the toolbar. His primary goal was to go to room 702 first. Because the room numbers on the 7th floor were scrambled, it took him some effort to find it. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Ji Yan blinked and walked in. When he saw the state of the room, his expression stiffened slightly. The messy living room seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, which was not surprising, but there were bodies hanging from the balcony. They were wrinkled, blackened, and shriveled, with their toes continuously dripping corpse oil into a basin below. 2 cats, one black and one white, squatted there, licking the corpse oil as if it were goat's milk. Ji Yan looked at the 2 cats and felt an inexplicable chill. They stared back at him, their golden vertical pupils narrowing. "You smell like him," a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Ji Yan turned around sharply and saw a bloodshot head with a purple-black hue, pierced through the forehead by a cleaver. His throat was suddenly constricted. The other person leaned in, sniffing Ji Yan carefully, and his expression turned terrifying. "You are the child of that dead drunkard from room 404. Hee, I don't know what your purpose is for coming to my room, but anyone who is the dead drunkard's child must die." Ji Yan noticed the cleaver on the man's forehead and paused for a moment before speaking. "Wait." The other person didn't give Ji Yan a chance to speak. The moment he caught the scent of a deadly enemy, his mind was filled with murderous intent. A dull pain surged in Ji Yan's chest, and looking down, he saw the man's hand had actually penetrated his flesh, gripping his heart. "That beast's bastard has a black heart." At the moment the man tore out Ji Yan's heart, Ji Yan pulled out a hammer and swung it at the cleaver on the man's forehead. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out, and the owner of room 702 released Ji Yan, clutching his head and screaming. Thick blood plasma flowed from the gaping wound. Ji-Yan covered his chest, his mouth twitching. The sensation of having his heart squeezed felt like a sudden heart attack, and he almost thought he wouldn't survive. I know your grievances. Die. That little bastard should die. Die. Alright, then I'll change my way of speaking. Seeing that the other person wasn't listening to a word, Ji-Yan chose to communicate with the hammer, striking the cleaver on the man's head 3 times in quick succession. The terrifying pain made the owner of room 702's head feel like it was about to explode. Cracks spread across his skull, and his body trembled violently from the pain. Soon, the ferocity in the man's eyes faded, or rather, he couldn't even speak anymore. It must be said that the most effective way to reason was to act directly, as talking was a waste of breath. Do you like this way of speaking? I don't like it. I'll continue. Ji-Yan held the blood-dripping hammer, committing the most brutal acts while speaking the kindest words. The owner of room 702 had a fierce yet frustrated look in his eyes. Ji-Yan flicked the cleaver on his forehead with his fingertip and smiled. Let me borrow this knife for a moment. Upon hearing Ji-Yan's intention to use the cleaver, the man gritted his teeth and said, don't even think about it, this knife only kills my father, right? I know, that's who I'm here to deal with. The owner of room 702 looked somewhat dazed. Aren't you his child? Ji-Yan didn't hide anything and laid out the entire story. The man listened, half believing. After all, the cleaver on his head was a rare cursed object that had attracted many players, all trying to find ways to interact and obtain this equipment. Ji-Yan had seen through it from the start. The cleaver was not just a piece of rare equipment, it was in a damaged state, which meant it could be repaired, and its quality was far beyond that. The owner of room 702 was, to put it simply, a free NPC. Any player could interact with him. The cleaver on his head was a reward item. Generally, there are 2 ways to obtain a free NPC. The first is forced acquisition, which means using brute strength to kill the NPC and take the equipment. But a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. The machete obtained in this way would be severely damaged, significantly reducing its quality. If one wanted to acquire the equipment perfectly, there was only the second method, interaction, triggering background information, accepting tasks, and completing them, so that the NPC would willingly give out the equipment. That's why Ji-Yan was so patient. Otherwise, given his dislike for nonsense, he would have smashed the other party's head and taken the machete without hesitation. The drop in quality wasn't the main concern. The main issue was that it was very likely he wouldn't be able to kill that nightmare devourer. Can you tell me what grievances you have with my father? Ji-Yan continued to attempt interaction. After all, without triggering the background story, the game tasks couldn't be activated. Heh, what a filial son, but how can I trust you? The owner of room 702 wiped the blood from his head, refusing to divulge the background story. Ji-Yan suppressed his impatience. He knew time was limited and didn't want to waste too much of it here. I'll give you my heart as a bargaining chip. You give me the machete as a bet. When I bring that guy's head to you, you return my heart. Ji-Yan proposed a simple yet extremely crazy suggestion. The owner of room 702 narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you betting your life with me? At least in this bet, I still have a glimmer of hope. Ji-Yan shrugged, his tone calm and natural. He knew that only by having the other party hold his lifeline could there be any credibility. The other party looked deeply at Ji-Yan, suddenly extending a hand, stabbing into Ji-Yan's chest, and then yanking it out violently. A heart, pulsating and devoid of blood, was pulled out. The owner of room 702 held Ji-Yan's heart, and seeing that the latter showed no resistance, he nodded. Good, this kind of transaction is fair. You just need to bring that scum's head to see me, and the heart will be returned to you, along with this knife. He placed the heart in a black box. Turning around, he sat down on a chair, one hand stroking the rust-covered machete on his head. That scum is the one who used the knife from my head to chop off my wife's head, all because of a drink. A tenant promised him that if he could find a woman's body, he would give him a bottle of rare grain wine. That night in the hallway, he set his sights on my wife. He knew I was looking for him, so he kept hiding in room 404. Using the apartment rules to protect himself, Ji-Yan dug at his ears, feeling little impact. He had already known this background story from the moment the other party had grabbed his throat. However, if he wasn't allowed to say it out loud, the task couldn't be triggered. Ji-Yan, so, the only one not restricted by the rules who can get close to him is me. He wouldn't expect that his slave-like child would actually think of patricide. As Ji-Yan finished this sentence, an information panel popped up immediately. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully triggered an open task, level A. You have received the request from the tenant of room 702, no time limit, kill the nightmare devourer in room 404, level A. Killing the anomaly is level A. I wonder what an S-level task is like, Ji-Yan thought. Over there, recalling the most painful memories, the tenant of room 702 became more and more emotional as he spoke, eventually breaking down into tears. He still wanted to continue sharing this pain with Ji Yan, but Ji Yan, who had triggered the task, had no interest in the background story. It was like playing a game. Which player would patiently read through a long and tedious background story? Those who didn't click to skip would get a thumbs up from him. The tenant of room 702 grasped the handle of the machete, pulling out the rusted, tattered machete. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound on his forehead, the horrific pain causing the tenant to grind his teeth. To remember the grudge of his wife's murder, he drove the machete into his forehead, using the occasional pain to ensure that the hatred wouldn't be forgotten with the passage of time. The resident at 702 handed over the machete, still wanting to continue recounting some background story about his deceased wife. My name is Lu Nianqing, and the reason I am called Nianqing is because, in the end, Ji Yan picked up the machete and turned to leave, leaving Lu Nianqing sitting in the chair, opening his mouth, and ultimately falling silent. Although he obtained the machete, it remained inactive due to the nature of the task. In short, in Ji Yan's hands, this machete could only deal fatal damage to the task target, the Night Eater, and elsewhere, it was just a rusty piece of junk that couldn't even cut through flesh. The machete was in hand, but killing the Night Eater was a different level of difficulty. After all, the creature wouldn't just sit there waiting for you to stab it. You must stab it in the chest. The head won't do. Only there can you achieve a one-hit kill. If you give it a chance to react, you'll die a terrible death. So, you only have one chance. These were Lu Nianqing's exact words, which only added to Ji Yan's pressure. Ji Yan gripped the machete tightly. He needed to devise a good plan. Tonight, the 404 cabin was destined to be lively. Soon, Ji Yan returned to the 404 cabin. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was off. A strong smell of decay filled the air. A strange odor. Then, he saw Luitong busy at the dining table. Just as Ji Yan was about to speak, Luitong made a shushing gesture and pointed towards the kitchen. Ji Yan followed her gaze and, through the glass sliding door, saw a blurry figure moving around in the kitchen. The strange mother has left the room? Ji Yan was taken aback. The strange residents of the cabin rarely left their rooms, and if they did come out to the living room, it would only be for one of two reasons. One was blessing. Simply put, it was a pure welfare interaction. The strange entity would actively engage in certain behaviors, and players could participate in the interaction, during which various rewards could randomly drop. As for what rewards and how high they were, it all depended on the player's luck. Even if you messed up, the entity wouldn't turn hostile. The worst outcome would be that you gained nothing. This situation generally only triggered activities when the favorability reached a certain level, and only a single player could enjoy it. The second was punishment. Just by looking at these two words, you could tell they meant the opposite. When a player severely violated the cabin rules or caused the entity's favorability to drop to zero, resulting in hostility, it would leave its room to punish certain players. Seeing Luitong's uncontrollable smile, joy written all over her face, it was clear this was blessing. Who knows what this girl did to continuously increase the strange mother's favorability, triggering blessing. The interaction method was to have dinner with the strange mother. As for how many rewards Luitong could gain during the 20-minute dinner, it depended on her own skills and luck. This welfare activity had nothing to do with other players, they could only watch enviously. So Ji Yan had no mind to care, actively leaving the dining table to take out the coarse grains left over from this morning and eat at the coffee table in the living room. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing the strange father. Even the biscuits in his mouth tasted bland. How's your task going? Seeing Ji Yan's heavy expression, Luitong asked with a hint of concern from across the dining table. Not very smoothly, Ji Yan replied, raising the half bottle of blood gourd in his hand. Upon seeing this, Luitong's brows furrowed, and she comforted him. It's okay, at least there's still half a bottle. With half the task completed, the punishment won't be too severe. Besides, the father entity is the hardest one. If you randomly get the mother or grandmother tomorrow, just do your best. These two have favorability that's easy to gain. You can't possibly get the father entity 3 days in a row, right? After Luitong finished speaking with a smile, she suddenly covered her mouth. Who knows, it might really happen. After all, the one in front of her was already on edge. She wanted to say something to remedy the situation, but Ji Yan glanced behind her and mouthed, "The mother has come out." The kitchen's floor-to-ceiling window was pushed open, and the strange figure of the mother surprisingly showed no signs of horror. Dressed in a pink apron, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, her face still held a hint of charm, albeit with a few weary crow's feet, presenting a typical image of a dutiful wife. But Ji Yan knew that once she turned dark, it was this seemingly normal strangeness that could deliver a crushing blow to the player. Luitong quickly sat up straight, pouring all her attention into the dinner interaction with her mother. The strange mother had no interaction with Ji Yan at the moment, so her favorability was at zero, and he consciously avoided drawing her attention. There was no need for him to seek out the visual experience of someone else's benefit interaction. Soon, Dong Chu returned. He saw the strange mother at the dining table, his eyes widening, and then realized this was Louis Tong's blessing, enviously muttering, "Why have I never had such luck?" As one of the first veteran players to reach 404, Louis Tong was currently thriving in this household, while he continuously lost favor with the three strange family members, his resentment growing stronger. He knew that if this continued, he would eventually have to log off, so he took some action. He saw Ji Yan on the sofa. He also noticed the half-filled blood pipa, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Looks like someone's luck has run out today?" Ji Yan glanced at Dong Chu, shrugged, and casually replied, "There's still half a bottle, so it's not that bad." "Half a bottle? That strange father won't let you have a good outcome. That strange has no favorability towards players. Once it finds a weakness, the outcome will be disastrous. Is that woman Louis Tong feeding you some nonsense, and you actually bought into it? Compared to that hypocritical woman, I'm quite honest." Dong Chu forced a smile at Ji Yan. "Trust me, that half bottle of blood people won't help you survive tonight. Even a full bottle wouldn't save him." How could this foolish boy not realize that this task was designed as a deadlock from the start? One person, one strange? Ji Yan listened without getting angry or rebutting. Instead, he nodded seriously, agreeing with Dong Chu's words. "Thinking about it, you're right. Since this task has already failed, why should I submit it? I might as well hide and prolong my life a bit." After saying this, Ji Yan picked up the blood pipa and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. Dong Chu crossed his arms. With a cold snort, he said, "Once the task time exceeds the limit, it's directly deemed a failure. Task failure, strange darkening, the outcome will be even worse." Inside the room, Ji Yan listened to the mockery outside the door while looking at the blood pipa in the bottle. Due to the wine bottle, the blood pipa had completely deteriorated. This had already predetermined the failure of the task. However, Ji Yan didn't quite understand. Why would the nightmare-eating strange choose to collaborate with Dong Chu to kill him? Logically, as long as he was alive, the nightmare-eating strange could continuously savor the blood pipa. There was no reason to cut off this source of wine. What temptation could be greater than a wine addiction? Not wanting to think too much, Ji Yan sat on the bed, watching the thick fog outside, gradually darkening the strange world. Resting his chin on his hand, he waited idly. He was looking forward to the arrival of night and waiting for the nightmare-eating strange to come find him for retribution. "You say he didn't submit the task?" After the blessing welfare activity ended, Louis Tong walked over, surprised upon learning Ji Yan's choice. Submitting the task would just make him die faster. But he doesn't know that if the task isn't submitted, the Father Strange will become enraged, and his methods will be even more brutal. He thinks hiding in his room will keep him safe. Tonight he will learn what despair truly means. Dong Chu chewed on the peanuts in his mouth, relishing the misfortune. But at least he got half a bottle of blood pipa. The punishment will be halved, so he definitely won't lose his life. Louis Tong frowned. She felt that Ji Yan wouldn't do something so foolish. She looked at Dong Chu. "Did you say something to him?" "I didn't say anything. As an experienced player, isn't it normal to remind him a bit?" Dong Chu shrugged, skipping the topic. "How's your gift? Did you get anything good?" "Nothing," Louis Tong replied coldly and returned to her room. She didn't understand why everyone was a player, yet Dong Chu was so hostile towards newcomers, even thinking about making them log off. In this strange world, shouldn't they band together? Was it just because Ji Yan had retorted him a bit yesterday? Louis Tong lost the last bit of goodwill she had for such a person. "Even this damn woman is starting to give me attitude, really thinking that just because she has a good relationship with the other two weirdos, she can step on my face? One day, I'll take you out too." Dong Chu stared at the closed door of Louis Tong's room, his eyes flashing with cold light. He looked towards Ji Yan's room, feeling puzzled. This kid didn't seem that stupid. Was he really planning to just stay in his room and wait to die? At 9 o'clock at night, night fell. The lights in the entire apartment went out, darkness swallowing every corner. It seemed like a quiet night, but after the clock's hands passed midnight, a door deep in the corridor suddenly corroded rapidly, a strong stench of decay seeping through the crack. Then, the door to the father's room slowly opened. The darkened nightmare devourer, shrouded in black mist, had blood-red eyes. "Where's my wine? Why hasn't it been delivered?" The voice, filled with immense rage, echoed throughout the suite. Louis Tong and Dong Chu, each in their own rooms, heard it clearly. With their eyes closed, they could only pretend not to hear. They knew Ji Yan was done for. At the same time, a message panel popped up in front of Ji Yan. "Ding! The time for the task received by the player has ended. Due to failure to submit the task, the system has determined failure. Warning! You have violated the rules by not completing the task. resulting in your father's dark transformation, and you are about to face punishment. Looking at the red warning panel, Ji Yan remained calm and silently closed the message panel. Then, he took out an item from the toolbar. Boom! A door was violently slammed open, the doorknob shattered, parts scattered. The nightmare devourer, engulfed in immense rage, had grown abnormally tall, its grotesque muscles writhing and expanding. I ask you, where's my wine? Its blood-red gaze swept across the room, locking onto the wooden bed. But when the blanket was lifted, the bed was empty. The nightmare devourer smirked coldly. Can you escape? In fact, Ji Yan's actions were more in line with what he wanted. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting the former complete the task smoothly. Although through Ji Yan, he could occasionally get blood pipa to satisfy his wine cravings from the charm monster 101, he ultimately couldn't drink freely every day. But if he caught Ji Yan failing the task and held the latter firmly in his grasp, he could negotiate with the charm monster 101, persistently, and perhaps achieve the freedom to drink through exploitation. This idea might not work. The charm monster was so crazy that even the nightmare devourer was afraid. But the nightmare devourer, already obsessed with blood pipa to the point of having no resistance, was too lazy to think so much. It wasn't easy to force Ji Yan to fail the task. So, he reached an agreement with Dong Chu. Players could intervene in tasks, but only through Dong Chu could they set up a trap for Ji Yan. What Dong Chu wanted was simple: food and all the equipment on Ji Yan. With one eye blinded and in a situation of food scarcity, he had to find his own way to survive. Dong Chu's talent, desperate survival, could only be triggered when his favorability dropped to freezing point and his survival environment became precarious. The talent would grant Dong Chu certain privileges, allowing him to seize survival on his own. And this triggered privilege was the ability to initiate a hidden trade with any family monster. At first glance, this talent seemed rather useless. It's simply a matter of giving you a glimmer of life when you're about to die, to see if you can grasp it. But if used properly, it can still play a significant role. Tonight, some people are sleeping comfortably, while others are desperately fleeing. TSK. With his hands behind his head, Dong Chu sensed that he would sleep exceptionally peacefully tonight. As long as he woke up tomorrow morning, he could slowly reap the rewards of his efforts. The nightmare eater in room 404 could not detect Ji Yan's scent at all. Frowning, he glanced towards the door. Could it be hiding in that woman's room? He first thought of the seductive ghost in room 101. After all, that woman always opposed him, so it wasn't impossible for her to lure Ji Yan away. The late-night apartment would refresh many extremely dangerous anomalies. They were not the current residents of the apartment but former inhabitants who had been driven out. These anomalies were numerous and prone to darkening. If Ji Yan was eliminated by other anomalies, all of Nightmare Eater's efforts would be in vain. In the living room, ghostly shadows flickered. They were all former residents of room 404, but later subdued by players. Their identities had changed, becoming NPCs in night mode. Although they were no longer the owners of 404, they were increasingly impolite, watching TV in the living room, sipping tea, and sneaking food in the kitchen. A bunch of eliminated trash, still treating this place as their home. Nightmare Eater wanted to go out and catch Ji Yan, but suddenly thought of his nemesis on the 7th floor. If they noticed he left room 404, they would definitely go mad and chase after him. His expression darkened. The craving for alcohol surged. It felt like 1,000 ants were gnawing at his body, causing painful spasms. He turned to go back inside, wanting to drink a couple of sips to calm down. But as he turned, he saw a disheveled ghost sitting in the corridor, holding a bottle of bright red wine, drunk out of its mind. As soon as the cork was twisted off, Nightmare Eater recognized what kind of wine it was. Blood loot. Where did this wine come from? Nightmare Eater asked, recognizing the bottle as one that Dong Chu had. I got it from a little mouse. Where's that mouse? I stole his wine and ran away. The drunken ghost swayed, holding half a bottle of blood loot. What do you think this wine is made from? It's so intoxicating, hee. Nightmare Eater's face twisted in rage as he glared at the drunken ghost. Damn it, don't you know that's my prey? The drunken ghost didn't respond, mumbling something incoherently. Nightmare Eater snatched the wine from his hand and gulped it down, his craving for alcohol driving him to disregard everything. He finished the entire bottle without a drop left, feeling exhilarated, and let out a howl of ecstasy. But his head was also heavily dazed from the narcotic effects. Throwing the empty bottle aside, Nightmare Eater stumbled towards his room. But after taking 2 steps, his head felt even more dizzy. Multiple shadows of his room appeared. Everything was extremely blurry. Lowering his head, in a daze, he saw a rusted, mottled blade piercing through his chest. Why does this knife look so familiar? In the next second, his pupils constricted, veins bulging. The heavy drunkenness and numbness vanished completely. He suddenly turned his head, staring fiercely at the drunken ghost behind him, a distorted voice escaping through his broken teeth. Where did you get that knife? The drunken ghost's horrified face showed no signs of drunkenness, half smiling. A friend of yours gave it to me. He asked me to send you a message. His wife misses you very much. Accompanied by the blade's penetration, blood gushed out from the grotesque tumor, cracks spreading outward. As these words were spoken, Nightmare Eater's face, full of excess flesh, trembled violently, filled with fear. He gripped the machete with both hands, but the machete seemed to be welded to his chest, continuously sinking deeper into his flesh. No, who are you, and why are you helping that guy from 702? Drunken and cunning, he dared not let his guard down for a moment, until the blade was completely embedded in the body of the nightmarish creature, confirming that its heart had been pierced. He lifted his head, and in the terrified gaze of the nightmarish creature, the corners of his mouth curled up. Guess who I am? I am your useless slave son. With that, he yanked the machete out violently. The nightmarish creature stumbled through the corridor, the wound in its chest widening continuously. The living room and kitchen, those eerie presences that had refreshed in the dead of night, all gathered around, blocking the corridor, watching this scene, bustling with excitement. Eventually, the nightmarish creature collapsed to the ground, its flabby flesh visibly withering and drying up, its eyes bulging, staring fiercely at Ji-Yen. Ji-Yen's expression was emotionless, tightly gripping the machete in his hand, though it trembled slightly, until he saw the corpse on the ground, completely transformed into a pile of dried blood and flesh. You killed him. He killed him. You. Why do you smell so good? The other creatures gradually gathered around, observing the corpse on the ground, but among them, a few seemed to have caught a whiff of something, their noses wandering over the drunken creature's body. His cheeks stung. As he touched it, the entire face of the drunken creature began to tear apart little by little. Ji-Yen inwardly cursed the situation. The effect of the killer's mask is wearing off. He weaved through the crowd of creatures, hurriedly returning to his room. He closed the door and locked it. Outside, there were sounds of tearing and chewing, those late-night creatures feasting on the drunken creature. At this rate, even the dungeon boss is bound to die, right? Ji-Yen sat down in front of the mirror. Because the effect of the creature was about to expire, his entire face looked terrifying at that moment. His features were tearing apart, the stark white of his skull exposed to the air. At first glance, it seemed as if his head was about to shatter into pieces. His cheeks throbbed with pain, as the bone spikes at the edge of the mask pulled away from the flesh, blood staining his neck. This was his plan. Lure the father creature out of the room, then use the killer's mask to transform his player identity into that of a creature, seizing the father creature's drunken complacency to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, the eerie aura belonging to the killer was dissipating, returning to the scent of a human player. He cautiously reached out to remove the mask. Pools of thick black blood dripped onto the table. With a clatter, the human skin mask was tossed into the corner of the table. Ji-Yen touched his unscathed face, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I actually killed the nightmarish creature. This desperate gamble felt surreal even to him, the perpetrator, until the game panel popped up, helping him further confirm that he had indeed broken this deadlock. Ding! Player has killed the 404 house family creature, successfully unlocking a new achievement. Notice, player has successfully killed the family creature. The task will be recalculated. You have unlocked a new achievement, Novice Hunter. You have received a title reward, Reversed Clock. Congratulations, player, for completing the hidden task, status level +1, your various attributes have increased by 90 points. You have unlocked apartment privileges, Night Patrol Permit. From midnight to 3 o'clock, wearing the work permit grants immunity to the hatred targeting of late-night creatures. The late-night apartment hides more tasks and equipment, including the completion of the main storyline of the dungeon, so please explore actively. Notice, because you killed father, you gain 20 points of favorability with grandmother and mother. They think you are a grown-up, sensible child. What use is a failed father who drinks all day and is violent? His disappearance will make this family even happier. Ji-Yan's eyes widened slightly. Killing a family creature actually came with so many rewards? But upon reflection, the risks involved seemed to merit such rewards. He took out the newly acquired item from the toolbar. This is a completely chaotic clock with hour, minute, and second hands, looking unremarkable, as if it has been discarded for a long time. Ji-Yen opened the item information. Item background introduction. Every night before the lights went out, Mom would tell the punctual little girl stories to help her sleep. Later, in order to see her mother earlier, she set the alarm clock at her bedside ahead of time, but after that night, her mother never appeared again. The background story was vague and slightly eerie. Ji-Yen wasn't very interested, but after checking the item's function, his eyes lit up. He looked up at the time in the room. It was 3:30 in the morning. The source of the nightmare creature was resolved. Next, it's time for that guy Dong Chu. He didn't like to hold grudges overnight. he preferred to settle scores immediately. Living under the same roof, Ji Yan originally didn't want to confront him directly, just exchanging a few insults, nothing more. But he underestimated the treachery of human nature. Next, it was his turn to return the favor. That night, Dong Chu indeed slept soundly. In his dreams, he vaguely heard Ji Yan's screams, which made him sleep even more soundly. The next morning, the morning mist was hazy. The alarm clock rang, and Dong Chu woke up with a huge sense of drowsiness, turning off the piercing sound. He didn't dare to delay, quickly getting dressed and leaving the room. Upon entering the living room, he found Louis Tong was absent, but instead saw a plump figure at the dining table, devouring food. Father? Dong Chu was stunned. His bizarre father had actually come out of the room. The probability of that was even rarer than the other two creatures. He had a bad premonition. Could something have gone wrong last night? He felt anxious, and the nightmare creature squeezed out a word. Sit. Dong Chu sat down, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. The nightmare creature's face, full of horrifying bumps, faced him, then squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. As a father, it seems I haven't had breakfast with my child in a long time, so I got up a bit earlier today. Among the 3 children, I value you the most. Deep thoughts, decisive enough, this is what qualifies you to be my child. The nightmare creature grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. It was lavish in its praise. To Dong Chu, this was as unbelievable as seeing the sun rise in the west. Did I hear that right? Wait, I can't be gaining favor with this creature, triggering the blessing, can I? He suddenly realized that the breakfast invitation was a welfare event. He felt both incredulous and excited. So this creature could also be courted. For the sake of favor, he endured his disgust and began to eat the food on the table. Father, what about my brother last night? How is he? The nightmare creature stuffed a piece of saucy meat into its mouth. What? You still haven't recognized it? Isn't all this on the dining table your dear brother? Dong Chu froze for a moment, looking at the steaming bowls of meat on the table. His stomach churned, and he instinctively wanted to vomit. The nightmare creature frowned. What? Are you going to throw up after your father worked hard to make you breakfast? Dong Chu's expression turned as ugly as pig liver, covering his mouth with his hands, and ultimately, after struggling internally, he forced it down. It's fine, after all, this is just a bizarre game, not the real world. Eating is just eating. It's nothing serious, and there's no moral decay or loss of humanity. He comforted himself like this, but as he continued eating, he sensed something was off. He opened the information panel, but there was no response. Something's wrong. If Ji Yan really died, then why hadn't his talent triggered to loot the other's equipment? Looking at the unresponsive toolbar, Dong Chu was puzzled. Feeling his head spinning, he shook it vigorously. When he raised his head again, he found that the originally bright sky outside the balcony was gradually darkening. In the blink of an eye, it turned into night. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at the wall beside him. The old pendulum clock showed it was already 3:30 in the deep night. What's going on? Isn't it already bright outside? I clearly heard the alarm. He was stunned, and the next moment he realized something, his scalp tingling. He quickly rushed into the corridor, hurrying towards his room. A strange child, dressed in a diaper with grayish skin, was squatting at his door, clutching a headless doll. With a pair of eyes devoid of whites, he stared darkly at Dong Chu. Brother, my doll is missing again. Can you help me find it? Dong Chu's heart stopped for a moment. He didn't dare to respond. He knew very well that once he did, he would have to accept the task. The bizarre tasks in the dead of night had a mortality rate of almost 99%. He desperately knocked on the door of the room to the left, calling for Louis Tong. Louis Tong, open the door quickly, save me, don't fall asleep. Inside the room, Louis Tong heard him. She covered herself with the blanket, pressed her hands against her ears, and mumbled, so annoying, these strange things have the same routine every night. How could Dong Chu, who was sleeping soundly in the next room, be outside? Brother, why aren't you responding to me? Please, help me find the head of my doll. It was a birthday gift from my dad, and if he finds out, he will definitely beat me. The strange child advanced step by step. The voice was pleading, but the signs of darkness were becoming more and more apparent. Dong Chu stepped back, eventually leaning against Ji Yan's door. He paused and tentatively knocked twice. Ji Yan? What? What made Dong Chu's pupils contract was the response from inside the room. He wasn't dead. Why wasn't he dead? You, he stammered. Why am I not dead? Why don't you take a guess? Ji Yan's calm voice came from the room. Dong Chu reacted quickly. It wasn't the question of why Ji Yan was alive or dead. He hurriedly spoke. Ji Yan, don't take what I said during the day to heart. I was actually looking out for you, reminding you to be a bit smarter. I'm teaching you how to survive in this scenario. I've never had the heart to harm you. Can you open the door now? The desire to survive made him lower his stance to the utmost. His mind was filled with the thought of getting into the room and staying alive. A cold laugh came from Ji Yan's room. Indeed, I should thank you. If it weren't for your elaborate setup, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill that strange father, nor would I have known there would be so many rewards. So, as a return, the strange bottle you gave me, I returned it to you intact. Dong Chu opened his mouth. His face gradually turned pale. You know? So you knew all along. So it was you who lured me out of my room in the dead of night? Dong Chu's eyes turned bloodshot. You toast me a drink, I'll toast you back. It's only proper to reciprocate. What's wrong with that? When you go to the next scenario, be more careful. Don't provoke what shouldn't be provoked. Good night. Ji Yan yawned and returned to bed. Outside the door, Dong Chu was howling and cursing in desperation, until the strange child behind him, having received no response, completely darkened. Those small hands grasped his neck. Brother, why aren't you responding to me? Your head looks pretty good. Can I use it to press against the doll's neck? In Dong Chu's terrified gaze, before he could respond, those small hands gently lifted, easily detaching the head from the neck. Blood gushed forth, and the headless body fell to the ground. The strange child skipped away, holding the head and the doll, until disappearing into the darkness. Tonight was quite a hassle. Fortunately, I gained a lot and got rid of a pesky fly. With his hands behind his head, Ji Yan murmured as he closed his eyes, falling into a peaceful sleep. Morning. The pendulum clock chimed, and white mist swirled. With a creak, Louis Tong's room door slowly opened. Seeing the bloodstains left in the corridor, she muttered, last night was really lively. I wonder which monster was like a chicken on steroids, constantly knocking on my door, making a racket. She was angry, not because of waking up on the wrong side of the bed, but because players who didn't rest well at night would have their status values drop the next day. They could even feel lethargic and disoriented, which could easily affect their missions. She walked towards the living room, preparing for a quick wash-up, but soon, she noticed something was off. The corridor had shortened. Surviving in the dungeon for 22 days, she had walked this path countless times, and every inch of this home was ingrained in her muscle memory. It couldn't be wrong. How could the dormitory corridor have shortened? She turned her head, glancing left and right, and suddenly her expression changed. The two doors that had been there were gone. The 6-room, 1 living room suite had turned into a 4-room, 1 living room. Her first thought was of Ji Yan, but after carefully checking the 2 missing rooms, she realized they belonged to Dong Chu and her father. She tilted her head, bewildered. Just then, Ji Yan also stepped out of his room. Good morning, another energetic day. Ji Yan greeted simply. Ji Yan, Dong Chu he. Ji Yan turned back with a hint of a smile. You heard it too? That guy was knocking on my door all night. I thought it was the sound of a monster mimicking. Now it seems it really was that guy. How could an old player make such a rookie mistake? Louis Tong fell silent. She knew Dong Chu wouldn't make such a mistake unless. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and Louis Tong didn't press further. Indeed, no matter the environment, the struggle between hearts was terrifying. She didn't feel much sympathy for Dong Chu, someone so self-centered, who expected everyone to revolve around him. Dying was actually a relief, a ticking time bomb gone. But how did this monster of my father die? You, how did you do it? Louis Tong couldn't help but ask this. The father monster was the most dangerous, and overnight, the greatest threat to players had been eliminated. At the dining table, Ji Yan swallowed a piece of wheat bread. Whether I killed it or not isn't really important. I only know that with the father monster gone, the 404 room will be much cozier and safer. Don't you think? This statement indirectly confirmed that he was the one who did it, and it also implied when someone does something beneficial for the group, there's no need to ask too many questions, just quietly enjoy the benefits. Louis Tong realized. She nodded. You're absolutely right. Indeed, not rejecting this newcomer like Dong Chu did was the right choice. That Dong was just a fool. After a simple breakfast, calls soon echoed in the corridor. A new day's tasks were ready to be claimed. Louis Tong was assigned her mother's task again. She could now say she felt completely at ease. Her mother's favorability towards her had accumulated to 70%. Exceeding 65% would trigger the blessing benefit. Even if she failed a task once or twice, it would only lower the favorability slightly, with no penalties. And when the favorability reached 100%, she would achieve the perfect strategy, accomplishment, no longer needing to undertake the daily nerve-wracking tasks. The monsters in the strategy would no longer pose a risk of corruption, and even if she provoked other monstrous residents, they would step in to shield her from disaster. At that point, the room would truly be a safe haven. This was also why Louis Tong and Dong Chu worked hard every day to complete tasks, trying to keep their monstrous family members satisfied. Without a strategy, it was hard to stand firm in the dungeon. It was very much like a strategy simulation game. Don't worry, Grandma is much kinder than father. Although she doesn't have much fondness for male players, she won't target them intentionally, Luitong reminded Ji Yan. She was very afraid that Ji Yan, in a moment of impulse, would eliminate the monstrous grandmother too. All the effort she had put into the monstrous grandmother would be wasted. Don't worry, I also want to strategize. If we can get rid of the bizarre family in room 404, then room 404 would be no different from a broken home. Ji Yan knew what she was thinking. Was she treating him like a reckless brute who would kill without hesitation? Without saying much, the two entered their respective bizarre family members' rooms. Grandma's room retained the style of the older generation, with many items showing the marks of time, and the air was filled with the sour smell of knitted clothing. On the bed, Grandma sat there, knitting a sweater, while a small mountain of completed pieces piled up beside her. For her, it seemed like there was an endless supply of sweaters to knit. Child, although this is our first meeting, you look much more pleasing than that loudmouth boy, Grandma said, her eyelids drooping as she commented on Ji Yan. Ji Yan knew she was referring to Dong Chu, who was also having a rough time. Even after going offline, he still had to deal with a wave of Q. With both social and bizarre relationships in disarray, surviving for over 20 days was a miracle. I completely agree with you, Grandma. So far, the bizarre grandma was indeed much easier to interact with than that super masculine bizarre father. Here, help Grandma thread this, my eyesight isn't good. The bizarre grandma handed over a piece of yarn and a needle. Ji Yan took it, his eyesight was still decent, and he successfully threaded the needle on the first try. I won't ask how you killed your father. If it weren't for me being unable to leave the room, that ungrateful wretch would have had his head crushed by now. Several of my good granddaughters were taken by that beast to pay for that vixen from 101. You have done a great deed for Grandma, Grandma said hoarsely. Here, it could be heard that there were significant grudges among the bizarre beings in room 404. They, like the players, were merely playing their respective roles. No wonder, after killing the nightmarish biter, he gained 20% favorability from both Grandma and his mother. Do you want Grandma to love you even more? Grandma has two emotional knots. If you untie one, in the future, in the apartment, aside from the landlord, no matter who enters room 404, they won't be able to touch a hair on your head. Emotional knots. Hearing this keyword, Ji Yan's eyebrows raised. A small portion of the bizarre beings would have emotional knots, and once helped to untie them, he would at least gain 50% favorability. I wonder what emotional knots Grandma has, Ji Yan tried to ask. The bizarre grandma asked, have you met your mother? I've met her once. Kill her. As long as she disappears from room 404, Grandma will only dote on you from now on. Grandma put down her knitting, squinting her eyes with a kind smile. Ji Yan, he knew it wouldn't be that easy. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you. Grandma casually tossed over a sachet and continued to focus on her knitting. Take this sachet to room 605. Whether you want it or not doesn't matter. Just deliver it. When you come back, I'll personally knit you a sweater. You're the first boy I've ever knitted a sweater for. Grandma lifted her kind face. This benefit is not something an ordinary grandma would give to others. It's because of the great deed you did last night. Ji Yan was slightly taken aback. Looking at the sachet handed over, it was embroidered with the words peace year after year. Was it really that simple? Ji Yan couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this a pure welfare task? Grandma's knitted sweaters were also in Louis Tong's hands. Ji Yan had received information that guaranteed rare quality. Wearing it would grant immunity to 30% of bizarre damage, a solid bulletproof vest. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll definitely deliver it. Ji Yan took it. A simple errand like this, only a fool wouldn't accept. Grandma chuckled and continued her knitting. After Ji Yan stepped out of the room, the sachet in his hand triggered a talent, popping up a hidden information box. The sachet is one of the foundational materials for building the tower. To mend it well, Grandma spent half a month of effort and even sacrificed 3 needles. Guess why this dilapidated apartment can stand firm in the bizarre world? Ji Yan glanced at the panel content, unable to suppress his curiosity. Building a tower. Does it mean that the materials for constructing the apartment building are this sachet? The hidden information is confusing. Ji Yan shook his head, not paying much attention. To put it simply, as long as it was delivered, it didn't matter what the sachet was for or where it came from. Just as he closed the information panel, Louis Tong from the opposite room also came out, holding an empty soy sauce bottle. Not again, another soy sauce task? Does this mother really have a thing for soy sauce? Upon seeing the bottle, Ji Yan couldn't help but complain. This is the benefit of having high favorability. With the same task rewards, while others barely completed it after going through hell, Louis Tong just went downstairs for some soy sauce and got it done. Who wouldn't be envious? Louis Tong touched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her mother's favoritism was indeed too obvious. She countered to change the subject. What task do you have today? The task panel hasn't popped up yet, but Grandma already gave me a sachet. Ji Yan held the sachet for peace and safety. However, upon seeing the sachet, Louis Tong's pretty face turned a bit pale. Ji Yan noticed something was off with Louis Tong's expression. From your face, is there a problem with the sachet? Louis Tong opened her mouth and finally said, this sachet is related to the main storyline of the apartment. Main storyline task? Ji Yan's expression changed slightly, and then the task panel finally popped up. Ding! Player has received Grandma's sachet, triggering an A-level task. Please deliver the sachet to room 605 to complete the task. Tip: the task involves main storyline characters, and there is a certain probability of uncontrollable danger during the task, so be cautious. Ji Yan frowned. That old lady said it would be a simple and easy task, but it turned out to be an A-level one, and it involved the main storyline. Main storyline tasks are not only the most dangerous but also involve all the residents of the apartment. Completing it would directly clear the entire instance. But if the task fails, it would mean offending all the bizarre residents, facing endless strange darkening. There are too many examples of this. For instance, in a previous restaurant instance, a player challenged the main storyline, but it ended disastrously, resulting in all the restaurant's ingredients being ruined, causing immeasurable losses, and the outcome was predictable. Death was a luxury. So generally, players, without sufficient equipment and confidence, do not want to get involved with such ominous main storylines. Even if they accidentally obtain some items related to the main storyline, they would hurriedly throw them away, fearing even a slight touch. Did you anger the bizarre grandma? Louis Tong couldn't help but ask. Ji Yan replied, from start to finish, she praised me without a frown. She even said she would give me this sachet and then personally knit me a sweater. Louis Tong was astonished and momentarily dumbfounded. Having dealt with Grandma quite a bit, she couldn't understand why the first interaction would target Ji Yan. Could it be that he really had some kind of hatred physique? It's just related, not entering the main storyline. I'm off, see you tonight. Ji Yan waved his hand. He had already taken down one bizarre creature, so one related to the main storyline wouldn't scare him into not going out. Exiting room 404, Ji Yan headed straight to the 7th floor. After all, his heart was still a bargaining chip in someone else's hands. He knocked on the door of room 702, and it was still unlocked. Ji Yan pushed the door open, and as soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw the owner of 702 lying on a rattan chair, resting with his eyes closed. The two cats, one black and one white, were curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. My father, he's dead, I know. Before Ji Yan could finish his sentence, the owner of 702 interrupted. Now that the dead drunkard is gone, the stench of alcohol in the apartment has dissipated. I don't know how you did it, but you do have guts. The heart is in the box, take it back. As for that machete, it's yours too. Ji Yan opened the box, and his heart was still alive and vibrant. Immediately after, the information panel about the owner of 702 popped up in his view. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the 702 guest's wish task and achieving a 70% favorability with the grievance ghost. You will receive assistance from this peculiar guest and can make requests within a certain range. 70% favorability? Ji Yan was taken aback. Just from one task, he had reached 70% favorability? Upon reflection, this was a grievance ghost, and the source of the grievance was the hatred for a murdered wife. With such a deep-seated grudge, a sudden spike to 70% favorability seemed reasonable. I owe you a favor. If there's any trouble in the apartment, you can come to me. In this apartment, I still hold quite a bit of weight, Lun Yanqing said slowly. A simple statement, but to the player, it was the greatest reward. Gaining a peculiar guest as a backing significantly increased the player's chances of survival in the instance. Upon hearing this, Ji Yan thought to himself, what a coincidence. Actually, there is one thing I need to ask. Lun Yanqing directly inquired, who do you want me to deal with? Ji Yan. I don't need you to deal with anyone for now, I just want to ask about this sachet. Uncle, do you recognize it? Ji Yan took out the red sachet. Upon seeing the sachet, Lun Yanqing's expression immediately soured as if he had eaten a fly. Ji Yan asked, what's wrong? Lun Yanqing replied, I want to take back what I just said. This sachet belongs to the landlord. If you want me to deal with the landlord, then you might as well just get rid of me. Ji Yan's expression turned serious. According to the background introduction of the apartment instance, the landlord was most likely the biggest boss of the instance. How could the peculiar grandmother have his belongings? Looking at the sachet in his palm, Ji Yan felt increasingly like it was a hot potato, wishing he could throw it away on the spot. Don't worry, I have no grudge against the landlord. I mainly want to ask about the origin of the sachet. I only know that this item is a personal belonging of the landlord. But a while ago, the sachet got damaged, so it was given to your grandmother for mending. Your grandmother gave it to you to return to the landlord? Lu Nianqing guessed the reason. Yeah, Ji Yan nodded. In that case, simply returning the mended sachet shouldn't pose any danger. Both Ji Yitong and he were too sensitive. Upon hearing about the main storyline, they felt as if the sky was falling. When you deliver it, don't say too much. It's best to remain silent the whole time. The landlord has a strange personality and a bad temper. If he gets upset, he might raise the rent. If the other tenants find out that the rent was raised because of you, they will tear you apart, and I won't be able to protect you, Lu Nianqing warned. Ji Yan's eyelids twitched. Such a big reaction over a rent increase? That so-called rent, even a slight increase, would drive the tenants crazy, including me. Lu Nianqing leaned against the rattan chair, speaking slowly, with a sigh. This apartment isn't a place just anyone can live in. We have all paid a heavy price to become tenants here, and that price is the rent. What exactly the so-called rent was remained unspoken. Ji Yan left room 702 and headed to 605. He had no interest in the landlord or the rent. The more he knew, the deeper he would get involved in the main storyline. In the end, he would fall into an abyss from which he couldn't escape. Soon, he knocked on the door of 605. The door was opened by a hunched old man. Ji Yan blinked. Was this the landlord? He looked quite kind, but Lu Nianqing's words were filled with fear of the landlord. The old man said, "Young man, what do you want? I live in 404. My grandmother asked me to bring this to you." The old man picked up the sachet, and Ji Yan handed it over. The strange old man glanced at it and shook his head. "Take it back. That old lady didn't mend it well. Her sewing skills are getting worse." Ji Yan remembered the peculiar grandmother's instructions. Whether he accepted it or not was another matter, as long as he delivered it. "All right," Ji Yan replied with a single word and turned to leave. He was just a messenger. Why bother with so much? Wait. But just as he turned around, Ji Yan was called back. The strange old man stared at Ji Yan. "You really intend to take it back?" After saying that, he snatched the sachet with one hand, examined it carefully for a moment, and then praised, "Not bad, that old lady is getting more skillful." Ji Yan's mouth twitched. Lu Nianqing was right. This landlord really had some issues, changing his demeanor every moment. Could he have a dual personality? "I'll take the sachet, and tell your grandmother that this month's rent is waived." Seeing the sachet accepted, Ji Yan planned to happily return and report back, claiming his task reward. But just as he turned around, he saw the landlord holding up a notice and posting it at the end of the hallway. Driven by curiosity, Ji Yan couldn't help but walk over to take a look. Important notice: a parasitic rat has appeared in the drainage ditch behind the apartment building. To maintain a good environment in the apartment and protect the rights of the residents, we need to gather 7 residents to eliminate it. Completing the elimination task will grant all participants a 50% discount on this month's rent. The cleaning team is limited to 7 people, please be informed. Ji Yan glanced at it and reached out to touch it. Immediately, a task panel popped up in his view. Ding! You have triggered a self-selected task. Help clean the drainage ditch of the rat. Completing the task will earn you a 5% favorability boost from all the strange residents. And randomly select one collectible treasure chest, 50% chance to obtain a collectible level item, guaranteed 100% to obtain a rare level item. Note, task players can choose independently. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Such generous rewards? Not to mention the 50% rent discount for the month. Just the 5% favorability boost from all residents and the treasure chest reward made this tempting enough to rival an A+ level task. Ji Yan was slightly surprised. After the notice was posted, it immediately attracted quite a few residents, but they were all player residents, clearly indicating that this notice did not involve the strange residents. As each player touched the notice and the task panel popped up, their eyes widened. High rewards often came with high difficulty and mortality rates. Many felt there was a trick involved. Yet, even so, a few players took the task without much thought. Knowing there were tigers in the mountains, they still chose to venture into the tiger's den. These players weren't ignorant, they just had no choice. If their survival environment weren't so precarious, who would willingly take such risks for blood money? Ji Yan wasn't interested either. After eliminating the nightmare creature, he was now in room 404. And his survival environment was quite favorable. There was no need to risk his life like this. But the hidden information that popped up next made him stop in his tracks. Task hidden information. Players are advised that during this task, talent fragments have been detected. It is recommended that players participate actively. What are talent fragments? Ji Yan checked. He discovered that his omniscient understanding talent could actually be upgraded, and the requirement was the so-called talent fragment. This bug talent can actually be upgraded? Ji Yan's expression was slightly astonished. He then pondered carefully. Looking at the notice, the number of participants had already reached 6, with only one spot left. Whether it was curiosity or instinct, he gritted his teeth and took the last work badge that was clipped under the notice. Taking the work badge was equivalent to accepting the task, and he could no longer back out. Although the omniscient understanding talent was quite powerful, the triggering conditions were still too rigid. It could only be activated by touching related items, which was somewhat harsh. Perhaps upgrading it would improve this flaw? If he encountered danger during the task, he could always expose Lun Yanqing from room 702 as a backup. After all, this strange creature still owed him a favor. Come on, man, you want to take this dangerous job too? As soon as Ji Yan confirmed, the guy with the middle part couldn't help but chime in. He was already preparing to reach for the work badge, but he was 2 seconds late, allowing Ji Yan to get there first. Why can't I take it? Ji Yan retorted. Don't joke around, look at your rosy complexion and healthy body. Your living conditions seem pretty good. Taking on a life-threatening task like this, what were you thinking? The middle-parted guy was quite confused. In the instance, a player's living environment could generally be inferred from their appearance. For example, if a player goes without food for 1 to 3 days, their complexion would noticeably wither. If they go without food for 3 to 7 days, not only would they lose weight drastically, but their body would also show signs of decay. Hunger, lack of sleep, and so on would cause a decline in various status values for the player. Players could check each other's basic status values when they were close together. When the other person opened Ji Yan's status values, they were all robust. Goodness, with such a good living environment, why take on a life-threatening task and seek out suffering? What was wrong with him? Ji Yan glanced at the man behind him and said, "Isn't that guy behind you in better condition than I am?" Behind him, a man with an afro also took off his work badge. He was dressed sharply and had a tall, sturdy build. Upon closer inspection, the clothes he wore and the jewelry he adorned were all strange items, and the kitchen knife hanging at his waist radiated a strong sense of resentment, clearly not low in level. It was like encountering a fully equipped high-level boss in a novice village, complete with a mount. Ji Yan opened the public information on the other person's profile, and his expression changed. Player, Long Yuan. Instance survival time, 109 days. Instance progress, completed 1 main quest, 12 strange residents, eliminated 4. Equipment, not disclosed. Status, 6 values are full. Hexagonal, this flashy profile stunned even Ji Yan, let alone the other players who glanced over. Each one widened their eyes. Wow, this is a real big shot. Only a small number of veteran players quietly withdrew their gazes, surprised in their hearts. This guy has been sleeping for so many days, and he actually came out today. Long Yuan took off his work badge, chewed gum while glancing a few times, then turned and went downstairs, completely unconcerned about the astonished looks around him. After seeing the figure of the other person leave, the middle-parted guy turned to Ji Yan and said, "That big shot is here for the main quest, unlike us. You haven't survived for long, right? Longshan doesn't even know you." The player with the longest survival time in the Scarlet Apartment has long completed for the apartment. The last main quest was refreshed by him. You must be wondering, since the instance is cleared, why not go to the next one? Well, I didn't ask, nor do I want to. The middle-parted guy was clearly a fan of Long Yuan, and just as he was getting into it, Ji Yan interrupted him with a wave of his hand and turned to leave. He wasn't very interested in these so-called big shots. What good would it do to understand them? They wouldn't share any of the spoils with you. Coming down from the corridor, Ji Yan didn't return to room 404 but went directly to the first floor to meet up. Once the cleaning team was full, they would set off immediately. Regardless of whether they could complete the task before dark, they had to return. In the lobby at the apartment entrance, everyone had gathered, and Ji Yan was the last to arrive. In the 7-person team, 5 had pale, emaciated faces. As the middle-parted guy said, most participants in this public task were on the brink of elimination, all hoping to seize a slim chance of survival through this task. Everyone was originally anxious. The thick fog outside the apartment obscured any unknown dangers, but upon seeing Long Yuan come down, everyone's expression suddenly changed 180 degrees. Long Yuan was actually in this task. Then this task of cleaning the drainage ditch was a sure thing. Although the credit distribution would definitely favor Long Yuan, being carried along would still allow them to get a share, and they would be satisfied with that. Facing the gazes around him, the tall Long Yuan didn't look over, wearing headphones, holding a book, chewing gum, immersed in his own world. This scene formed a stark contrast. The people around looked like malnourished refugees from a slum, while Long Yuan seemed to have come from a wealthy district for a vacation. Ji Yan took a piece of wheat bread and stuffed it into his mouth, staring at Long Yuan not far away, and spat out, Why does it feel so pretentious? Just as he finished speaking, Long Yuan suddenly took off his headphones and looked over. Realizing that the other party was looking at him, Ji Yan's expression turned slightly astonished. No way, can you hear me even with headphones on? Seeing Long Yuan staring at him, Ji Yan swallowed the last bit of bread in his mouth, just about to speak when a voice came from behind. After the door opens, follow me, do not stray more than 10 steps. The fog outside is very thick, if you get lost, don't even think about returning to the apartment. Behind him stood a figure wrapped entirely in bandages, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes visible, a work badge hanging from his chest that read apartment manager. The bandaged figure showed no good face to Ji Yan and the others, and even in his words, there was disdain and disgust for these outside guests. How big is that mouse? Long Yuan, having taken off his headphones, suddenly asked. Facing Long Yuan, the bandaged figure changed his demeanor. Mr. Long, I didn't realize you were here. I didn't see you earlier. Why haven't I seen you in the past few days? Long Yuan yawned, sleeping. Mr. Long works day and night for the apartment. You should rest well. The other players had various expressions regarding the bandaged figure's two-faced demeanor, some secretly cursing the dormitory management as a sycophant, while others were in awe of Long Yuan. After all, which player could make the eerie beings flatter them in this bizarre world? Long Yuan yawned again. You still haven't answered my question. The bandaged figure spoke. That mouse was discovered yesterday. It's quite large and seems to have been parasitic for some time. The landlord is most troubled by these things. Today he posted a notice, insisting on cleaning it up within a day. If Mr. Long participates, it shouldn't be a difficult task to clear it out. Ji Yan listened on the side, pondering. What exactly was the mouse they were talking about? The bandaged figure took out a key and opened the apartment door. Woo! As the door opened, the cold wind howled in, like thousands of vengeful spirits wailing, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone trembled in the cold. The bandaged figure walked ahead, coldly instructing Ji Yan and the others, stay behind. If anyone tries to escape, the consequence will be having their feet chopped off and thrown into the thick fog. Those things in the fog can eat anything. They like to eat bit by bit, and to keep the food fresh, they deliberately avoid vital areas while eating, letting you watch helplessly as you are consumed. The bandaged figure's laughter was mixed with mockery, clearly enjoying the pale expressions of the frightened players. The intimidation was effective. Once outside the apartment, the players clung to the bandaged figure. From time to time, chilling sounds of chewing echoed in the fog, as if countless eyes were watching them. 2 minutes later, under the guidance of the bandaged figure, the cleanup team quickly arrived at the back of the scarlet apartment. They passed through an alley littered with chunks of flesh and garbage, or a filthy, foul-smelling drainage ditch appeared before the team. Garbage was piled high here, and a large number of rats treated this place like paradise. Some were as big as adult tabby cats, tearing at unknown corpses in the ditch, their eyes bloodshot. The female players nearly fainted from fright. The male players, holding cleaning tools, trembled. No way, these mutated-looking rats really don't eat people? There are too many of these rats, right? Forget about clearing them out, it would be good enough not to be treated as food. Although they were prepared, the players still couldn't help but break down upon seeing the scene. This drainage ditch was over 20 meters long, filled with countless rats. I'm only responsible for leading the way. Clearing them out is your job. The bandaged figure retreated to the back, his gaze indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. The players shivered in the cold wind, their eyes all focused on Long Yuan. At that moment, Long Yuan clearly became their only savior. Noticing these gazes, Long Yuan's face was filled with disgust. I took this task to advance the main storyline. I'm not here to save you useless people. The other players listened in silence, but Long Yuan remained still, and they didn't dare to move. Clearly, they all intended to drag this out. Perhaps realizing this, Long Yuan changed the subject. Unless you have something valuable on you? A thin, fair-skinned female player curled up there. But we are worthless just by being here. Then, the female player looked at her own body and turned to Long Yuan. Or do you have needs in that regard? I can help with that. Women? Ha, in a place like this, flesh is the cheapest. Long Yuan crossed his arms and shook his head with a cold smile. So, what do you want? A male player asked dumbly. Seeing he had them in a tight spot, Long Yuan clapped his hands and stated his purpose. Your blood still holds some value. He patted the knife at his waist. This kitchen knife needs fresh human blood every day to maintain it. If you take turns feeding this knife for a day, I'll complete this task for you. It's not much blood, just about 1,000 milliliters. A few people turned pale at once. 1,000 milliliters. For a robust person, losing 1,000 milliliters would be unbearable. Not to mention they were already malnourished, with some having not eaten for 3 days and showing signs of anemia. Wasn't this asking for their lives? At the back, Ji Yan looked at Long Yuan's smile and understood something. Human blood to nourish a weapon. Long Yuan had never had good intentions from the start. Due to the rules, players were prohibited from conflicting with each other in the apartment, and his knife needed fresh human blood to thrive. He couldn't kill or force them directly, so he could only use this task to indirectly coerce these players in dire straits to help him nourish the knife. Even advancing the main storyline might just be a secondary goal. This 1000 milliliters of blood was no different from a slow death. Ji Yan shook his head. These people were naive, hoping for a savior in this bizarre world. Long Yuan had survived for over 100 days, nearly clearing the dungeon. It was obvious he couldn't be a good person. Time is running out. You have no way out, but I do. I'd gain 60% favorability from the landlord. Even if I turned back to the apartment now, I'd only lose a bit of favorability, right? Long Yuan glanced back at the bandaged monster behind him. The bandaged monster replied, as a distinguished guest of the apartment, Mr. Long is naturally allowed this privilege. The players exchanged glances, filled with despair. Long Yuan spat out his gum, his eyes playful. He had survived in this bizarre world for so long. He understood human nature thoroughly. Only Ji Yan remained silent. He turned to the countless rats, drew his machete, and approached. A rat with red eyes saw Ji Yan coming and not only showed no fear but bared its fangs, ready to attack. Ji Yan was decisive. He stepped forward, raised his knife, and struck down, the blade piercing through, blood splattering. Asking for help? Ji Yan never asked for help. These rats were a plague. It was impossible to clear them one by one. Since Long Yuan had a way to complete the task, he must have other methods. As for what those methods were, his talent would surely reveal the answer. Wielding the machete, he quickly killed several rats, and soon, upon killing the seventh one, a familiar hidden information panel indeed popped up in Ji Yan's view. They are as troublesome and deadly as maggots. To drive them away, one must solve the root cause. Once the source is gone, the plague will disperse. The source? Ji Yan paused for a moment. Indeed, clearing them out one by one wouldn't work. But what was the source? Where was it? Ji Yan pondered, gripping the machete in reverse, and continued to kill. Whatever. Any questions, and the talent will answer him. The other players watched as Ji Yan stubbornly cleared the plague, shaking their heads. With thousands of them, how could he possibly clear them all? He had to solve it before dark, and there were at most 4 hours left. Simple-minded, Long Yuan scoffed, but he noticed the machete in Ji Yan's hand. That cursed machete from the vengeful wife of 702? How did this guy get his hands on it? Long Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had completed 70% of the tasks in the Scarlet Apartment, with the remaining 30% being tough nuts to crack. Among them was the task of 702. He had spent 2 days on it without success and had not invested any more effort. He never expected that this cursed item would be snatched up by other players. Long Yuan opened Ji Yan's main panel. It was so simple it could be described as bare walls. Survived in the game for 5 days? Long Yuan was astonished, then relieved. Looks like this newbie got lucky. That machete is mine now. Long Yuan smiled. Taking equipment from such a rookie was already a daily routine for him. He had plenty of ways to do it. Meanwhile, Ji Yan was unaware that his machete was being targeted, as he caught and killed one mutated rat after another. Almost every 5 rats, a hidden information panel popped up. Kid, don't waste your effort. It's impossible. How about we draw 1000 milliliters of blood together? After getting the task food, maybe resting for a few days will help you recover. Those players said this, but even they didn't believe it. Ji Yan seemed to hear none of it, focusing on killing rats to obtain hidden information. Kanjing, a type of disaster spirit, inherently carrying the plague, dwelling in the bizarre world without a fixed home, preferring to inhabit buildings with deep resentment, nourishing and expanding the plague by devouring vengeful souls, enhancing its own power. Got it. This should be the source spirit. Ji Yan's eyes lit up, and at that moment, he noticed the mutated rats suddenly rushing backward, as if attracted by something. In his line of sight, he saw a figure covered in filthy water slowly crawling out from the dirty sewage ditch. It was called a person, but it was actually a spirit. Once it crawled out, the surrounding mutated rats made way, dragging a large amount of dirty water to the corner of the apartment. It squatted down, digging with its hands, and began to eat voraciously. Under its strange feeding, the entire Scarlet Apartment began to shake violently. The massive building was enveloped in dark resentment, as if countless vengeful souls were wailing. In just a few minutes, the corner was eaten out by the Kanjing, creating a hole the size of a bowl. As soon as the hole appeared, the mutated rats rushed in one after another. Delicious, so tasty. Can't finish it, too delicious. The apartment building swayed precariously. The mutated rats that had entered were gnawing on anything they could find inside the apartment. Like termites, they seemed determined to hollow out the building. One stomp crushed a mutated rat into mush, and the resident of room 101, Megue, was the first to suffer, her eyes filled with disgust. Damn it! Not only is the rent in this apartment so high, but we can't even solve basic hygiene issues. So frustrating. Outside, Chung Fong was also howling in despair. Damn! Such a big rat, how come there are so many? Megue coldly told Chung Fong, don't let the rats into my room. If one gets in, you won't be staying here anymore. Chung Fong felt wronged, constantly grumbling, I have to do all the dirty work. I must have done something terrible in my past life. As time passed, more and more residents in the apartment voiced their grievances. The landlord was cleaning the hallway, listening to the complaints, snorting coldly, and transmitting to the outside of the apartment. Tell them to hurry up and clear the plague. If they can't clear it, don't come back. This apartment never lacks tenants, especially not these poor souls who can't even pay rent. The bandage ghost received the landlord's words and relayed them to the cleaning team. The cleaning team was already under great pressure, and upon hearing this, they finally compromised with Long Yuan. Brother Long, I'm willing to help you feed that knife. Please make your move quickly. I'm willing too. At least 1,000 milliliters can keep me alive. If I can't return to the apartment, I'm definitely doomed. I'd rather die from bloodletting than be devoured piece by the strange things in the fog. Long Yuan showed little reaction to their compromise, his gaze falling on Ji Yan not far away. There's still one more. The players hurriedly urged Ji Yan. Ji Yan shook the blood off his hands and glanced at Long Yuan indifferently. Why rely on him? These plagues were brought by that Kenjing ghost. If we deal with that ghost, the plague will naturally dissipate. Over there, the Kenjing ghost was gnawing at the apartment building, its originally frail body gradually swelling as it fed. Long Yuan unexpectedly smiled. You actually know about the Kenjing ghost? Indeed, once the Kenjing ghost is dead, the plague will disperse. But it's like a question laid out there. Everyone knows the answer is in the book, but how many can actually solve it? Long Yuan rested his hands behind his head. The Kenjing ghost requires at least a rare, quality ghost weapon to kill, and you need to understand its weaknesses. Among you here, who has that equipment, and who has that confidence? The players fell silent. A female player quietly spoke to Ji Yan, brother, for everyone's sake, you should compromise too. Yeah, look at your condition. A little blood won't kill you. We've been starving for days and have no objections. Hurry and agree. If he leaves, we're all done for. Don't let your selfishness ruin us all. The instinct for survival made several players take turns lecturing Ji Yan, some persuading, some pressuring. Just as Ji Yan was about to speak, Long Yuan suddenly changed his mind. I've changed my mind. He pointed at Ji Yan. You, on this basic condition, need to add one more thing. That machete belongs to me. Reason? Ji Yan retorted. No reason, I just find you unpleasant. If you agree, I'll save you. If you don't agree, I'll leave right now. Long Yuan directed all the contradictions at Ji Yan, pushing him to the forefront. In this situation, the other players were the most anxious. They would frantically increase the pressure on Ji Yan. If Long Yuan left, Ji Yan would be the sole sinner. So, no matter how harsh his conditions became, Ji Yan had no choice but to agree. Long Yuan had many ways to manipulate people's hearts. Ji Yan realized this. This guy was targeting him purely because he had his eyes on the machete in his hand. He looked at the hidden information he had obtained and suddenly thought of something. What if you can't kill that Kenjing ghost? Ji Yan asked. I've killed no less than 10 of these disaster ghosts in this instance. What do you think? Ji Yan replied. There are exceptions to everything. Long Yuan laughed in anger. If you can't kill it, this machete belongs to you. Deal. Seeing Ji Yan agree so readily, Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, wondering where this guy got his confidence from. Could it be that he noticed something special about the Kenjing ghost? Recalling his thoughts, Long Yuan stopped wasting words, drew the machete from his waist, and walked straight over. The other players, upon seeing this, showed evident joy on their faces. No one cared about this unnecessary bet, they just wanted to survive. In the end, Ji Yan watched calmly, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable brilliance. Over there, the Kenjing ghost was still gnawing at the corner of the apartment, its body gradually turning into a mound of flesh, and the gaping hole it had torn in the reinforced concrete was already as large as a basket. Strangely, blood was seeping from the concrete blocks it had ripped off. It seemed that the vast crimson apartment was built from mixed corpses. Stepping through the filthy water and garbage, Long Yuan walked up to it, shouted at the Kenjing ghost, which turned its head to look over, and the machete had already swung down. The swollen head of the Kenjing Gue fell to the ground, and Long Yuan crushed it underfoot. Then he turned around, shaking off the pus from the blade, and walked back. The entire process took no more than half a minute. The players were left dumbfounded. This was too simple and brutal, right? It was like chopping a watermelon. Long Yuan stared at Ji Yan, nonchalantly with a hint of mockery. Are you convinced after losing? These bizarre occurrences that didn't involve the dungeon had no backstory and wouldn't give rise to any resentment. Without these buffs, it was just a purely horrifying-looking animal. Once its head was chopped off, it was dead. What he had started saying was merely to scare these newbies. Only by creating a more desperate environment could one amplify the desire to survive. But Ji Yan pointed behind him, revealing a smile. Why don't you take a look behind you? Long Yuan turned to glance behind him, and in the next second, his expression froze. He saw that the Kenjingue's severed neck was gushing out a large amount of pitch-black blood, and in an instant, it grew its head back. Moreover, it became even more irritable, crazily destroying the apartment building. It hurts. It hurts. As the hole enlarged, many rats scurried into the apartment building. Not dead? Long Yuan's face was filled with shock, and then he noticed that the kitchen knife in his hand was being corroded little by that blood. Immediately, a warning panel popped up. Ding! Your strange item, butcher's knife, has suffered damage, toughness decreased by 30%, enchanted damage decreased by 55%. Warning! Your actions have caused losses to the apartment, and the residents are voicing their complaints. With a total of 12 strange residents' favorability towards you decreased by 7%. After the two warning panels appeared, Long Yuan's expression turned grim. Then he understood, looking at the Kenjingue. Damn it, this strange creature can't be a resident of the apartment, right? If this strange creature couldn't be killed, it meant there was resentment. With resentment, it definitely involved the backstory of the Scarlet Apartment dungeon. The most troublesome aspect of resentment creatures was that their resentment was endless, they simply couldn't die. Looking at the damaged kitchen knife, Long Yuan felt a pang of pain. He turned to the bandage gue and asked in a low voice, "What is the relationship between this strange creature and the apartment?" The bandage gue was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The original resident of the apartment was later expelled from the apartment. And then? You need to ask the landlord, old sir. The information that the bandage gue provided was only this one line. What bad luck! Long Yuan put away the kitchen knife and said to the administrator, "Tell the landlord that I can't eliminate this plague. I'm quitting." The bandage gue replied, "Because of your actions just now, you caused losses to the apartment, and the landlord is very unhappy." He said quitting is fine. You need to pay an extra month's rent as compensation. Long Yuan, a month? He glanced at the Kenjingue, his expression exceptionally grim, but ultimately he agreed. As an experienced player, he disliked dealing with these resentment creatures the most. Often, farming such creatures would waste a lot of energy and consume quite a bit of equipment. It was exhausting work. Just one chop had already reduced the favorability of so many strange residents. If he truly eliminated it, the benefits wouldn't even make up for the losses. What he hated the most was making a losing deal. If he had known this task would be like this, he wouldn't have come. He had overlooked a step. He forgot to interact with the landlord and accepted the task without understanding more information. Putting away the kitchen knife, Long Yuan turned to leave. When the players saw Long Yuan about to leave, they panicked. "You agreed, you can't leave. What will we do if you go? If it really comes to it, we can extend a few days and use blood to help you maintain the knife." Long Yuan snorted coldly, impatiently saying, "The knife is damaged, its quality has dropped. What do I need your blood for? What bad luck, stepping out today and getting into such a mess." He turned to leave but was stopped by Ji Yan's voice. "What about our deal? You lost, didn't you?" Long Yuan looked at Ji Yan and smiled. "Sure, as long as you can survive and get back to the apartment, you can take this rotten kitchen knife. You should think about how to survive the instance first." With that, Long Yuan disappeared into the mist. Ji Yan didn't press the issue. He could settle this account later. For now, he needed to focus on the task. After all the commotion, there were only a little over 2 hours left for the mission. Ignoring the players who looked like ghosts, Ji Yan walked forward and reached out to grab the piece of the head that Long Yuan had chopped off. This was his little scheme. The unknown dangers of the Kenjingue were numerous, and reaching out to touch it was too risky. So he agreed to Long Yuan's condition, wanting the other party to trigger the traps for him, giving himself a chance to activate his talent and gain more hidden information. From the very beginning, he had learned from the hidden information that this ghost harbored a heavy grudge. To complete the task, it had to be killed in one blow. How could Long Yuan have the chance to draw his sword? At this moment, having touched the Kenjingue, Ji Yan obtained more hidden information. Ding! Talent, Omniscient Understanding, successfully triggered. Player gains new hidden information. Kenjingue, former resident of Scarlet Apartment 102. Originally named Huang Shang, later expelled for serious violations of apartment rules, suffered from the bizarre gnawing of wandering souls in the thick fog, resulting in deep resentment, and returned to the apartment. Hint: the resentment is unending, the ghost lingers, undying and indestructible. To break the deadlock, one must find out where the resentment comes from. Ji Yan absorbed the information, frowning. There was quite a bit of information now. However, it was still not enough. He glanced at the swaying apartment building, then turned to look at the bandage ghost, trying to continue the interaction. However, the bandage ghost was like a human NPC. Apart from saying, it was once a resident of the apartment, later expelled, there was no second line of interaction. What a human-like machine. Ji Yan shook his head. Since there was no information from other interactions, he could only seek it from the main body. Ji Yan walked over, but after the Kenjing Gui was struck, the mutated rats became extremely agitated, not giving him a chance to get close at all. Huang Shang. Ji Yan could only shout his name from a distance. As a result, with that shout, the Kenjing Gui became even more agitated, destroying the corners of the walls more fiercely. Warning: your actions have caused further damage to the apartment, and the residents' favorability towards you has decreased. A total of 14 strange entities have developed hostility towards you. Ji Yan. His mouth twitched. Just shouting a name could provoke it? This Kenjing Gui was like a sensitive skin, untouchable and unshoutable. Any provocation accelerated the destruction of the apartment building. Was this task even playable? But then Ji Yan noticed something. The lines from the Kenjing Gui changed. Room 102 is my home. Although I have forgotten many things, I always remember that there is something very important about me in room 102. Let me in. Let me in. The Kenjing Gui, Huang Shang, emitted a hoarse voice, desperately gnawing at the walls of the apartment building, trying to burrow in, but his massive body was stuck. The voice was slurred but filled with pleading and unwillingness. Ji Yan's expression grew contemplative. It seemed that the source of this resentment was in room 102. To expel this ghostly entity, a hard approach would definitely not work. So what if he followed it, letting it find the source of its resentment? Ji Yan felt this method was feasible, at least better than a hard approach. He turned to the players who looked like they were waiting to die in the mist. Is anyone willing to help? Help with what? Long Yuan couldn't kill this ghost, let alone us. As soon as it gets provoked, it accelerates the destruction of the walls. There's no way to deal with it. Ji Yan shook his head. Help him get into the apartment. He's stuck there now. We need to help him break a hole. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. No, we came to clear out these rats. You actually want to help these things invade the apartment? The bandage monster, which had been monitoring the entire situation, stared oddly at Ji Yan. I know this is reckless, but it's the only way to complete the mission. Time was running out, and he needed a helper. But no one cared about Ji Yan. They all felt he was crazy. Seeing no one agreeing, Ji Yan shook his head, pulled out a nail hammer, and walked over, following the bandage monster to chisel at the corner of the apartment wall. The mutated rats beside the bandage monster, which had initially harbored hostility towards Ji Yan, scattered upon seeing his actions. Ding! Player has caused an error in game operation, damaging the instance map, provoking the displeasure of the strange residents. A total of 12 residents have developed hostility towards you. The warning panel popped up again. Ji Yan ignored it. He had no goodwill to begin with. Hostility was just hostility. He didn't care. Ji Yan gripped the strange nail hammer and swung it forcefully again and again. With each chunk of the wall he chiseled away, blood seeped out. This made Ji Yan's eyelids twitch, and he thought to himself that this apartment building hid quite a secret. Perhaps these blood-seeping walls were related to the main storyline. He's really gone mad. Does he want to die faster? The players behind him were sweating profusely. Even the bandage monster couldn't bear to watch and said to Ji Yan, "You're playing with fire." Ji Yan replied, "I have my own way of expelling them. As long as the mission time hasn't run out, I can do whatever I want. If I fail, I have no objections to whatever punishment you impose." The bandage monster did not stop him because Ji Yan was right, but it still sneered and said, "Destroying the apartment, angering the strange residents, harming the landlord's interests. Once the mission time is up, I can't even imagine how terrifying your punishment will be. That's a matter for later, don't disturb me while I'm working." Ji Yan shot back, provoking the bandage monster, which glared at him with anger and snorted coldly. With a loud crash, another chunk of the wall collapsed, not sending up dust but rather falling wetly, dripping with thick blood. It was broken. Ji Yan's eyes flickered. There was no surprise, no fear, only tension. The opening widened, and the massive body of the bandage monster was no longer restricted, easily sinking into the apartment building, with dirty water flowing chaotically in the first-floor corridor. The stench permeated every resident's room on the first floor. "It's really in." Ji Yan followed behind, and just as he crossed the wall, he faintly heard a torrent of curses from the strange residents. "Get out! Who the hell brought this filthy thing into the apartment? Disgusting! Whose brat is this?" Not only did he destroy the apartment walls, but he also brought in outside rats. "It's that brat from 404, the child of that dead drunkard. Whatever kind of father, that's what kind of child. Ding! Player has helped expel residents and illegally entered the apartment. 25 strange residents have developed hostility towards you, with 7 residents' hostility levels rising to 75%. After the mission ends, they will retaliate against you. The mess is getting bigger. Is there really any way to salvage this? Listening to the greetings echoing from all directions in the corridor, Ji Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath, breaking out in a cold sweat. On the 6th floor, the landlord, an old man, was puffing on his old pipe. He knew what was happening on the 1st floor but did not intervene. He muttered, "This kid, does he want to live by dying? He's really bold." The door to room 102 on the 1st floor opened. Chung Fong threw out 2 dead rats, his eyes filled with disgust. Is this instance infected with the plague? Looking up, he saw the broken hole in the corridor and the bandage monster dragging its massive body across the floor, dirty water flowing behind it. He shouted a traditional phrase, about to retreat back into his room, when he saw a familiar face. "Aren't you that Ji Yan? What are you doing there, patching the wall or expelling the plague?" Ji Yan glanced at Chung Fong and shook his head. "Neither. I helped break the wall, and I also helped bring the monster in." Chung Fong's mouth twitched. His first thought was, how could he have caused such a big mess? "No, you don't want to live in this instance. Don't drag us 1st floor players down with you. I could have slacked off today, but those damn rats almost worked me to death." Ji Yan put away the hammer and wiped the grime off his face. "I just want to survive, that's why I'm doing this." "You won't survive at all, brother. Now all the 1st floor residents want to tear you apart. Even the specter in my room has lost all her goodwill towards you. Those rats came in and chewed up her treasure, and now they're clamoring to drain you dry." Ji Yan didn't care. Chung Fong wanted to say something more but suddenly shut his mouth, turned around, and ran back to his little room, locking the door behind him. A foul stench wafted in. Ji Yan turned his head, and the severely swollen, grotesque face of the specter came close, staring at Ji Yan. "Why are you helping me?" Ji Yan replied, "I enjoy helping others, no reason needed." The specter didn't mind this flimsy excuse and turned to look down the corridor. "I've lost all my memories of this apartment. Can you help me find the little room I used to live in? I know the landlord will come down soon to drive me away. As long as I do what I want to do, I will leave on my own." Sure enough, this method works. Helping the vengeful specter fulfill her wish doesn't require violent expulsion. She will leave on her own, and those plague rats will naturally disperse. "I'll lead you." Ji Yan turned around to guide the specter. Just as he turned the corner, he saw a familiar figure. It was Long Yuan, who had just returned to the apartment. Their eyes met. Long Yuan looked stunned. "You, how could you be in the apartment?" Ji Yan didn't speak, but the specter following behind him provided the answer. Long Yuan immediately understood. "You actually brought this creepy thing into the apartment? You really must be tired of living. Even the gods can't save you now." Ji Yan coldly replied, "The gods won't save me. I'll save myself. Step aside." Long Yuan squinted, unwilling to get involved, and turned to walk upstairs. Standing in front of room 102, Ji Yan knocked on the door. No one answered. Looking at the dust on the doorknob, Ji Yan realized this room was unoccupied. The specter behind him stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and directly opened the door. Creak! The interior of the room surprised Ji Yan. Every inch was spotless, not even a speck of dust on a vase or a key tray. The floor was polished to a shine, clearly indicating someone lived there, yet the outside was covered in dust. As the specter barged in, dirty water splashed everywhere with each step, but the mutated rats did not follow, all gathering at the doorway. Back in her old home, the specter was exceptionally excited, carefully examining and touching everything inside. "Nothing has changed. This is my old home. But where is it?" Ji Yan stood behind, glancing at the clock on the wall. Less than an hour left until the task ends. If the specter doesn't leave the apartment with the plague within this hour, without the task penalty, those enraged bizarre residents would probably tear her apart first. "Ah, I just cleaned up, and now it's a mess. How did you get in here?" A girl walked in from the balcony. Looking at her spotless home, in the blink of an eye, it was filled with foul odors and dirty water splashing everywhere, feeling like the sky was falling. The drink in her hand fell to the floor. Ji Yan recognized that she was a player. Dressed well, with shiny hair and a round face, she held a plate of delicious meat, and even the drink that fell was freshly squeezed juice. Such abundant living conditions made Ji Yan momentarily stunned. He thought his survival conditions were superior compared to other players, but this girl with dyed hair was living the real life. The girl saw the specter, covered in dirty water and trash, walking around the house, her pale face showing shock. "What is this creepy thing? How did it get in? Don't move. Don't touch anything. Oh no, everything's dirty now, I'm doomed." After finally matching to such a comfortable dungeon environment, the thought of being eliminated and sent to the next, more terrifying dungeon pushed her to the brink of collapse. Ji Yan looked at her. Are you a fixed player in room 102? The female player remained silent, glaring at Ji Yan with eyes full of hatred. What have I done to offend you? Ji Yan understood what she meant and pointed at the Kanjing ghost, saying, complete the task, and you have no choice. Moreover, that ghost seems to be the original owner of this room 102. Bullshit, I live here. How could I not know who the owner of 102 is? $% hashtag. Ji Yan had no interest in listening to the ranting of the girl with dyed hair. He reached out to touch any conspicuous item in the room. It was like entering an information repository, with a continuous stream of hidden information popping up, all of which Ji Yan absorbed. After quickly browsing through this hidden information, his expression kept changing. In just 2 minutes, he finally unraveled the backstory between the Kanjing ghost and room 102. So it was like this. He raised his hand to interrupt the girl with dyed hair, asking back, how many days have you survived here? The girl with dyed hair glared at Ji Yan, speechless. If you want to continue surviving in this dungeon, answer my question. Ji Yan's expression was serious. The girl with dyed hair opened her mouth, ultimately having to say, I've survived for a month. Is there an invisible ghost giving you daily tasks, and where is it? How do you know? The girl with dyed hair's eyes widened. A month ago, she was transported from Blue Star to this dungeon, feeling as if the sky had fallen, but gradually, she found her living environment to be very safe and comfortable. Unlike other players, who had to go out every day to face various dangerous tasks, she only needed to stay inside the room, with her daily task being to clean the room thoroughly. Every corner of dust had to be cleaned. Then she would receive high-quality meals and even daily necessities. And so, the girl with dyed hair survived for a month. Compared to other players fighting for survival, she only needed to stay in room 102, playing the role of a caretaker, with the rest of her time being free. But today, her beautiful life was shattered by the intrusion of a person and a ghost. Where is it? Take me there. The girl with dyed hair turned towards a dormitory, pointing at a blood wall deep inside. My daily task is to receive it from this wall. The task shows that as long as I clean the room adequately every day, I won't be expelled. Ji Yan looked at the blood wall. At that moment, the Kanjing ghost wandering in room 102 also entered the dormitory, and upon seeing the wall, it became agitated, its voice trembling. I remember everything. Ji Yan said to the girl with dyed hair, go out, don't disturb the interaction between the father and daughter. The girl with dyed hair was stunned. Father and daughter? Once they finish their interaction, you can be safe, and my task will also be complete. Ji Yan glanced at the wall that was continuously oozing blood, left the room, and closed the door. Once outside, the girl with dyed hair was still dazed. Her mind was filled with questions, and before she could speak, Ji Yan coughed dryly and asked first, do you have something to drink? I only clean the things in this house. I don't have the right to use them. The girl with dyed hair pouted. Ji Yan looked at her and then at the drink in her hand. The girl with dyed hair hesitated, reluctantly handing it over. Don't drink it all at once. I've been saving this bottle of juice for 3 days. Ji Yan, however, unceremoniously gulped down a large mouthful. The girl with dyed hair gritted her teeth in anger. Can you finally speak? Ji Yan wiped the corner of his mouth. Let me tell you a story. Once, a father and daughter lived in an apartment, but later, because the father couldn't pay the rent, they were about to be evicted by the landlord. However, the environment outside the apartment was exceptionally dangerous, and being evicted would mean certain death. The father thought of a way to ensure that his daughter could live in the apartment forever. Can you guess what that way was? The girl with dyed hair was momentarily stunned, recalling the blood wall, and instantly felt a chill run down her spine. Father, did he wall the girl inside the wall? Yes, he exploited a bug in the apartment rules. No walls in the apartment can be moved, merging the body with the apartment. The landlord had no way to deal with it, and because of room 102, it became a haunted house, unable to be rented out. The daughter is inside the wall, although she can't move, at least she's still alive. After being kicked out of the apartment, the father was eroded by the dangerous outside environment, becoming a shadow of his former self, neither human nor ghost, and lost most of his memories. But he still retained one memory. He remembered that his home was in apartment 102 and that there was someone very important to him there. He forgot who this important person was, but clinging to this obsession, he lived on like a walking corpse, becoming a vengeful spirit, wandering in a perilous world. One day, he returned to this apartment, familiar memories were partially awakened, and then he frantically sought ways to enter the apartment. Ji Yan exhaled slightly. Looking at the girl with dyed hair, who was stunned by the story, he said, this is the background story of your room 102. A bit cliché. After hearing the background story, the girl with dyed hair fell silent for a moment, finally summarizing, whether it's cliché or not doesn't matter, the most important thing is to complete the task. Ji Yan was constantly aware of the time and listened to the movements in the room, feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, after more than 10 minutes of interaction, the door slowly opened. The strange figure emerged, its face covered by thick black hair, resembling a water ghost, making those who looked at it feel uneasy. The girl with dyed hair fearfully hid behind Ji Yan. "Thank you for seeing my daughter settle down here safely. My last wish has been fulfilled. I should leave now, I've caused you so much trouble." The strange figure spoke slowly to Ji Yan, the obsession that had tormented him finally coming to an end like a broken chain. Ji Yan sighed in relief, but then he thought of the huge hole in the wall and felt another wave of worry. How would this big hole be resolved? Who would fill it? The strange figure raised a hand, reached into its mouth, and pulled out a key from its throat, handing it to Ji Yan. "If you encounter trouble, use this key to open the door to room 801. That resident may not be easy to talk to, but perhaps, on account of my friendship, they might help you with some trouble." The strange figure's tone seemed uncertain, but he knew Ji Yan had risked offending all the residents of the apartment by forcibly breaking through the wall to let him in, creating quite a mess. He had to show his gratitude. The only compensation he could think of was this. Ji Yan's mouth twitched, and he bitterly smiled. "Brother, don't say perhaps. The residents on the 8th floor are all tough characters. If your face doesn't work, this isn't a reward, it's pure revenge." The strange figure rasped, "I know how difficult it is to survive in this apartment. I've done what I can. If you encounter trouble, you can also come to this room. My daughter will help you." After saying this, the strange figure walked towards the door, and the mice gathered at the doorway quickly scattered. Ji Yan held the key in his hand. A game notification sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, player, you have received an additional task reward, key to room 801. Note, the residents on the 8th floor have complex background stories and eccentric personalities. Can you guess whether the key in your hand is a blessing or a curse? Why does even the game notification sound so cryptic?" Ji Yan held the key, feeling it unusually hot. Louis Tong had previously mentioned that the announcement reported that there were currently only 4 residents on the 8th floor. As the highest floor of the apartment building, the rent was double that of the other residents, and many rules did not apply to that floor. Each resident had multiple background stories, and the triggered tasks were at least A+ level. Each one was comparable to a mini-boss in a dungeon. Ji Yan repeatedly fiddled with the key, hoping to trigger his talent, but still found no hidden information and had to give up. "What are you dawdling for? Get out!" The girl with dyed hair rolled up her sleeves and said to Ji Yan. Ji Yan came to his senses and apologized to the girl with dyed hair before hurriedly leaving the house. "What kind of person is this? In the end, I have nothing and still have to help clean up the mess," the girl with dyed hair complained. But the good thing was that she wasn't kicked out and could continue to hang around room 102 to survive. But then she received a summons from the blood wall and quickly entered the room. The blood seeping from the wall had increased. The modeled wall was alive with bloodstains, which finally coalesced into 2 words, "Thank you." Meanwhile, when Ji Yan returned to the corridor, the cunning spirit had already left, taking those intruding rats with it. But the first floor, after all this commotion, was a sight to behold. Dirty water and garbage were strewn across every corner, and the stench was unbearable. It left satisfied, but what about me? Looking at the huge mess in front of him, Ji Yan felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his head. Just as he finished speaking, a chill crept up from behind him. Ji Yan's heart skipped a beat. When he turned around, the landlord was already standing behind him. As the boss of this scenario, despite the old man's friendly appearance, there was always an indescribable pressure. It was like an abyss. The unseen depth was the most terrifying part. "Good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" The landlord squinted his eyes, and his smile was unsettling. Ji Yan paused. "Good news? The good news is that those annoying rats have left, so you can consider the task completed." Ji Yan showed no joy. "What about the bad news?" "The bad news is that you completed the task in the worst possible way. The benefits of the task can't compensate for the wall that was broken, nor for the mess on the first floor." This didn't make Ji Yan's expression change. He straightforwardly asked, "So how do I compensate?" The landlord chuckled. "You, a little brat who parasitizes in room 404 and can't even pay rent. What can you use to compensate?" Ji Yan shook his head. "If I can't fix this hole, old man, you wouldn't be wasting your breath here with me. Those first-floor residents who hate me to the bone are already taking it out on me." "It was you who stopped them," the landlord said, shaking his old pipe, somewhat surprised. "Heh, your brain is quite sharp, huh? I'll give you a nighttime task. If you complete it, I won't pursue the matter of the big hole in the wall." A nighttime task. The mortality rate was double that of daytime. Ji Yan tried to find an excuse, but isn't it a rule that all residents keep to a schedule at night? Why not switch it to daytime? This task can't be completed during the day. "You have a night patrol permit. You can't fool me, old man." You have two choices. The other one is that I throw you to those residents to deal with. What do you think, young man? Faced with the landlord's kind demeanor, Ji Yan smiled more bitterly than he would have cried, old man, do I really have a choice? The landlord patted Ji Yan's shoulder. Young man, I have high hopes for your abilities. We're all residents of the apartment. To maintain a good environment, we should all do our part, right? And don't feel indebted. If you do the task well, I'll personally give you a gift. The more amiable the landlord became, the less confidence Ji Yan felt, so he directly asked, old man, no beating around the bush, how many people have done this late-night job? So far, about 11. Are there any jobs available? Young man, what kind of question is that? The landlord shook his head and smiled, then continued, not many. Ji Yan was exhausted both physically and mentally. This life-threatening work just kept coming one after another. Was it that the heavens wanted to see if he was tough enough, or was someone pulling strings behind the scenes? If he remembered correctly, the initial task today was simply to deliver a sachet, and he could have wrapped up nicely and survived another day by slacking off. But just because he took an extra glance at the announcement in the hallway, it had turned into the current dire situation. It really echoed that saying, don't pick the beautiful flowers by the roadside. Be content. Compared to the other unlucky ones, at least you're still alive. Ji Yan knew the landlord was referring to the other players who had taken on the task and couldn't help but ask, what happened to them? The task failed, they were all used to patch the walls. So what was the task? Ji Yan asked in a low voice. You'll find out at midnight tonight, go back and rest early. As for these messes, I'll handle them for you. Generally, I have no interest in chatting with you this much. Whoever caused the trouble should be the one to fix it. But seeing that you're sharp and quick, I gave you this opportunity. The old man stroked his beard and slowly spoke. That guy named Long Yuan isn't that impressive. Why didn't you look for him? Ji Yan specifically mentioned Long Yuan. You can't compare to him. That kid made no mistakes and didn't owe any rent. Ji Yan suddenly understood. Got it. He has no little flaws to grab onto. I made a mistake, and you caught me red-handed. The landlord, clear. All right, go back. Don't be a nuisance here. The landlord lifted his smoking pipe and stepped aside. Ji Yan didn't continue the conversation. Talking too much with this dungeon boss might trigger some deadly task. Watching Ji Yan go upstairs, the landlord shook off the ash from his cigarette and shouted down the corridor, come out and get to work, quickly. It's almost dark. In the corridor, as the voice echoed, the walls on both sides began to twitch, revealing a series of pale eyeballs. As Ji Yan went upstairs, he confirmed that he had completed the announcement task, and the game notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the announcement task, helping the apartment resolve the gutter rat plague, and creating a good living environment. All residents have increased their favorability towards you by 5%. Ding! Because the player completed the task incorrectly, the first-floor residents collectively harbor 15% malice towards you. Announcement task reward, players room 404, next 7 days rent halved, and you receive a rare purple treasure chest. Congratulations, player, for collecting a piece of talent fragment. Talent upgrade progress is currently 1/3. Please keep up the good work and continue collecting. 2 more fragments needed? Ji Yan pouted. He felt like he had been tricked. This was never clearly stated at the beginning, misleading him to think 1 piece would suffice for an upgrade. Did this system also learn the trick of cutting a deal from Pinduoduo? If he gathered 3 pieces, would there be another progress bar? Ji Yan shook his head, and seeing the fluctuating favorability, he felt even more speechless. After volunteering for half a day for the apartment, not a single thank you, and he had offended quite a few residents. Ji Yan really couldn't figure out, since his method of completing the task was wrong, what better way was there? If he didn't let the cunning spirit in, he couldn't resolve his obsession and let him leave on his own. Forcibly driving him away wouldn't work either. But seeing the task rewards, Ji Yan at least felt a bit balanced. He wasn't in a hurry to open the treasure chest. He first returned to room 404 to report back to his grandmother. Upon returning to 404, just as he entered the door, he received a prompt. Congratulations, player, because you have the rent for the 404 room for 7 days, both mother and grandmother think you are a sensible and grown-up child, and their favorability towards you has increased by 20%. Ji Yan's eyes sparkled. In the living room, Louis Tong had returned early and was sitting at the dining table eating dinner. Seeing Ji Yan covered in dirt, to make a long story short, just consider me as having fallen into a ditch, Ji Yan said helplessly. By the way, it seems quite lively downstairs on the first floor. I heard someone say that some idiot, not knowing what they were doing, actually broke through the apartment building and made the first floor corridor a mess with dirty water. causing the strange residents on the first floor to be furious. I guess that poor soul must have met a terrible end. How can one person cause such a big mess? Ji-Yen was too exhausted to explain, took off his shirt, and walked towards the bathroom. After washing off the filth on his body, Ji-Yen knocked on his grandmother's door and walked in. "Grandma, the sachet has been delivered." The landlord accepted it. On the bed, his grandmother, wearing reading glasses, was knitting a sweater, looking kind and gentle. "That's good, but you've gotten yourself into quite a bit of trouble now." His grandmother didn't look up but was clearly aware of Ji-Yen's current situation. He had just crawled out of one pit of trouble and had fallen into another dug by the landlord. Ji-Yen forced a smile and said, "It's only right to do some volunteer work for the apartment. It's not a hassle." His grandmother chuckled softly and slowly said, "You're like a duck." Ji-Yen, huh? Boiled all over, but the beak is still hard. His grandmother put down her knitting and looked at Ji-Yen. "That landlord is very shrewd. He never makes a losing deal. Our apartment building seems solid, standing tall in this world, but in reality, it's full of holes. He will always find ways to make you outsiders fill those holes. The mess on the first floor, he smoothed it over for you, and you think you've gained something, but in reality, he's handed you an even worse mess. You shouldn't have looked at that notice." Ji-Yen remained silent. It was useless to say more now. "What kind of job did that old man give you?" "I don't know yet, just that it's after midnight." Upon hearing "after midnight," his grandmother shook her head. "That's a terrible job." Clearly, she knew but didn't say, and Ji-Yen tactfully didn't ask further. "All right, this is a sweater that I personally knitted for you, take a look." His grandmother handed him a sweater, a dark red turtleneck cardigan that didn't look shabby. Ji-Yen took it, and a hidden information box immediately popped up. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained a strange item, the sweater of white silk, which can resist 3 instances of fatal strange damage and enhance the player's mental value by 25%. The higher the mental value, the stronger the immunity to strange assimilation." Hidden information: when the sweater is damaged by 95%, it will trigger a backlash effect, causing a burning effect. Backlash effect? Ji-Yen raised his eyebrows. His grandmother continued, "This sweater has a little material added inside. If you encounter danger at night, the sweater will protect you, but the time is limited. Within that time, find a way to save yourself." This statement indirectly indicated that tonight's task would involve considerable danger. His grandmother had deliberately posed a riddle, but she didn't know that this little riddle had been thoroughly analyzed by the talent, all-knowing and all-understanding. "I understand. Then I'll head out first." Ji-Yen accepted his grandmother's extra reward and prepared to leave the room. Perhaps due to the accumulating affection, his grandmother reminded him again, "If you really can't shake off the trouble, find a way to run back home. Once you're inside, Grandma can help a little." "But not much. Thank you, Grandma." Ji-Yen nodded and exited the room. Ding! Player has completed the task assigned by Grandma for today. Currently, the affection level with this character has reached 45%. Congratulations! You have triggered the grandparent affection bonus. The strange grandma has developed a protective instinct towards you. Within the range of the 404 small house, if danger or threat appears, Grandma will take action to protect you. Please keep up the good work and develop more intimate relationships. Ding! You have received today's dinner from the strange grandma. She personally prepared a nutritious meal for you. Please collect the food in the kitchen. This is the benefit of having a good rapport, huh? Damn, I've survived a few days in the dungeon and only now am I truly enjoying this. Just thinking about it made Ji-Yen furious. It was all that damned nightmare food's fault, giving him a disastrous start. Even though the drunken old man had vanished, Ji-Yen still wanted to drag him out and give him a good scolding. Walking into the living room, Louis-Tong had already finished her meal, wiping her lips with a napkin, and asked Ji-Yen, "What about your dinner?" "In the kitchen." Ji-Yen entered the kitchen, where a steaming clay pot was sitting by the stove. He lifted the lid, and white steam billowed out, revealing a hot meat soup. Black chunks of meat rolled in the oily broth, and while it smelled good, its appearance was unsettling, making it hard to swallow. "Whatever, as long as it doesn't kill me," Ji-Yen thought as he carried it out of the kitchen. Louis-Tong looked at the pot of hot soup, her eyes widening slightly. "Want to share some?" Ji-Yen asked. "No, this is your special dinner. I shouldn't drink it. It might affect the weird grandma's rapport with you. But how did you manage this? I've completed 7 daily tasks with the weird grandma, and she never made me dinner. You've only interacted with the weird grandma for 1 day, it's unbelievable." Ji-Yen wasn't too surprised. He had reduced the rent for the 404 room by half for 7 days, so treating himself to dinner was reasonable. But thinking about tonight's unknown late-night task, Ji-Yen couldn't shake the feeling that the weird grandma was preparing a farewell meal for him. He quickly dismissed that thought. It was too ominous. Louis-Tong refused, and Ji-Yen didn't press further. Starving, he served himself a bowl and started eating. He had no idea what the black meat was. It was sour. Not bad, and it seemed to have been cooked for a long time, falling apart with a gentle bite. Ding! Reminder to the player, due to consuming a special nutritious meal, your body absorbs extra nutrients, and all status values are fully restored. Weird power plus 1 point. Weird power plus 1 point. Seeing the green information panel pop up, Ji-Yan's expression changed, and he immediately ate even more. After he finished, he didn't leave a drop of soup behind. Louis Tong sat beside him. Looks like you were really starving. Ji-Yan wiped his mouth, feeling the surge of strength in his body, and said, nutritious meals are for replenishment, how they taste is secondary. At that moment, Louis Tong suddenly remembered something, took a flashlight out of her pocket, and handed it to Ji-Yan. This is for you. Ji-Yan asked, what do I need this for? The weird mother entrusted me to give it to you. Don't ask me, I don't know either. You haven't even interacted with the weird mother, yet you managed to get equipment rewards from her. This is the first time I've seen this. Louis Tong was astonished. Clearly, at first, Ji-Yan was plagued by misfortune, but it seemed that after the weird father went offline, his bad luck had turned into good fortune? She just said to take it tonight. If you can't find your way home in the abyss, turn on the flashlight, and the path it illuminates will guide you back home. Louis Tong found this confusing. Ji-Yan, however, was deep in thought. Both the weird mother and the weird grandma had warned him to be careful at night. How dangerous could tonight's task be? He took the flashlight, and information about the equipment popped up, but there was no hidden information. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the equipment Wandering Soul's flashlight. Ji-Yan briefly checked it before tossing it into his toolbar. Thinking about it, the care the mother and grandma showed him was indeed excessive, but then again, having killed the weird father and reduced the rent, it was reasonable to trigger these protective rewards with the double rapport boost. Soon, the sky darkened. The players bustling in the apartment returned to their respective rooms. Ji-Yan lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep, not due to insomnia, but because he was too energized. Because of that pot of soup, all the status values are now full. Clearly, Grandma had long planned for this step. If players lack sleep, their status will significantly decline, leading to confusion, dizziness, and other issues that severely affect gameplay. Taking advantage of the free time, Ji-Yan opened the toolbar that had been set aside, along with the unopened treasure chest. Opening blind boxes is always exhilarating. He clicked to claim it, and the item popped up before his eyes. Successfully opened a rare purple treasure chest. Congratulations player for obtaining the cursed item, Coffin Nails X3. Rare quality, single use, description, nails that conceal blood-clad vengeful spirits, their value is self-evident, no further explanation. That's it, just 3 nails? Ji-Yan looked at the 3 rusty, finger-length nails in his palm and examined them slightly. Although they look like pure rusty iron nails picked up off the street, being rated as rare quality meant their lethality must be considerable. However, for such a large treasure chest to yield only 3 nails was somewhat disappointing and did not meet Ji-Yan's expectations. One more cursed item would mean one more sense of security. Ji-Yan was just an ordinary person, valuing his life and fearing death. Those risky operations for wealth were merely out of necessity. Continuing to rest in the room, he gradually heard the strange sounds of the NPCs refreshing at night outside. The door was knocked on again, and Ji-Yan ignored it. Until he heard the clock strike midnight, Ji-Yan opened his eyes, got out of bed, and took out the night patrol permit, wearing it on his chest. Ding! Cursed item activated, you have gained the privilege to go out at night. Before 3 a.m., you will be immune to all nighttime cursed entities' hostility. Note, this is just immunity, please do not actively provoke. The door continued to be knocked on, and Ji-Yan opened it. Outside the door lay a cursed entity without a lower body, dragging its bloodied waist, raising its half-rotten face, about to make a move. In the next second, however, it seemed to lose its target, its expression turning blank. Then, it silently turned around and went to knock on the door of the neighbor, Louis Tong. Ji-Yan blinked, turned, and walked towards the living room. In the deep night, the living room was still bustling. Shadows of terrifying, indistinct entities wandered like homeless, aimless souls in every corner of room 404. Ji-Yan, as a human, felt every hair on his body stand on end. But because of the badge on his chest, these nighttime entities seemed to be unable to see him, passing right by him. It's midnight, why hasn't the old man come yet? Ji-Yan thought to himself when the door was knocked on again. The next second, the nighttime entities in the living room scattered like startled mice upon hearing the noise. What scared them like this? Ji-Yan muttered, but he had a rough idea of who was outside the door. Sure enough, when he opened the door, there stood the old man in a white tangsuit in the corridor, one hand holding an old smoking pipe, and the other hand holding a birdcage. Inside, a parrot stared intently at Ji-Yan. Is the old man walking his bird at this hour? What a good mood, Ji Yan said perfunctorily, but inside, he was complaining. Who walks a bird after midnight? That's just plain crazy. Smooth talker. After saying that, he handed over an old-fashioned key. Go do your work. This is the key to the rooftop door. Ji Yan took the key, feeling confused. What am I supposed to do? There's a problem with the water tank on the apartment's rooftop. Recently, residents have been complaining about it, saying the tap water is dirty. You need to clean it up. As he spoke, the landlord's wrinkles relaxed, squeezing out a creepy smile. It's just that the water tank has some dirty stuff, you just need to clean it up. The task is very simple. The landlord patted Ji Yan's shoulder. Although Ji Yan tried hard to believe his words, both the smile and the undertones told him that this job was not simple and could definitely be deadly. Old man, you should stop smiling. The more you smile, the more anxious I get. Looking at the landlord's unsettling smile, Ji Yan couldn't help but speak up. Finish early, rest early. When you pass the 8th floor, don't linger, and don't run around. There are many places in this apartment that you, having just arrived a few days ago, cannot go to. Even if you wear that badge on your chest, to some residents, it's just for show, useless. The landlord didn't say much more, giving a few final instructions before turning to leave. Ji Yan held the key and left the room, rushing upstairs. The apartment at night not only had a more terrifying atmosphere, but many vague, eerie shadows wandered the corridors and stairways. These strange NPCs at night, if reasoned with, could trigger some tasks. If you completed them, they wouldn't make things difficult for you. Those with bad tempers wouldn't trigger tasks at all. After just a couple of interactions, they would open their mouths and attack. Therefore, players without nighttime privileges wouldn't dare to come out at night, even if they had 100 times the courage. Even those with privileges wouldn't dare to jump around recklessly. The privilege badge only worked on most of the strange entities. A small portion of the terrifying ones didn't care about these privilege settings. They were like overlooked virus Trojans. No protective mechanism in the apartment could trap them. Ji Yan left room 404 and hurried up the corridor, unwilling to linger on any floor. The corridor was also filled with many nighttime anomalies. Some even ignored the privilege badge and could interact with Ji Yan. Ji Yan ignored them, his mind only on reaching the rooftop from the 7th floor. The eerie shadows in the corridor were fewer, but various chilling sounds echoed. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the corridor was pitch black, utterly silent and eerie. Upon reflection, it seemed he had connections on both the 7th and 8th floors. Not to mention the person on the 8th floor, Enchanting on the 7th owed him a big favor, but he didn't know how much weight that carried in the apartment. Ji Yan had already made plans. If he encountered any insurmountable danger on the rooftop, he would run straight to Enchanting's room and throw the problem at her. But upon reaching the rooftop, he found the door was open. Who opened the door? Ji Yan looked at the unlocked door, unable to guess whether it was a player or a strange entity. He pulled out a hammer and cautiously stepped onto the rooftop. The top floor rooftop was cold and windy, biting to the bone. A crimson crescent moon hung high in the night sky. Ji Yan glanced around, and the next moment sensed a slight movement behind him. He turned sharply and accurately caught a flying brick. Looking up, he saw a girl with twin ponytails, her face pale with shock. Oh no, the ambush failed. Sister, let's run. Run from what? That's a player, not a strange entity. The girl with a single ponytail grabbed her sister, speaking irritably. Ji Yan crushed the brick in his hand and clapped his palms together. Looking at the two girls, he realized they were a pair of twins, dressed the same, only distinguishable by their hairstyles. You should be grateful I'm a player. If I were a strange entity, you wouldn't have a chance to run. The sister with a single ponytail said helplessly, Don't mind her, my sister is a bit simple-minded. She gets startled by everything. Ji Yan looked at the twin sisters and asked, So, you were also tricked by the landlord to handle the cleaning the water tank task? That's the task. But it wasn't triggered by the landlord, it was triggered by our strange family member in 705. The twin sister shook her head and replied. They were players living in 705, and their strange family member was a ghost that died in the bathroom, posing as their brother. Because he drowned in the bathroom, he was always submerged in a bathtub filled with water, like a fish, unable to leave the bathtub or the water. But in recent days, because the water quality from the faucet turned into thick black blood, the strange brother became increasingly irritable and started to darken. The twin sisters wanted to continue living safely in 705, so they had to resolve the water quality issue. Through the task, they obtained the rooftop key from the landlord, but when they came up during the day, they found no issues with the water tank, so they returned to check at midnight, and that was when they encountered Ji Yan. Ji Yan was taken aback. They also wore privilege badges on their chests and had a nighttime protection mechanism, which surprised Ji Yan a little. These sisters looked like game novices, yet they had privileges and were residents of the 7th floor. After checking their profile information, she found they had survived for 45 days. It seemed they truly had some skills. One couldn't judge by appearances alone. How is your task progressing? What issues have you encountered? Ji Yan glanced at the square water reservoir made of cement and asked. We didn't go over there, and we didn't dare to. It's too scary. The twin sister, Ting, hugged her head with both hands, her face flushed red from the cold and filled with terror. Scary? Ji Yan squinted her eyes. What did you see? The twin sister, Zhongyi, covered her sister's mouth, clearly more astute. Her gaze towards Ji Yan was somewhat wary. She spoke first. You said you were sent by the landlord. Do you have the rooftop key? Ji Yan straightforwardly tossed the key over. Seeing the key, Zhongyi finally relaxed. She said, we don't know what's in the reservoir. We heard it. Heard it? Before her sister could speak, the younger sister chimed in. Our talent is telepathy. In the instance, my sister and I can not only communicate through our thoughts but also hear strange voices during the tasks. An A-level talent, impressive, right? The younger sister's face was full of pride. The older sister smacked her on the head. You little brat, I'm begging you, shut your mouth. She was exasperated. How could one expose their talent right from the start? If it weren't for her older sister covering for her, this foolish younger sister would be a miracle to survive even a day in such a brutal instance. Ji Yan was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Being able to hear strange voices? That talent was quite useful. After surviving in the instance for so many days, they finally had a decent talent. Ji Yan pondered. It seemed the reason the water in the reservoir was dirty was mostly due to that strange entity. What did that entity say? It said it was a voice from the heart, but we couldn't hear it clearly at all. It sounded creepy, so we didn't dare to open the reservoir, thinking we should discuss a strategy first, and then you came up. The older sister shook her head. The younger sister squatted in the corner, covering her head with her hands, speaking with lingering fear. That entity is in great pain. It even cried out for help. Just as she finished speaking, the younger sister's expression suddenly changed. She tightly covered her ears and screamed, that entity is shouting again. It sounds so scary, so painful. I want to block out that entity's voice. Who will save me? The younger sister covered her ears, and the voice coming from the reservoir sounded like piercing static, stabbing her eardrums, making her head feel like it would split. The older sister also had one hand on her forehead, but she seemed to be in less pain. Although my sister and I have the same talent, the voices she hears are much stronger than mine. Ji Yan looked at the moss-covered reservoir and asked, what exactly did that entity say? The younger sister, still covering her head, replied, it said it's very cold inside, very stuffy, can't breathe. It's asking for help. Asking for help? So that entity was trapped inside. Who threw it in? Ji Yan pondered for a moment. You stay here. I will push open the cement slab of the reservoir and see if it will come out. After saying that, Ji Yan stood up and walked towards the reservoir. Perhaps due to the strange grandmother's black meat soup, which added 100 points of strangeness, the heavy cement slab, weighing hundreds of pounds, surprisingly moved like a wooden board with just a little effort from Ji Yan. The cement slab was pushed open to a gap the length of 1.5 arms. The next second, a strong stench and black gas surged out from the reservoir. Ji Yan stared into the pitch-black interior of the reservoir. She vaguely saw a pair of ghostly white eyes, staring intently at her. The next moment, a swollen, bubbling hand with dark greenish skin reached out and grabbed the edge. Don't be nervous, I'm here to save you. Ji Yan noticed that the other party didn't attack him immediately and tried to communicate. As long as he could lure this strange entity out, the water quality issue in the reservoir should be resolved. However, as soon as Ji Yan spoke, those pale white eyes turned cold with malice. Get lost. In the next second, that pitch-black hand lunged toward Ji Yan's neck. Prepared for this, Ji Yan swung his hammer down before the hand could touch him, striking it hard and tearing off a chunk of rotten flesh. The entity inside quickly withdrew its hand. What the hell? Asking for help but not letting anyone save you. Ji Yan frowned and complained as he looked at the piece of rotten flesh. His sister Zhongyi spoke up from behind. That entity only allows its father to save it. No one else can, his younger sister Ting added. It said this is a game of hide and seek. As long as dad hasn't found it, the game isn't over, and it hasn't lost yet. Hide and seek? Which room is it from? The two sisters shook their heads. It's already impressive that we can hear this information. It's been wailing like a banshee. Ji Yan's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of something and picked up the piece of rotten flesh. Immediately, omniscient understanding was triggered, and a hidden message popped up before him. That day, Dad played hide and seek with me. He said as long as he hasn't found me, the game can't end. So I listened to him and ran out of room 804, hiding in the reservoir on the rooftop. It's so cold and stuffy. Why hasn't Dad found me yet? Ji Yan's eyebrows twitched. Room 804, the resident on the 8th floor. he felt a headache coming on. The residents on the 8th floor were all tough characters, and he really didn't want to deal with them. However, his child had hidden in the rooftop reservoir and still hadn't been found. Was it carelessness, or was it intentional? Not wanting to think too deeply, at least now he had a target for the clue. Do you know where its father is? Sister Zhongyi, with her keen ears, caught Ji Yan's mumbling. Room 804. Ji Yan jumped down from the reservoir and tossed away the piece of rotten flesh. Are you coming with me? How did you get this information? His younger sister glanced at the disgusting piece of flesh and asked. Everyone has their own talents, right? What talent do you have? It sounds impressive. It's pretty useless, nothing to brag about. Ji Yan waved his hand, naturally not revealing anything. His younger sister's face turned red with anger. That's not fair, I told you everything. The older sister pulled the younger one behind her and said, Are you going to the 8th floor? But the residents on the 8th floor are. How about you go, and I'll stay here to keep watch? Ji Yan countered. The older sister smiled slightly. You should go, my sister and I will stay here. If we get any more information, we'll let you know when you come back. No worries, I have connections on the 8th floor. Ji Yan dusted off his clothes. The older sister was slightly surprised. You have a strategy for the residents on the 8th floor? What kind of connections? A life and death friendship. What do you think? He waved his hand, leaving that remark behind as he turned to leave the rooftop. As soon as Ji Yan left, the younger sister tugged at the older sister's hand. Sister, he's dealt with the strange residents on the 8th floor. Should we try to curry favor with him? The older sister shook her head. Whatever he says, you believe. Look at how stiff his smile is. He's just putting on a brave face. His profile information has only been up for less than 7 days. Is that possible? The 8th floor. As soon as he stepped onto this corridor, his vision was greatly obstructed. It was silent, not even the wandering night entities seemed to dare to tread on this floor. Ji Yan took out the flashlight he had obtained from the strange mother. The orange cold light pierced through the ink-like darkness. The 8th floor was exceptionally tidy, with no trash, no blood, and the floor was even covered with a red carpet. Following the door numbers, Ji Yan quickly found room 804. At the door, a little boy in a belly band squatted down, playing with a dead bird in his hands. When he saw Ji Yan approaching with a flashlight, he held up the dead bird and asked with a grin, Brother, this one's dead. What fun things do you have? Ji Yan glanced at the half-open door behind the strange child and asked, Are your parents home? The boy chuckled, He, if you give me something fun, I'll tell you. Ji Yan felt a bit troubled. The only things he had on him were 3 coffin nails and an eyeball he had taken from the 7th floor's ghostly trickster. Just as he was thinking, the half-open door swung open. A white-haired woman in pajamas stepped out and picked up the child. She glanced at Ji Yan, her eyes cold and disdainful, like a rat rummaging through a stinking gutter. Good son, you've forgotten what mommy said again. Don't talk to those downstairs, they're filthy all over. You're mommy's treasure, so clean, don't let them pollute you. Ji Yan. But the strange child was not pleased. Mommy, I don't have any toys to play with. This brother has a lot of fun things. I want them. The strange mother paused, looking somewhat helpless. Ji Yan seized the opportunity to speak. Sister, I'm looking for you. The strange mother interrupted, slightly bending her proud figure, revealing a large expanse of pale skin from her v-neck. Calling me sister, your mouth is quite sweet. Where do you live? Ji Yan could only answer first, 4th floor. Oh, an outsider on the 4th floor. The strange mother then asked, Is this your first time on the 8th floor? Ji Yan hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. The strange mother elongated her O, and her smile suddenly turned meaningful. So, that means you have no background here on the 8th floor? Ji Yan's heart sank, immediately sensing something was off. Just as he was about to react, the strange mother's eyes, which had been smiling a moment ago, turned cold and arrogant, and one hand had already gripped Ji Yan's neck. It felt as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had caught his throat, and Ji Yan's whole body turned cold and numb. The strange mother licked her bright red tongue against her lips. What a fine skin you have. Daring to come to the 8th floor alone at night, who gave you the courage? As she spoke, her slender fingers fell to her chest, her brightly manicured nails sharp as a scalpel. As her nails grazed down, Ji Yan felt as if his chest was being sliced open, blood red flooding his vision. But he heard a tearing sound. He wasn't injured, but his sweater had been ripped open. Oh, this sweater looks a bit familiar. You're the grandson of that old lady from 404. The strange mother looked at the frayed threads hanging from her sharp nails, her crimson lips curling up. Mommy, quickly catch him and turn him into a toy. I want a new toy. The strange child was unusually excited. Ji Yan tore off the privilege badge from his chest. This belongs to the landlord. Before he could finish, the badge was snatched away and crushed into pieces. The strange mother smiled mockingly. This thing is useful to those tenants downstairs, but to me, it's just a worthless token. You don't think having this will let you run wild in the apartment, do you? Ji Yan didn't expect the residents of the 8th floor to be so unreasonable. Not only was the knight privilege badge useless, but they also didn't need a legitimate reason to act against players, they just needed a mood. And something felt very wrong. The strange mother's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just for chatting a bit with her child, it shouldn't warrant such heavy malice. If I've offended you, I'll leave. Now that you want to run, I'm afraid it's too late. You say this sweater, how good can its quality be? The strange mother's nails grew sharper and longer, waving in the air like bloodied blades unsheathed. This was knitted by my grandmother herself. If she knew it was ruined, she would probably come to demand an explanation from you. Scaring me with that old lady won't work. Let her stand on this floor and see if she dares to speak. What I mean is, can I trade this treasure for a life? Ji Yan took out the so-called treasure from his toolbar and handed it to her, his eyes filled with a desperate desire to survive. Take a look? The outstretched palm opened, revealing a long, rust-covered nail in the center. Before the other party could react in confusion, the nail shot out violently. Ji Yan gathered all his strength, and with the aid of a strange force, it pierced the opponent's throat, sinking in half an inch. As if activated, the coffin nail released a black mist, glowing as if it were red hot, sizzling and burning flesh and blood. The strange mother let out a piercing scream. Ji Yan turned and ran. The other party had no intention of letting him go, so he wouldn't hold back either. The strange child was frightened, crying loudly. The strange mother's neck could not contain the thick black blood that flowed out. Her nails clutched the coffin nail and yanked it out forcefully. Shut up, or I'll smash your mouth. Go back to your room. The strange mother twisted her grotesque face and glared at the strange child, who was so scared that he stopped crying and fearfully crawled back inside. You filthy rat, dare to play tricks on me? Can you escape? The strange mother crushed the coffin nail in her hand, her hair rapidly growing, turning as pale as snow, her face completely losing its human semblance, darting out at a terrifying speed. On the other side, Ji Yan was holding his mother's flashlight, quickly running down the stairs. He heard frantic screams coming from the hallway and dared not slow his pace. Running down to the 7th floor, Ji Yan rushed towards the end of the corridor without a moment's hesitation. Bang bang bang! The door to room 702 was knocked on, and Ji Yan shouted, Mr. Lu, open the door quickly. The door opened a crack. Lu Nianqing revealed half of his face. I have a bad feeling. You knocking on my door at this hour is probably not good news. Ji Yan was panting. Let me in first. Help! A resident is trying to kill me. Don't you know? So many residents die every month, most of them from wandering around at night. You don't sleep at night. Do you like seeking thrills? Though he said this, Lu Nianqing still opened the door. Who did you provoke? I'll help you this once, but after that, we're even. After closing the door, Lu Nianqing turned to look at the disheveled Ji Yan. Ji Yan listened to the commotion outside, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke, the resident upstairs. Upon hearing the 8th floor, Lu Nianqing's face darkened. You said you wouldn't help anyone except the landlord. Lu Nianqing's mouth twitched, and he could only grit his teeth and ask, who did you provoke? I swear, I was just passing by, and that brat's mother wanted to kill me. I was just as confused. Ji Yan tried to portray himself as innocent. The family in 804? That family has a terrible temper. Lu Nianqing squinted. That woman wouldn't suddenly want to kill you for no reason. You must have done something. Just as he finished speaking, the door behind him visibly rotted. Lu, hand that kid over. I have no time to deal with you. Lu Nianqing paused, then spoke lightly. I don't understand what you're saying. Tell your kid to stop playing marbles upstairs. It's too noisy at night. There was a moment of silence outside, then the strange mother's gloomy voice came in. What? Are you going to protect that little mouse? You can barely pay your rent, a pitiful widower who can't even feed himself, and you still want to be someone else's support? That brat made a hole in my neck. You can't protect him. Crack crack. A mass of white hair seeped through the rotten door, spreading around the floor, about to break in. Lu Nianqing rubbed his forehead, feeling quite helpless. He asked Ji Yan, do you have a machete? I do. Let me borrow it. Ji Yan didn't waste words, took out the machete, and handed it over. Gripping the machete, Lu Nianqing turned and thrust it straight at a spot on the door. A strange sound came from outside, and immediately, the white hair that had entered retreated like startled birds. When the machete was pulled back, a few drops of black blood clung to the blade. Lu Nianqing tossed it back to Ji Yan and called out to the outside, stop screeching like a shrew out there. My house is empty. If the neighbors see, and the rumors reach your sensitive husband's ears, he might think I've been unfaithful to him. The voice of the eerie mother outside was almost gritting her teeth. Lu Nianqing, if you insist on sticking your nose in, then take your time playing. I can't deal with you, but when my hot-tempered partner comes, let's see if you can still act tough. But commotion outside gradually faded away. The decayed door suddenly restored its original appearance in the blink of an eye. Lu Nianqing shook his head and turned to pour himself a glass of water at the table. Ji Yan didn't expect Lu Nianqing to really confront the resident on the 8th floor head-on and directly chase him back. This favor still held some weight. Mr. Lu, thank you. Lu Nianqing replied indifferently, now we're even. How did you provoke that white-haired woman to such madness? I'm not asking, nor am I interested. You can go now, I need to rest. I want to drink some water before I leave. Ji Yan still wanted to linger a bit, just in case the woman was waiting outside. Lu Nianqing shook his head, that won't do. You can't stay even a moment longer, hurry and leave. So urgent? Lu Nianqing stopped pretending. No kidding, if you stay any longer, that woman's husband will be coming down soon. I can't block that madman with this door. I've returned the favor, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, so get lost. One moment, Ji Yan was praising Lu Nianqing for being decent, and the next, he was ruthlessly kicked out of the apartment. That woman's husband is unreasonable, and the axe is yours, so that stab counts against you. If you want to live, run back to 404, maybe your 2 family members can save you, but it's probably still a long shot. It's not dawn yet, and the landlord won't care about this, just hope for the best. The door slammed shut, leaving behind Lu Nianqing's few words that scattered in the cold wind. Ji Yan patted the flashlight in his hand, the light flickering. The blood on the tip of the axe that had injured the eerie mother clung like glue, impossible to shake off, and it emitted a strong metallic smell. Because he was holding the axe, the talent information panel triggered, and several lines of blood-red text appeared. The lingering smell of blood will attract that eerie mother's husband in 10 minutes. He is a dead-eyed eerie, blind but exceptionally fierce, with a keen sense of smell. The way home is not a path of self-rescue. Only by going up a level can there be a way to survive. So, how will you save yourself? Ji Yan wondered if it was because he had completed a piece of talent fragment. Omniscient understanding had now become much easier to trigger. Moreover, the hidden information obtained also guided Ji Yan on how to survive. The talent is hinting that running back to the 404 eerie family won't save me, not to mention the goodwill of grandmother and mother, whether they would risk their lives for me. Dealing with the eerie on the 4th floor against the eerie on the 8th floor is already tough enough. Ji Yan looked at the axe in his hand, murmuring to himself, only by going up a level can there be a way to survive. The talent was suggesting that the owner of 801 could save him? With only 10 minutes, Ji Yan couldn't afford to think too much. He turned and walked towards the stairwell. Everything must be tried. After all, he had helped that stubborn eerie resolve its obsession. He couldn't harm himself, right? Returning to the stairwell, Ji Yan suddenly stopped because the talent panel popped up again. In the dark, a pair of eyes is drooling over your axe. He has set a trap in the stairwell, and many passing players have stumbled here. Did you not notice that an extra step has appeared in the stairwell? This seems like a trap, but it also looks like a rare opportunity to rid yourself of the hot potato in your hand. Dark eyes? A player from the game? Looking at the second hint that couldn't be more obvious, and then at the axe in his hand, Ji Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He continued upward, unprepared, stepping onto that extra step. In the next moment, there was a crack as the step collapsed, and Ji Yan's right foot was sucked in by something invisible. Then, a pair of eyes opened beneath the steps, and a pair of corpse-stained hands reached up along Ji Yan's feet. A hoarse voice sounded, "Kid, you really walk carelessly, you broke my leg, didn't you see? So, how are you going to compensate?" Ji Yan's lips curled slightly. How could there be such a scam in this bizarre world? "Old lady, what are you doing sticking your foot out in the hallway?" The scammer ignored him. "What I do is none of your business, pay up. What treasures do you have on you? Show me, and I'll let you go." Ji Yan looked a bit pained. The hands grew bolder, extending toward his groin. "If you don't make a choice, I'll make one for you, and I'll take this treasure of yours." Reflexively, Ji Yan swung the machete in his hand, stabbing it into the dark scammer beneath his feet. As soon as the machete pierced, it suddenly slipped from his grip as if it were being absorbed. In the next moment, the scammer darted away like a loach, snatching the machete and quickly escaping. Ji Yan was momentarily stunned, then shouted loudly, "Damn it, my knife!" Confirming that the other party had stolen his knife, Ji Yan stopped shouting, sighed in relief, clapped his hands, and turned to continue upstairs. On the other side, the scammer emerged from the hallway, tearing open a layer of dark, corpse-like skin, revealing a blonde male player. He held the machete, his eyes filled with excitement. "This knife is a treasure. Another fruitful night." He then walked into a room. "Dragon brother, I just stripped a treasure. Take a look at the quality." Long Yuan, who was still engaged in a night mission, turned his head upon hearing this. "What is it?" Then he saw the machete, and his expression changed slightly. "This knife looks familiar. Who did you steal it from?" Just a fool, scared him a bit, and he dropped the knife immediately. With that mindset, he dares to come out at night to do missions. The blonde laughed, handing over the knife. full of pride. Long Yuan held it in his palm and immediately recognized it as the strange weapon that Ji Yan had, his brows furrowing tightly. "Dragon brother, do you know him?" the blonde asked, observing his expression. Long Yuan shook his head, carefully examining the machete. Glancing at the food on the dining table, the blonde's mouth watered. He had survived 44 days in this instance, relying on his B-level talent, golden cicada escaping its shell, impersonating the bazaar at night to trick and rob other players' equipment for survival. Some decent equipment would be traded with Long Yuan for food. At this moment, the blonde was full of anticipation. After being hungry for 2 days, he was relying on this to get a meal. "Can I trade it for 3 loaves of bread?" "Deal." The blonde nodded without hesitation. But then, Long Yuan noticed the bloodstains on the knife's tip. The stains wouldn't wipe off, and the smell was extremely strong. Long Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. Where did this blood come from? In the next moment, he realized something, his expression changing, and he threw the machete back to the blonde. "Take the knife and get lost." The blonde, holding the knife, asked blankly, "What's wrong?" "A knife that costs lives is also used to harm me. 10 seconds, disappear from my house." Long Yuan's face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. The blonde was so frightened by Long Yuan that his hair stood on end. He could only hold the machete and reluctantly turned to leave. But as he turned, he noticed the door at the entrance starting to rot, a severely decayed hand twisting the doorknob. "I smell the knife that wounded my wife here. It won't matter where you hide." Outside the door, the husband of room 804, with dead eyes, had already blocked the entrance. Long Yuan cursed, "Damn it, what an unexpected disaster." He grabbed the blonde by the hair, scolding, "Fool, you got tricked by that kid and dragged me into this. You take the blame." The terrified and confused blonde had no idea what was happening. On the other side, Ji Yan was very clear that losing the machete was just a temporary measure. The reason that the strange mother had such murderous intent toward him was that she had caught the scent of the strange being from the rooftop on him. From the information gathered, one can roughly guess. Initially, this family played a game with their daughter, making her hide in the rooftop water tank. Unsurprisingly, that concrete slab was placed there by the parents. They never intended for their daughter to come out alive. As for why they wanted to kill their own daughter, that remains unknown for now. Trying to get this family to voluntarily retrieve their daughter from the water tank is a dead end. They might even be hunted down to keep quiet. The sinister mother, who seems intent on killing her own, appears to be injured by her own coffin nail, but in reality, she is covering up her cruel crime against her daughter. At this moment, the only one who can help is a resident of 801. It's all up to Huang Shang's face, whether it works or not. Ji Yan held the key that King Jingui had given him, murmuring as he inserted the key into the lock of room 801. Click! The door lock turned, and the door slowly opened. Inside room 801, the temperature was terrifyingly low, as if entering an ice cave. Ji Yan shivered uncontrollably. "Hello, is anyone there?" He tried to call out, but no one responded. Ji Yan could only walk into the living room, where he found a rocking chair that was gently swaying, with no one lying on it. Next to the television, an old radio played melodious music. An invisible ghost? Ji Yan's expression shifted slightly. He tried calling out to the chair a couple of times, but there was no response. The next moment, he felt a strange sensation on his back, followed by a pleasant yet chilling voice in his ear. "Where did you get the key in your hand?" The voice made Ji Yan's hair stand on end, and his right hand opened uncontrollably, the key floating in midair. Soon after, Ji Yan's 5 fingers began to stretch wider. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. "You have one chance to answer." Watching his fingers about to be broken, Ji Yan couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, are all the ghosts on the 8th floor crazy?" They all jumped to action without saying 2 words. His lips trembled as Ji Yan spoke. "Huang Shang from 102 gave it to me." "Oh, I see. But unfortunately, time's up." Crack and even sound of breaking, all 5 fingers bent towards the back of his hand, the bones fracturing. Looking at his completely deformed palm, Ji Yan felt breathless, his mind going blank in an instant. Only one thought remained. His hand was ruined. However, this terrifying feeling lasted only a few seconds before Ji Yan's mind became hazy. When he focused again, his right hand was intact, still tightly gripping the key. A woman's giggle echoed in his ear, "Just playing with you. Look at you scared. The bottom isn't wet, right?" Ji Yan wanted to curse, but it got stuck in his throat. The chill beside him disappeared, and the rocking chair continued to sway. "Huang Shang, wasn't he driven out of the apartment? How could he still give you the key?" Ji Yan could only recount the whole incident again. After hearing it, the invisible female ghost seemed to find something amusing, laughing uncontrollably, breaking walls. "You really are brave. That old landlord must be furious. And yet you're still alive and kicking, what a miracle." Ji Yan whispered, "Not dead, just still useful. Otherwise, I wouldn't be running around in this dangerous place on the 8th floor at night." The rocking chair continued to creak, the sound grating on the ears. So, what mess are you in? Ji Yan rubbed his nose. A little trouble. The family in 804 has some grievances. After saying this, the invisible female ghost in the rocking chair appeared in Ji Yan's view, wearing a pure white dress, her black hair cascading down, her face as flawless as white jade. Ji Yan was momentarily stunned. The looks of the resident in 801 were not inferior to those of the charming ghost on the first floor, just a bit too pale. 804? That family is quite fierce, especially that aunt, like a shrew. Huang Shang's little kindness was just when I couldn't afford the rent and borrowed a bit from him. Later, when I went back, that guy even added interest. This isn't even considered a favor. That key was just something I mortgaged to him. I forgot to take it back. The woman in the white dress slightly raised her eyes and said plainly. Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's hope dimmed significantly. Damn, this favor really is cheap. How could Huang Shang have the nerve to say he would repay me? However, I used to have a pretty good relationship with her daughter in the apartment. I actually liked that girl. It's a pity she ended up with such a tragic father, bricked up in the wall by his own father, unable to go anywhere. Huang Shang thought that leaving his daughter in the apartment was protecting her. Little did he know, this self-righteous greatness was merely torturing his own daughter. Ji Yan listened without commenting. Back at that wall, he could indeed feel the pain of the one bricked inside. Remembering the blood seeping from the wall during the chiseling, he had boldly speculated. Could the entire Crimson apartment have been built with that strange flesh and blood? Perhaps that was the reason the apartment stood firm in the bizarre world. But Ji Yan didn't dwell on it. It likely involved the main plot, and he didn't want to get entangled. So, Huang Shang's favor is useless. But for the sake of his daughter, I can help you. But you need to agree to one request of mine. Ji Yan didn't rush to agree. What request? I haven't thought it through yet. I'll find you once I do. Ji Yan pondered for a moment and decisively shook his head. Then I'll find a way myself. Sorry for the disturbance. He couldn't agree. The beings on the 8th floor were not to be trifled with. Tonight's task was already a mess caused by the landlord's old man. Now to agree to another being, it would be endless, patching one wall after another. It's already too late. That dead-eyed being has discovered your little trick of drawing the tiger away from the mountain and is coming upstairs. In 5 minutes, my door will be knocked on. So, only I can save you now. The woman in the white dress propped her chin on her jade hand, looking at Ji Yan with a half-smile. Ji Yan frowned, keenly sensing something. You've been secretly observing me? You've been wandering on the 8th floor for so long, and that old lady was screaming so loudly, even I, no matter how deaf, could hear it. The being in the rooftop water tank is their daughter. They know their daughter is trapped inside, turned into an ugly vengeful being, yet they won't rescue her, and even want to kill you helpers. Do you know why? Ji Yan asked. Why? Their daughter has been tainted by something unclean. You can think of it as having a serious illness. If she stays in 804, not only will they be expelled, but they will also be infected by their daughter, turning into something that is neither human nor ghost. Moreover, the daughter is not even their biological child, just a foster one. So the parents came up with this clever plan. If they can't get rid of her, they would trick her into the water tank, not only avoiding infection but also escaping the landlord's scrutiny and the apartment's rules. But they still underestimated their daughter's illness, which could even infect the apartment's water quality. So, once they know you're here for their daughter, they will do everything to kill you. 1. They worry their innocent daughter will learn the truth, climb out of the water tank, and continue to haunt them. 2. They fear the landlord, who can't get to the rooftop, will find out that the culprits behind the water quality infection are the two of them, and they will definitely be expelled from the apartment. The woman in the white dress gently brushed her black hair and turned to Ji Yan. Do you understand? Ji Yan's face was filled with shock. Finally, he took a deep breath and retorted, how do you know all this so clearly? This little gossip, how could I not know? I love to hear gossip. It's just that I usually keep silent, not wanting to stir up trouble. Every household on the 8th floor has its own dramatic gossip. The woman in the white dress chuckled eerily, her exquisite features under the moonlight leaving onlookers in a daze. The thought that she could discern every movement between the 7th and 8th floors without ever stepping outside sent a shiver down Ji Yan's spine. What exactly was this strange being? After listening to the woman in white, Ji Yan furrowed his brow and said, so, this task was impossible from the very beginning. The woman in white rose from her chaise, her graceful figure bathed in the hazy moonlight, dreamlike and captivating. Not necessarily. She leaned closer to Ji Yan, her pale, stunning face drawing near, her red lips curling into a smile. I have a way, but it's quite risky, a bit self-destructive. Let's see if you dare to do it. Seeing the malicious smile spreading across her cheeks, Ji Yan replied, I've already done plenty of self-destructive things. If it works, then great. It's actually quite simple. Use the emperor to command the lords. I know that couple well. they'll definitely explode. But, well, you'll have to play the villain. Ji Yan's eyes flickered as he immediately understood. Although it felt a bit far-fetched, it seemed to be the only effective method at the moment. No problem. I've been a villain for quite some time now. A few minutes later, the door in the foyer opened silently. The strange couple from 804 followed the scent and found their way here. In the dimly lit foyer, two eerie figures scanned the room before settling on the woman in white on the chaise. Miss Bai, do you enjoy all the commotion? Flipping through a book, Miss Bai smiled faintly. I just like to watch the excitement. When have I ever joined in? The eerie mother's face was twisted, the gash on her neck glaringly obvious. That boy's scent is right in your room. You've hidden him. The eerie father was exceptionally tall, his head wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his eyes two gory holes. That boy hurt my wife, Miss Bai, you shouldn't get involved. We're neighbors on the same floor, let's not make things too tense. He's just a rat from outside. You wouldn't help outsiders and not help your own, would you? The eerie couple was notorious for their arrogance in the Crimson apartment, yet, they still held some fear of Miss Bai from 801. After all, this woman had moved directly into the most ferocious room, 801, and had remained unscathed until now, indicating she was not to be trifled with. If you don't believe me, go look for yourselves. But you know, I have many tenants in 801, they have worse tempers than you do, so keep it down. Miss Bai continued to flip through her books, her gaze never lifting. The eerie couple's expressions grew awkward, they were wary of room 801, but ultimately steeled themselves to come in and search for the boy. On the other side, to mask his scent, Ji Yan donned the Scissorhands human skin mask, assuming the identity of a strange tenant. He made his way directly to room 804. Although the mask's effect only lasted about 10 minutes, it was enough for him to snoop around. The bone spikes of the human skin mask pierced his cheek, adhering tightly as if it had grown onto Ji Yan's face. The nauseating smell of blood filled his nostrils, making him feel quite uncomfortable. The door to 804 was left ajar. In the foyer, the eerie child squatted there, playing with two shriveled heads the size of coconuts. Hey kid, how about I take you to a fun place? Ji Yan said, trying to sound friendly as he stared at the child's torn, bloody face. The eerie child looked at Ji Yan's face, eyes filled with wonder. Uncle, your face is so pretty. Can you take it off and put it on a little ball? The child held a shriveled head, their all-black eye sockets innocent and naive. You come with me first, and when we get there, I'll take it off for you. The child tilted their head. I want it now. Be good. Uncle will take you to a place where there are plenty of these balls. Ji Yan reached out to pat the round little head. Don't say it, the creepy child, aside from looking a bit unsettling, is actually quite adorable. Indeed, the cuteness of childhood knows no species. But in the next moment, Ji Yan dismissed this thought. The eerie child, small as they were, grabbed Ji Yan's hand and grinned with a chilling smile. I don't want to go. Daddy said not to believe anything strangers say. As soon as I cry, Daddy will come right away. And when he comes, he'll help me peel off your face. Whatever I want, he will give me. He loves me the most. As they spoke, the eerie child opened their mouth and began to wail like a doll. Don't cry, Uncle will give you this treasure. You'll definitely like it. What is it? The eerie child thought they had frightened Ji Yan, but in the next second, Ji Yan pulled out a hammer and swung it with all his might at the child's head. With one blow, the child didn't faint. Instead, they hugged their head and cried even louder. Ji Yan swung again, enjoying the sound of crying. The most annoying thing is a brat. Cracks spread across the child's head, and after 2 hits, the eerie child fell into a deep sleep, and a game panel popped up. Player uses a strange tool to deal damage to the eerie child, losing 75 health points. Strange tool, hammer, enhances resilience by 20 points. Ji Yan put away the hammer, he couldn't hit anymore. If the eerie child died, the plan would fall apart. Ji Yan grabbed the eerie child and ran towards the corridor. But because the eerie child was still crying, the eerie couple in room 804 immediately sensed something. Unable to find Ji Yan in the room, they quickly understood what was happening. They glared at Miss Bai with fury, their terrifying aura seeming to want to tear her apart. Bitch, are you playing us with that stinky rat? Miss Bai continued to elegantly flip through her book, immersed in it, and casually replied, I'm reading in my own home, and you barged in, searching my place. You can't find anyone, yet you turn around and blame me. Isn't it excessive? Shouldn't I be the one getting angry? Miss Bai closed her book and looked at the eerie couple, her tear-mole eyes glinting coldly. The eerie couple gritted their teeth but dared not explode. They could only leave quickly to find their precious son. On the rooftop, by the water tank, the twin sisters looked at Ji Yan, who had finally returned, and quickly asked, what happened? Did that creepy couple come? Ji Yan shook his head. The parents didn't come. I brought their child. He held the unconscious eerie child in his hand. The younger sister asked blankly, why did you bring their child up? The older sister's expression changed. Are you crazy? This will make them go dark. That was a resident of the 8th floor. This is the most direct and effective way to get them up here. Ji Yan walked over and pushed open the cement cover of the water tank, revealing a dark interior, where a pair of pale eyes opened, filled with intense resentment. You dare come? Clearly, Ji Yan's earlier hammer blow had left a grudge. Don't be angry, I brought a family member up for you to see who it is. After saying that, Ji Yan tossed the eerie child into the water tank and directly covered it with the cement slab. He jumped down, clapped his hands, and turned to the stunned twin sisters, saying, "All right, the task is complete." The older sister was dumbfounded. Wait, you knocked the kid out and tossed him in, and that's it for the task? Ji Yan looked at the time and said, "Don't rush, just wait." Wait for what? Wait for that dark and eerie couple from 804 to come up and tear us apart. The twin sisters. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Ji Yan waved his hand, leaned against the water tank, and said to the sisters, "You just need to watch the show with me here." The older sister, Zhong, couldn't help but ask, "Did you cause that injury on the eerie child's forehead?" "Yes. With the nighttime apartment rules invalid, what do we use to block 2 dark and eerie residents from the 8th floor?" Ji Yan smiled without answering. What a madman. "Sister, come with me." Zhong pulled Zhongting to turn and leave, but as she turned her head, the sisters' faces changed dramatically. Their talents were triggered, and they heard the hysterical roar in the hallway. The darkened couple had already gone upstairs. It's over. The elder sister, Zhong, turned pale. The younger sister also heard it, fearfully gripping her sister's wrist. "Sister, they're so fierce." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the stainless steel door in the distance burst open, a thick, eerie atmosphere spreading. The darkened couple emerged with blood-red eyes, stepping out onto the rooftop. The stainless steel door quickly oxidized, covered in rust, and the painted walls rapidly cracked and weathered. "You dead rat, you took our child? Don't worry, that woman in 801 can't save you either. Hand over our child, and we can make your death a bit more merciful." Compared to the twin sisters, who looked ashen, Ji Yan's expression remained relatively calm as he suppressed his wildly beating heart. He knew he was also taking a gamble. Now, it all depended on whether throwing the eerie child into the reservoir would trigger the chemical reaction he anticipated. "I didn't take your child. I just took your child to a fun place, and then I let him play with his sister, whom he has never met." As soon as Ji Yan finished speaking, the eerie couple's eyes visibly bulged with rage, becoming even more terrifying. A red warning panel even popped up in front of the twin sisters and Ji Yan. Warning: players' actions have caused the eerie residence to darken by 90%, facing life-threatening danger. Please find a way to escape. The eerie couple approached step by step, their darkened state resembling 2 grotesque creatures devoid of humanity from nuclear radiation. Ji Yan ignored the warning panel, leaning against the reservoir, suddenly feeling a sticky sensation on his back. Turning his head, he discovered black pus flowing down the walls of the reservoir. Looking up, he found the reservoir seemed full, with a large amount of black dirty water surging out. A pair of swollen black hands gripped the cement cover, slowly crawling out a figure with matted hair. She resembled a mutated spider, crawling out slowly, holding the still unconscious eerie child. The approaching eerie couple halted, staring at the drowned eerie above Ji Yan, their daughter whom they had killed with their own hands. The originally terrifying rage gradually transformed into fear. Ji Yan dared not move, allowing the puddles of pus to drip onto his head. His heart had never raced so fast, because the eerie above him was the most spine-chilling sensation he had felt since entering the instance. "Daddy, Mommy, are you coming up?" "Shishi, I've been playing hide-and-seek seriously, but Daddy and Mommy, you've taken too long to find me." "You don't know. It's so cold in there, all water." I curled up in the corner, waiting and waiting. I feel both happy and scared. Happy because when you find me, you'll definitely praise how well I hid. Scared because I'm afraid you forgot to come find me. A hand rested on his shoulder. That hand felt like it was covered in burning hot tar, black and sticky, still emitting steam. Ji Yan held his breath. His body tensed involuntarily. "But this brother told me that this is my little brother." "I don't believe it, but I smell your scent on this little brother. Every corner is your scent." "But why? I didn't know about this little brother. Where did he come from?" By the end, the eerie daughter's voice turned into a hysterical roar. The sticky liquid on her body evaporated, causing Ji Yan's eardrums to ache. The eerie parents looked at their daughter's terrifying eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. The scene they feared the most had finally appeared. Their gaze focused on the culprit, Ji Yan. "I will tear you apart, you damned rat." The mother eerie completely broke down, recklessly lunging at Ji Yan. But in an instant, she was caught by the eerie daughter, pressed to the floor. The floor quickly sank like mud, and the eerie daughter's dark, sticky face leaned in. "Mommy, why are you angry? Is it because this brother is right? Is this really my brother? You abandoned me, giving all your love to the newborn brother, right? What did I do wrong? Why did you trick me into playing hide and seek? Why did you make me hide in that cold, dark box? The strange daughter's hands caressed the strange mother's face, repeatedly murmuring, repeatedly asking. The strange mother no longer concealed her feelings, howling hysterically, "You bastard, let my son go. What right do you have to receive our love? Because of your ominous curse, you turned us into something neither human nor ghost, and almost got us kicked out of the apartment. Do you think we brought you back from outside for what reason? It was for the rent. To meet the conditions of 804, a family of 3 moving in. You were just a despicable substitute for my son. If we had known about your curse from the beginning, we should have thrown you in the stinking gutter to be gnawed clean by those rats." The strange mother vented, her words laced with disgust, murderous intent, and curses. The strange daughter listened, but gradually calmed down. A pair of small, dark hands gently stroked her mother's cheek. "How could that be? Mom, you're just saying that out of anger. You used to love me the most. Your love can only be for me. Everything you have is mine." As she spoke, her gentle fingers pierced into the eye sockets, crushing the eyeballs. Her hands were like red-hot irons, melting the skin, tearing apart the facial bones. Under the strange mother's piercing scream, with a gentle twist, the head split open like a grapefruit. The scream abruptly stopped. The strange daughter lowered her forehead, her cheek pressed against the torn head, feeling the blood plasma flowing and the warmth radiating. "Mom, you're so warm." She hasn't been this close to Mom for a long time. "It's really so cold inside. You truly are the best mom in the world." Watching the horrifying and disgusting scene before him, Ji-Yen felt as if his eyeballs had been reborn. After surviving for so many days, he thought he had become immune to blood, disgust, and terror. But now he just wanted to say, he had been overly confident. He could even clearly smell the temperature and scent emanating from the brain matter. The strange daughter held the fragments of her mother's head, her eyes brimming with happiness. As for the twin sisters beside her, the younger sister had long fainted. The older sister was also struggling to hold back her churning stomach, trying not to vomit. Over there, the strange father looked at his dead wife, his mad daughter, and his unconscious son, at the shattered family. He did not go mad. Instead, cold sweat dripped down, and he turned his head like a crazed wild bull, charging recklessly into the hallway. The strange father rushed into the hallway and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ji-Yen turned to look and found that only the torn body of the strange mother remained on the ground, and the strange daughter was nowhere to be seen. What kind of strange daughter is this, so fierce? Ji-Yen felt a chill run down his back. Just a moment ago, he felt as if his head had been split open. The older sister, Zhong-Yi, held her unconscious younger sister, her face also losing much of its color. "Is this your way?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This was too insane. It was simply reckless. Ji-Yen saw the look in her eyes, stood up, and forced himself to calm down as he wiped the slime off his shoulder. "Yes, although there are some deviations, everything is still under control." Zhong-Yi glanced down. "You should pat your legs first, you're shaking so much." "I just sat too long and got numb." Ji-Yen coughed twice. He turned and jumped onto the water tank, opened the flashlight, and peered through the stone slab inside. After a moment, he covered the stone slab again. Jumping down, he clapped his hands. With this, the problem with the water tank should be resolved. Probably after dawn, the households affected by the contaminated water will calm down. As for that family in 804, Zhong-Yi hesitated. The issues of that family of 3 will resolve themselves. What do we outsiders have to meddle in? I'm just happy to help, letting a pair of parents find their long-lost daughter. Sister Zhong-Yi really couldn't stand Ji-Yan's slick tongue any longer and simply shut her mouth. That bizarre mother who had just broken down and turned dark could have torn him apart in a second, yet he still had the nerve to say something like that. She felt a bit of admiration. The task is resolved. If there's nothing else, I'll go report to the landlord. Ji-Yan let out a sigh of relief. Tonight had been quite a hassle. The only thing he regretted was losing a machete. Footsteps came from the entrance, and Ji-Yan's foot, which had just stepped forward, halted again, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that bizarre father circling back to settle the score? Then, he saw the girl in the white dress from 801 walk out, her exquisite face still wearing that incongruous smile. "So, how about my method? Very effective, right?" Ji-Yan was somewhat stunned because that crazy girl was currently nestled in her arms, either unconscious or asleep. "What about her father and that brat?" Ji-Yan asked. The girl in the white dress replied, "Torn apart by this little girl, what else could happen?" Ji-Yan looked at the sleeping Shishi. Although the girl's fate had nothing to do with him, he still asked, "So what will happen to her?" "This girl has a good relationship with me. It's quite pitiful. I'll take care of her from now on. Although the rent will go up, who can blame me for being kind-hearted and unable to bear seeing such a suffering child?" The girl in the white dress gently stroked Shishi's soft hair, her smile faint. But Ji-Yan always sensed that her words and that smile carried a hint of deception. Without further inquiry, Ji-Yan nodded, simply bidding farewell to the twin sisters before heading downstairs. "Don't forget, you still owe me a favor," the girl in the white dress said softly, her smile bright. "My name is Suxin. I live in 801. One day when I've thought it through, I'll come find you." Ji Yan felt a headache coming on. This really seemed endless, climbing out of one pit only to jump into another. Upon reflection, it seemed he had been played by this woman. Although it was his proposed solution that delayed that couple of bizarre parents, he was the one who executed it and fought hard. If he died, she wouldn't lose anything. If he escaped, he would owe her a favor. The key was that he had no choice, couldn't back out, and couldn't even reason with her. Watching Ji Yan leave the rooftop, hesitating to speak, Suxin turned around, her beautiful eyes landing on the twin sisters. Her red lips curled up. "Well done." Sister Zhongyi met her gaze, and after a moment, she understood. "You have your sights set on him. You let us get involved in the reservoir pollution just to get close to him." Suxin smiled. "Pretty smart. I'm starting to wonder if the younger sister gave all her intelligence to the elder." Sister Zhongyi didn't respond. As long as the task was completed, she only cared about her sister. But she was very clear. It would be difficult for the prey targeted by this 801 landlord to escape. She just didn't know what it was about this Ji Yan that caught her attention. "What an unlucky person," Zhongyi murmured as she hugged her sister. On the other side, Ji Yan reached the first floor of the apartment. In the lobby, the landlord was lying in a rattan chair, gently rocking back and forth, with a birdcage hanging nearby. Inside, a white and yellow parrot was staring at Ji Yan, mimicking human speech. "Big fool, big fool, the big fool is here." Ji Yan's face darkened slightly. He said to the landlord, "Old man, the reservoir task is resolved." The landlord, eyes closed, waved his old fan gently. "I knew I didn't misjudge you. You work diligently and efficiently. Whether it's the drainage outside the apartment or the reservoir on the rooftop, your cleaning efficiency exceeded my expectations." Ji Yan forced a smile. He thought, could it be that I'm going to be awarded a model cleaner prize? However, your handling method is still so terrible. The landlord shook his head, giving a compliment and then a jab. Ji Yan's face grew even darker, secretly cursing. "It's a job where you could die 9 times out of 10. Being alive is already good enough, and you still care about whether I'm satisfied? You shouldn't be in contact with that woman from room 801. That woman is full of trouble. Once you get involved, it's hard to shake off." The landlord shook his legs, speaking slowly. Ji Yan knew he was referring to that personal favor, opened his mouth, and finally could only say, "Let's take it one step at a time. Do you really think she's so kind, helping you clean up those matters? The one who truly killed the family in room 804 wasn't their daughter, but that woman. That family should be in her room 801 by now, almost eaten up." Ji Yan was taken aback. "Eaten? Room 801 is the most dangerous room in the apartment. Do you think she's the only tenant in that room? Head, naive little brat. That woman often borrows others' knives to kill the tenants in the apartment, and then reaps the rewards, feeding the original tenants in her room. That's how the rent comes about." Upon hearing this, Ji Yan asked the question he had always wanted to ask. What exactly is the rent for the apartment? All the bizarre tenants of the Scarlet apartment, in order not to be driven away, tried every means to pay the rent. But for Ji Yan, the rent was always a huge question mark. The landlord was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "When you were digging the wall, didn't you see those blood-soaked walls?" "I did. That's the rent." Ji Yan was even more confused. The old landlord opened his eyes, his murky gaze glancing sideways at Ji Yan. "Paying rent is to ensure that this apartment can stand firm in this world, and the flesh and blood of them is the best material for building the walls. If the tenants want to live inside, they must pay rent. The more tenants there are, the stronger the apartment becomes, and so it cycles." Ji Yan thought of the sachet his grandmother had given him. How could that be considered rent? "That sachet is purely very important to me, so I let that old woman sew it up, treating it as 3 days' rent. My sachet isn't something just anyone can mend, only your grandmother has that skill." The landlord sat up, patted his back, picked up the birdcage, and said to Ji Yan, "It's getting late, you should go back and rest. You've had a tiring night too. Just a reminder, you should cut ties with that woman in room 801 as soon as possible, you can't handle it." Ji Yan smiled bitterly. He wanted to cut ties too, but this wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few words. As the landlord's hunched figure disappeared down the corridor, the notification sound of the game echoed in Ji Yan's mind. "Congratulations, player, for completing the landlord's assigned task and successfully eliminating the source of pollution in the reservoir. Reward, 5 days of ordinary food. Increased 20 points of eerie power. Gained 220 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player, for collecting a piece of talent fragment. You successfully resolved the water quality pollution issue, maintaining a good environment in the apartment, gaining a total of 9 tenants 5% favorability. The landlord is very appreciative of your abilities, increasing favorability by 2%. 2%? After doing 2 things for the dungeon boss, I only got 2 points of favorability. It seems that trying to win over this old man is harder than winning over the school beauty. Yuan casually complained and closed the information panel. But hearing that he had collected a piece of talent fragment, Yuan felt that the hard work of the night wasn't entirely in vain. It was now 3:30 in the morning. After all this time, Yuan's previously excited state finally showed signs of fatigue, and he began to feel sleepy. Rubbing his eyes, Yuan didn't linger and headed back to room 404 to rest. In the corridor, Yuan stepped on the stairs, briefly checking the information panel for tonight's gains. But soon, Yuan noticed something was off. These stairs, why are they so long? He looked at the wall and realized that after walking for so long, he was still in the corridor on the 2nd floor. What's going on? Is it a ghost wall? Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong. He continued to walk up, and after turning the corner of the corridor, he found himself still on the 2nd floor. Knowing that there was a trickster toying with him, Yuan helplessly spoke out in the hallway. Which brother is it? I'm just going upstairs. Haven't provoked you, right? There was no response. Yuan's expression turned cold as he pulled out a second coffin nail. There's a limit to bullying people. My politeness doesn't mean I'm a soft persimmon. At that moment, a glass bottle rolled down from above the hallway, tumbling down the steps until it shattered at Yuan's feet, spilling liquor across the floor. A fat man, dressed in a short shirt, with greasy hair and an extremely disheveled appearance, squatted above, gnawing on a chicken leg, and mumbled to Yuan, "You broke my delivery wine. Do you know how precious that wine is?" Yuan found it somewhat amusing. "It rolled to my feet and broke itself. What does that have to do with me?" Upon hearing this, the fat man's face, covered in rolls of flesh, immediately turned cold. His eyes filled with arrogance. "All I know is that my wine is broken, and the bottle is right at your feet." Yuan narrowed his eyes, clearly aware that the other party was targeting him, using an absurd excuse to provoke him. In the apartment late at night, the rules had completely broken down, and the bazaar could act recklessly against players. However, given that Yuan wore a privilege badge on his chest, the other party simply found a flimsy reason to stir trouble. Yuan shrugged. It was useless to say more as the other party approached him, so he straightforwardly asked, "What do you want me to compensate you for?" Although he said this, he tightened his grip on the coffin nail. When encountering these tricksters, there was no need for nonsense, just seize the opportunity to give them a nail. If you're going to talk, then talk. What do you need that nail for? Is this your attitude for an apology? The fat man swallowed the food in his mouth and sneered. The next second, the entire hallway shook violently, and the steps slid like a slide. Yuan stumbled, and his right hand was grabbed, the coffin nail in his palm falling into the fat man's grasp. Yuan was roughly pressed against the wall, and the fat man held the coffin nail as if it were a red-hot iron, quickly letting go. "Where did you get this nail? It's so fierce." The fat man was startled. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he got pricked by that nail. Yuan's face turned icy. He sensed something was off. Other bizarre entities, no matter how fierce, wouldn't deliberately target him. But this guy in front of him wasn't even seeking any benefit, he simply wanted his life. This collision revealed hidden information before his eyes. Yuan glanced at it, his eyes narrowing. "You glaring at me? You broke my wine and still dare to glare at me?" The fat man's squinted eyes glimmered with cold light. One hand grabbed Yuan's abdomen, but the next second, it was bounced back by his sweater, ripping apart with a sound. "You've got quite a few treasures on you, rat. But it seems like your sweater is almost torn apart too." The fat man grinned, revealing yellow teeth, his eyes full of mockery, as he forcefully grabbed the sweater and began to tear it. Under the erosion of his bizarre power, the sweater continued to rip. Eventually, it was completely torn apart. Once the sweater was ripped, the damage reached 95%, immediately triggering a backlash effect. Bloodlight seeped from the sweater, and the fat man's hands were instantly burned, flesh rotting and steam rising. Yuan was waiting for this opportunity. One hand took out the hammer while the other quickly picked up the coffin nail from the ground, aiming it at the fat man's forehead, and with a forceful strike, he hit it. Ding! The sound of metal clashing. The coffin nail pierced through the fat man's forehead. A piercing scream echoed throughout the hallway. "I said before, being polite doesn't mean I'm a soft persimmon. You didn't want me to compensate, so here's a nail for your drinking money." Yuan raised the hammer again, intending to drive the coffin nail completely into the fat man's forehead. But just as he lifted it, his wrist felt as if it were entangled by something, and a cement-covered bizarre entity emerged from the wall, directly pulling Yuan into the wall. As the cement bazaar dragged Yuan inside, it mocked the fat man. "Lu Feng, you almost got killed by a little brat. Aren't you ashamed? Kid, as for why we want to deal with you, go over there and reflect on who you've offended. Ji Yan was gradually pulled into the wall. He could clearly feel the cement pressing against his body. The fat on the ground clutched its broken head, afraid to pull out the red-hot coffin nail, glaring at Ji Yan with bloodshot eyes. I want to crush this rat's head. Ji Yan's face twitched, cursing silently. Just as the fat was about to pounce, a hunched figure appeared behind it. Ah, my grandson made a mistake. Why not just have the parents settle it? Why make things difficult for a child? He's still so young. He doesn't understand anything. Ji Yan was taken aback. The fat paused, instinctively turning its head. In the next moment, a thin, corpse-stained hand reached out and pressed down on the coffin nail. The nail sank into the fat's head. It was like a branding iron dropping into foam. The fat didn't even scream as its head split open, the brain inside melting into a pool of blood. The hefty body collapsed on the steps. Looking at the fat with its head split open, Ji Yan was stunned. He turned to the hunched grandmother and couldn't help but take a deep breath. How could Grandma be here? Grandma, what are you doing here? Grandma didn't answer, her silver hair framing a kindly face, her squinting eyes shifting to the wall behind Ji Yan. The wall loosened, and Ji Yan's body was pushed out as if swallowed, while the cement immediately chose to flee. Grandma chuckled softly, her hands, marked by the passage of time, pinching a silver needle. With a gentle stroke on the wall, the solid wall seemed to be cut open like fabric, her palm leaving delicate, transparent lines that tugged in the air. As the silver thread penetrated deep into the wall, the cement hiding within was easily pulled out. It was a fully naked creature, covered in cement, now crouching on the ground in panic, trembling as it looked at Grandma. Lupa, I didn't know this was your grandson. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to touch him. It was all Lu Fatty who urged me on. Let me go, and I promise to take good care of your grandson in the future. Grandma, however, chuckled hoarsely. You actually knew this was my grandson, you just didn't expect me to come out. There are others behind you, you only have one chance to say who it is. Grandma's hands rested on her hunched back, her voice soft yet terrifying enough to scare the cement into submission. Ji Yan suddenly spoke up. Grandma, no need to interrogate. I know who it is. Good. Grandma didn't ask further, her fingertips gently twisting in the air. The pleading cement had a line of blood split open on its forehead, and in the next moment, its entire surface was torn apart like orange peel. The skinned body rolled down the hallway. Grandma picked up the bloody skin, nodding slightly. The quality is barely acceptable. I can weave a figurine for my good granddaughter. Saying this, she placed the bloody skin into a cloth bag hanging at her waist. Ji Yan watched from behind, cold sweat breaking out. Wow, our grandma is too strong. Wait, why did Grandma come out of room 404? Logically, with less than half the favorability needed for the current strategy, it shouldn't have warranted the strange grandma coming to save him. Grandma, how did you come here? Grandma tightened the bag's opening, holding it in her hand, looking at Ji Yan, and slowly smiled. I'm getting old, I can't sleep at night, so I came out for some fresh air. I planned to go to the first floor to feed some stray cats, but I didn't expect to find my grandson being bullied. Ji Yan looked at the two strange corpses, worried. If they're dead, will there be any trouble? These two are bugs from the residential apartment. Squashing them won't affect anything. Residential, Ji Yan had heard Louis Tong mention it. This kind of strange creature has no home of its own and can only live in the corners of apartments like parasites by doing some rough work for the landlord, paying that little value. The status is very low, even more despicable than many players. Generally, these parasitic spirits only dare to use intimidation tactics to deceive players out of their equipment, rarely threatening their lives, mainly fearing the strange family behind them settling the score. But these two spirits aimed to kill Ji Yan from the very beginning. This is a bit suspicious. Do you know who is behind them? The strange grandmother asked. Someone named Long Yuan. The hidden information that popped up earlier informed Ji Yan of the answer. The grandmother let out an "oh," her wrinkled face showing a slight change in expression. Do you know him, Grandma? He's the beloved grandson of old Wang from 703. That whole family treats him like a treasure. But I don't like that kid, he's too slick, the strange grandmother said slowly. This also indicated that Long Yuan had not attempted to manipulate his own grandmother. Although she knew it was Long Yuan who was behind it, the grandmother merely expressed her dislike and showed no intention of standing up for Ji Yan. Clearly, she was also unwilling to have a feud with the spirits on the 7th floor. Ji Yan found this normal. After all, the grandmother was just a spirit living on the 4th floor. Dealing with the spirits on the 7th floor would likely be quite difficult, and it was already impressive that she could save herself. Ji Yan was just puzzled. After a few sharp words with this guy, he was intent on killing him. This mindset was no different from Dong Chu. Ji Yan really didn't want to suffer this silent loss, but thinking of this guy's max-level equipment and experience, he ultimately let it go. Go back and rest. You must be tired tonight. Be careful when that woman looks for you tomorrow, none of her intentions are good. After giving this instruction, the strange grandmother continued downstairs. Ji Yan knew that the woman referred to was the strange mother. Realizing this was a heads-up about who would assign the driver task tomorrow. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship really knows no boundaries, he muttered, returning to room 404. On the other side, Long Yuan returned to his room. His expression was equally gloomy as he looked at the broken machete in his hand, filled with hatred for Ji Yan. To deal with the entanglement of the spirit father from 804, he had been through a lot and was quite furious. What a clever little trick. I'll remember you, Ji Yan. Morning. The white mist was hazy. Ji Yan got up on time. With less than 3 hours of sleep, he was in a somewhat poor state. When he stepped out of his room, Louis-Tone was already having breakfast at the dining table. Even in this strange world, Louis-Tone gave off the vibe of a punctual 996 worker, clocking in, taking breaks, and getting up on time, very laid back. Out again last night? I can tell by your state. Louis-Tone had even learned to ask and answer herself. Ji Yan was speechless. Louis-Tone's gaze was as if she were looking at a colleague who had rolled up work over there. But the truth was, this whirlwind was not something he wanted to stir up. Just like what the grandmother said last night, as soon as the time came, a call from his mother echoed in the room. Mother is the easiest to talk to among the three spirits, and since she already has a good impression of you, Louis-Tone habitually comforted Ji Yan, but halfway through, she suddenly realized that the living conditions of the other party were much better than her own, feeling a pang of sadness, and she stopped speaking. After knocking twice on the door, Ji Yan pushed it open and walked into the room. The environment inside was tidy and gave off a tranquil feeling. His mother was leaning against the bay window, staring out at the gray world outside. Turning back to Ji Yan, she revealed a gentle smile. Did the flashlight I gave you last night help? Ji Yan nodded. It was very dark upstairs, thanks to Mom's flashlight. It's only right to take care of your child, especially since you've contributed so much to this family. His mother, with her hair styled up and an elegant appearance, smiled contentedly. You killed the drunken father of yours. I knew you were the most sensible. If you go and kill your grandmother too, I'll only love you from now on. Ji Yan. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair even had the same lines. Everyone wants to deceive themselves into thinking that the other should be killed. Is it purely a bad relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Or does one party gain something if the other dies? Grandma is quite nice to me. If it weren't for Grandma last night, I might. Ji Yan's words were left unfinished as his mother chuckled twice, shaking her head and saying, Child, do you really think that old woman cares for you so much? She wants to use your hand to kill me, your mother. The look in his mother's eyes was so gentle, yet her tone was so harsh and filled with malice. Child, if only one of you and your grandmother could live, and the knife is in your hand, who would you stab? Danger! Hearing this deadly question, Ji Yan immediately felt a headache. But one must be smooth in conversation, saying the right thing to the right person. Ji Yan pretended to struggle with a brief moment of thought and said seriously, if there really is no choice, I would definitely save my mother. Upon hearing this, his mother's smile became even brighter. So, my good son, you would mercilessly stab that old witch, your grandmother, right? Ji Yan found it hard to speak, fearing some verbal trap or minefield, and could only nod in agreement. He quickly changed the subject. Do you have any plans today, Mother? Mom is in a good mood. You just need to take a box upstairs for me. That's a good sister of Mom's. Remember to sweet-talk her. She lives on the 8th floor, and if you get along well, not many will dare to mess with you in this apartment. His mother said with a smile, handing over a delicate box. Clearly, this task from his mother was purely a benefit. Upon hearing sister and 8th floor, Ji Yan's heart skipped a beat. He tried to ask, it's not room 801, is it? His mother looked surprised. What? Have you met that sister? Isn't she very pretty? You're not completely smitten, are you? Ji Yan forced a smile. Don't say, she really did make me smitten. Looking at the box in his hands, Ji Yan's expression was as unpleasant as if he were constipated. The landlord had told him to keep his distance from that woman named Suxin, but now, that distance was impossible to maintain. What's in this box? Just some skincare products. In this apartment, Mom and your sister Sue are the only good sisters. They often share everything. His mother propped her chin on her hand, looking at Ji Yan with a meaningful smile. My son is so charming. Maybe you can win her over and make her your mother-in-law. Mom really knows how to joke. Ji Yan laughed along, but his smile was very dry. Mother, I'll go take care of things first. Ji Yan had no desire to continue the conversation, so he simply said that and left the room. Watching Ji Yan leave, his strange mother continued to gaze out at the gray world outside. The smile at the corner of her mouth disappeared. After a while, she coldly murmured, "Humph, that woman met him first. Is she targeting my son?" After leaving the room, Ji Yan weighed the box in his hand. It was very light, but he felt uneasy. Is this really a coincidence? Could it be another trap designed for me? It was no wonder he thought this. That woman named Suxian was the most cunning person he had ever met, full of schemes. He carefully touched the box with both hands. The hidden information panel popped up. Good sisters? In this bloody apartment building, where only dirty deals exist, where is there such a magical thing? As for what kind of deal, can you guess if what's in this box is really skincare products? Right, that makes sense. What sisterhood exists in this strange world? Not even a dog would believe it. But Ji Yan felt a bit itchy about it. Why was it another riddle? Did he have to solve a riddle every day to feel comfortable? He thought piecing together two fragments of talent would eliminate this flaw, but he still couldn't shake this bad habit. Over in Grandma's room, there were no signs of the door being opened. Louiton was still receiving her task. Ji Yan didn't pay much attention and went out to complete the task. Soon, Ji Yan reached the 8th floor. In the corridor, Ji Yan encountered the bandaged creature, the landlord's assistant and the apartment's staff. It was still wrapped in layers of blood-soaked bandages, and at first glance, it looked like a walking mummy. It was standing at the door of room 804, holding a report form. It then closed the door and affixed a seal. Resident of room 804, a family tragedy occurred. The drunken father killed his wife and son before choosing to take his own life. The adopted daughter has been taken in by Miss Su from room 801. Ji Yan listened, touched his nose, and said nothing. The bandaged creature noticed Ji Yan and closed the report form. I didn't expect you to actually survive. The landlord mentioned you to me. There aren't many outsiders who can earn his praise. Ji Yan curled his lip, not feeling honored. That old man was quite the schemer. What did he say about me? He praised you as a child favored by the goddess of fortune, always able to turn misfortune into good luck, hoping this favor will also extend to the apartment. The old man really knows how to flatter. After casually responding, Ji Yan bypassed the bandaged creature and knocked on the door of room 804. The door opened, but it wasn't Su Xian who answered. It was her twin sister, Zhongyi, from last night. Why are you here? They both spoke at the same time. Zhongyi paused and then said, my task today involves room 804, so I came to interact. Ji Yan looked at her. What a coincidence. I'm here for the same reason. How could there be such a coincidence? Ji Yan retorted, realizing the underlying hints. It seemed this twin sister wasn't as simple and honest as she appeared. Some of the things said last night were clearly lies. Zhongyi stepped aside, avoiding eye contact, and said, you should hurry with your task. After saying that, she slipped away. Ji Yan glanced around and entered the room. Just like at night, Su Xian was nowhere to be seen in the living room, only a gently swaying nightgown. The difference was that there was a girl in white sitting on the sofa. She was completely focused on the television, but the screen only showed a field of black and white snowflakes. She? Ji Yan recognized the strange girl at first glance. Now, she was completely different from the slimy, dirty creature from last night. Although this girl had indirectly saved him, the thought of her tearing off her mother's head still made his scalp tingle. She didn't turn her head, her mind entirely on the television, muttering to herself, so tragic, they're all dead. It was unclear whether she was referring to the television or to herself. A sudden chill ran down Ji Yan's back, and when he turned his head, he saw that familiar beautiful face. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Xian's body seemed a bit transparent and illusory today. What's this? We just said goodbye last night, and you're here looking for me again. Could it be that you've developed a crush on your sister? Su Xian's tall figure leaned slightly, her smile ambiguous. Miss Su, my mother asked me to give this to you. Ji Yan handed over the exquisite box in his hand, forcing a stiff smile. Su Xian didn't take it but asked Ji Yan, did your mother tell you what's inside? Ji Yan shook his head, no, and I don't really want to know. Help me open it. I'm actually quite curious. Your mother can be quite mischievous, always sending some pranks to scare me. Su Xian gestured for him to open it, and Ji Yan hesitated for a moment before slowly opening the box. Upon seeing the contents, Ji Yan's expression momentarily froze. After opening the box, Ji Yan's face changed slightly, and then he turned the box towards Su Xian. Inside was a set of exquisite cosmetics, bright red as blood. Look at you, so nervous. I thought there was a bomb in the box. Su Xian laughed, picking up a lipstick and applying it to her cracked lips. Ji Yan remained silent, staring at the set of cosmetics, catching a faint familiar scent of blood in the air. Of course, whether it was exactly what he was thinking, Ji Yan didn't care. He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. Since the items have been delivered, I won't disturb Miss Su any longer. Ji Yan spoke up to take his leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Afraid I'll eat you? I brewed a pot of tea, shouldn't we moisten our throats before you go? Su Xin closed the box and invited Jiyan. No, my mother has instructed me to do other things. Maybe next time. Having completed the task, Jiyan didn't want to be tied down by this woman. Staying too long would lead to trouble. However, when Jiyan tried to leave, he found the door wouldn't open no matter what. He sighed helplessly and turned to look at Su Xin, who was smiling at the coffee table. About the favor you owe me, I've thought it over. In the past few days, my room has been frequently robbed, and something very important has been stolen. I want you to help me catch that thief. Jiyan smiled wryly. I'm not a great detective. If Miss Su can't do it, how can I? A thief who could steal from room 801, a notorious place, couldn't possibly be a simple character. I actually think you can catch him. If it were anyone else in the apartment, I wouldn't trust them. But no one has the courage you do. Last night, under such dangerous circumstances on the rooftop, you remained so calm. Jiyan didn't pretend anymore. To be honest, Miss Su, that was just a facade. I changed my pants as soon as I got home last night. Miss Su didn't respond, merely sipping her tea while watching Jiyan. Ultimately, Jiyan had to compromise. Alright, I'll do my best. The bedroom door was opened. Jiyan looked inside. The decor seemed normal. What was stolen? Didn't you notice the 2 holes in the corner of the wall? Su Xian leaned against the door, arms crossed. Jiyan then noticed that there were 2 holes in the wall above the nightstand. Moreover, blood was continuously seeping out of those 2 holes. The thief dug out 2 pieces of cement? Jiyan pretended to be shocked. Deep down, he knew very well that the walls of the Scarlet apartment were built from countless bloody remains. Breaking through the wall was the first major taboo of the apartment's rules. How could that thief do it without facing the consequences of the rules and still manage to dig it out safely? Go take a look and see if you can find any clues? Su Xian didn't answer but raised her forehead in a gesture. Jiyan stepped forward and reached out to touch the 2 bloody holes in the wall. Upon contact, his expression changed. His omniscient ability was triggered like a car radar hitting a wall, frequently activating. Lines of hidden information appeared before his eyes. A great fire consumed this room, causing the deaths of 12 children. Their charred remains were built into the walls, making room 801, with its 12 natives, the most cursed room in the Scarlet apartment. Because no tenants dared to live here, the room remained closed until one day, a woman in a black dress with a black umbrella moved into 801, becoming the teacher of the 12 children. A week ago, a thief broke into 801 and stole 2 children, causing visible damage to room 801. This is not a simple thief. It can ignore the landlord's surveillance and evade the apartment's rules. Warning: this side quest is severely related to the main storyline. Accepting this task will bind 80% of the probability to the main storyline. Please choose carefully whether to accept. Upon seeing the last hidden warning, Jiyan felt a darkness cloud his vision. Is it a blessing or a curse? This main storyline task could not be avoided. Jiyan was also astonished. What kind of thief was so formidable that even the landlord and the apartment rules couldn't punish them, brazenly breaking the blood wall right under their noses? He continued to reach out to touch. Soon, another line of hidden information popped up. A child inside the wall saw the general characteristics of the murderer: tall, covered in faces, with a red string bell hanging from its waist, making a piercing sound as it walked. It pulled the brother and sister out of the wall and swallowed them, and then when the teacher returned, the murderer escaped through the window. Full of human faces? Jiyan raised an eyebrow. Any clues? Su Xian noticed and asked. Jiyan repeated the thief's characteristics. Su Xian said, "There aren't any disgusting residents like that in the apartment." Then she added, "But I can't rule out the night." At night, the apartment could attract a lot of strange residents. However, to directly run into room 801, ignoring the apartment rules and evading the landlord's surveillance to dig into the flesh of the original inhabitants, he had never heard of such a domineering ghost. "Come over at midnight." "What for?" Jiyan asked. "To catch the thief with me." Su Xian's eyes glinted coldly. "Sister, I've been working overtime for several days in a row. I'm exhausted. Please let me off." Su Xian stared at Jiyan, who twitched his mouth and could only nod in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully triggered an A+ level task. Help the resident of room 801 retrieve lost items. Jiyan rubbed his temples. The final favor turned into an A+ level task. Thinking about how he had been frantically taking on tasks for several days, like a horse that couldn't stop running, he couldn't help but sigh. This was completely contrary to his initial philosophy of a laid-back existence, and it was getting further and further away. After stepping out of room 801, Jiyan encountered the landlord again while going downstairs. The old man was holding a stack of notices, starting to post them in the corridors of each floor. Another announcement task? Learning from the last experience, Ji Yen didn't even have the thought of joining in this time. He passed by the players attracted by the notices and turned to go downstairs. But unexpectedly, this announcement task could actually seep into the game panel. While still going down, a notification popped up in his view. Emergency announcement. Complaints received. A large number of residents in the apartment have reported property loss recently. The landlord calls on residents to collectively participate in catching the thief, with substantial rewards for participants. Ding! The player's instance has activated an S-level task. All players can choose to participate. Task type, main quest. Standard completion, catch the thief. Perfect completion, catch the thief and help the residents retrieve their lost property. Task reward, mark the current instance as a base, and receive the key to leave the apartment gate. Warning, failure to participate in the main quest incurs no penalties, but the thief poses a significant danger. Main quest? Ji Yan's expression changed. That thief was actually the boss of the latest main quest? Now he understood why Room 801 triggered a side quest and why it was so closely tied to the main quest. The objectives of these two tasks were fundamentally aligned. This thief is quite capable. Ji Yan took a deep breath. Eating the flesh of the wall, being designated as the latest main quest boss, what kind of monster was this? Ding! Player Long Yuan has accepted the main quest. Current number of participating players 1 to 1. Ding! Player Yuan Xiao has accepted the main quest. Current number of players 2 halves. Ding! Player. After the main quest was announced, a steady stream of players began to participate. As the only S-level task, the danger index was the highest. Logically, many players could only hope to survive, and wouldn't even want to glance at the main quest. Yet now, seeing the main quest being snatched up eagerly was quite unexpected for Ji Yen. If one didn't know better, they might think the main quest was a pie falling from the sky. Among the players participating in the main quest, Ji Yen also saw his sister Louis Tone's name. This is getting more and more interesting. Ji Yen closed the pop-up panel and returned to room 404. In the living room, Louis Tone hadn't gone out after receiving the strange family task. What's wrong? Is the task Grandma assigned today very difficult? Ji Yen noticed her expression was quite unpleasant. Louis Tone was tugging at her messy hair, a rare look of headache and worry on her face. Grandma is in a bad mood. Her 3 sets of knitted sweaters were stolen. That was her hard work for 2 months. She wants me to find the stolen sweaters back. The task is set to a plus level. This is so strange. I've gained nearly 70% favorability with my grandmother. How can I still receive an A+ level task? Louis Tone felt like she was about to break down. Ji Yen, hearing this, couldn't help but touch his forehead. First, he targeted Miss Su, then stole his grandmother's sweater, and looking at that announcement, quite a few residents were suffering. That thief seemed intent on robbing the entire apartment. Ji Yen said, I saw you also participated in the main storyline. This task involving grandmother is seriously related to the main storyline. Participating in the main storyline is equivalent to being tied to those players on the same rope. If we collectively catch the thief, we can definitely retrieve the sweater that grandmother lost and also share in the rewards of the main storyline. Louis Tone's understanding was also what many players thought. No wonder, after the main storyline popped up, players would actively participate. Of course, part of the reason was that the leading player was Long Yuan. After all, this guy had completed the main storyline of the previous apartment instance. With him in the team, it was like a reassurance. But Ji Yen knew very well that this guy wouldn't let others benefit from his achievements. Others are forced by circumstances, but I guess this Long Yuan is after the task rewards. Louis Tong had survived in the instance for a while and naturally knew about Long Yuan. He completed the previous main storyline just to get the key to the apartment door. But unfortunately, in the end, the task was only judged as standard completion, and the rewards were greatly reduced. The key to the door was also lost. This time, he must want to try again. Louis Tong propped her chin on her hands and said to Ji Yen. Ji Yen, puzzled, replied, getting the key is to go to the next instance. But the next instance is an unknown danger. He's currently enjoying the benefits in the Crimson Apartment instance. Isn't going to a new unfamiliar instance just suffering? Louis Tong shook her head, marking this instance as completely different in nature. It's like when we play a game and save. If we die in a new level, we can jump back to the save point, keeping the progress of the cleared levels without starting over from the first level. Marking is pretty much the same concept. If Long Yuan gets the mark, after leaving this instance, if he dies in other instances, he can trigger a death save and return to the Crimson Apartment instance. Moreover, he retains all his progress in the apartment, and he can still enjoy the benefits brought by the residents' favorability. I just wonder how many times this mark can be used. Each mark executes a death save. Long Yuan definitely wants to challenge new instances, to continue expanding his instance territory. If all goes well, in the future, he could even jump back and forth between several instances. New instances bring new challenges and broaden new horizons. No matter how patient players are, they wouldn't want to stay in the novice village for a lifetime. In this vast and bizarre world map, no one truly wants to be a frog at the bottom of a well for life. Some want to unveil the mist and see the true face of this world, no matter how vast it is, while others do not forget their original intention, trying to find a way back to Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's eyes lit up. It seems that this main storyline task isn't entirely bad. In terms of rewards, it can be said to offer the greatest privilege. Immediately, Ji Yan also opened the information panel and chose to participate in the main storyline. Isn't your task to help your mother carry things upstairs? There's no need, Ji Yan interrupted. It's a long story. In any case, we are now considered teammates for a task. Louis Tong helplessly said, but we currently have no clue about the main storyline. With so many residents in the apartment, catching the thief is like finding a needle in a haystack. I hope other players can advance the main storyline. Seeing Louis Tong also having a laid-back attitude, Ji Yan took out a piece of compressed biscuit, eating while saying, why hope for others? We can also advance the main storyline. Louis Tong looked at Ji Yan, not seeming to joke. Why do I feel like you're eyeing the rewards of that main quest? Ji Yan replied, the reward is secondary. I don't like having my fate in someone else's hands. So do you have any clues? For now, I can say I don't, but I have a direction for action. Let's go out tonight and take a look. He felt that continuing to interact with Miss Sue from 801 tonight would definitely yield some results. Speaking of action, those players involved in the main quest in the chat box are already gathering for a meeting. They probably want to exchange clues and discuss strategies on how to catch that thief. Ji Yan said, the more people there are, the easier it is for things to get chaotic. Before Ji Yan could finish his sentence, Louis Tong interrupted, I think I should go join them and see what help I can offer. You should act on your own for now. I'll inform you as soon as there's any progress. Good luck. Louis Tong clearly had no intention of acting together with Ji Yan. She always leaned towards the larger group on Long Yuan's side. This was the choice of a normal person, and Ji Yan understood, nodding in agreement. After Louis Tong left, Ji Yan looked towards his grandmother's room, hesitated for a moment, tossed the last bit of coarse grain into his mouth, and knocked on his grandmother's door. Hearing his grandmother's response, Ji Yan gently pushed the door open. His grandmother had also fallen victim to that thief's malicious hands. Perhaps through interaction, he could obtain some useful clues? With the talent of omniscient and all-knowing, Ji Yan's greatest advantage was the hidden information that others did not have. This was also the confidence he had in choosing to go solo on the main quest. Ji Yan entered the room, which was in disarray, with knitted clothes scattered everywhere. His grandmother sat there, her aged body shrouded in a layer of dark energy, her appearance exceptionally frightening. Warning: the eerie family member, grandmother, is currently in a semi-darkened state. To avoid unnecessary danger, please interact with caution. Once an eerie being darkens, any player's favorability towards it will plummet sharply. That's why even the beloved granddaughter Louis Tong did not have a good expression and had thrown a level A+ task back at her. Facing the panel's warning prompt, Ji Yan did not care and picked up a sweater from the floor. Grandma, I heard from my sister that our home was robbed. His grandmother, covered in black spots, fiddled with the silver needle in her hand, looking absent-minded. The thief stole several of Grandma's most precious sweaters. Without those 3 sweaters, Grandma will be evicted from the apartment, and you won't see Grandma again. Ji Yan's expression changed. Is it that serious? Then he thought of something and tried to ask, are those 3 sweaters your rent? That's right, the rent for the next 2 months. And also Grandma's hard work over the past 3 months. His grandmother's hunched body trembled slightly. This was the first time Ji Yan had seen such obvious anxiety in his eerie grandmother. Compared to last night in the hallway, where she casually dealt with 2 eerie beings, it was like night and day. What kind of world was the mist outside the apartment? Even the eerie grandmother was so fearful. All the eerie beings were trying every means to stay in the apartment, afraid of being evicted. Some sweaters could serve as rewards for players. Others, however, could be used as rent for the landlord. Ji Yan was still in the dark about the rent. At first, he didn't want to probe too deeply, worried it might involve the main quest, but now that he had already accepted the main quest, he had no concerns and asked. To his surprise, he really got an answer through interaction. He saw the eerie grandmother stand up, holding a silver needle, and she made a cut in a certain spot on the wall. The wall tore like fabric, oozing blood. The difference this time was that what he saw inside the wall was a mass of writhing flesh, covered in blood vessels and veins. Ji Yan's eyes widened. The flesh inside the wall exhibited a full vitality. It was like a violently beating heart. Neither your mother nor I are original residents of 404, those embedded in the wall are. They are in the walls, gradually depleting every day. We, the outsiders, must feed them to avoid being driven away, ensuring that the walls of the house do not crack and collapse. What we feed them is the rent. Ji Yan listened, still in a fog. He tried to reach out and gently touch the flesh. As expected, his talent, omniscient understanding, was triggered. Through the hidden information obtained, Ji Yan managed to resolve the last part of his doubts. Ding! The player has triggered a talent through interaction and successfully obtained the overall background information of the instance. A great fire once occurred in the apartment, claiming the lives of all 176 original residents. Their flesh and blood merged into the walls and floors, and in this bizarre world, these tortured remnants became indestructible building materials. Although indestructible, the apartment suffers countless damages and destruction every day in this strange world. Outsiders must take on the responsibility of nurturing the original residents. They need to restore the items left over from the fire and deliver them to the landlord, who is responsible for placing them into the walls to feed the original residents. The remnants of that fire can enhance the resentment of the original residents, thus increasing their flesh and blood, making the walls even sturdier. So the so-called rent is actually the items burned by the original residents. With the instance information completed, Ji Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the rent was so bizarre. Some rooms had expensive rent, while others were cheap. Upon reflection, room 801 was indeed the most sinister, with the highest rent. There were at least a dozen original residents. Miss Su, living in 801, managing to meet the feeding standards for a dozen original residents, was no ordinary character. Those 3 sweaters are the clothes of the original residents' 3 children. Without those clothes, the walls will start to crack little by little, and your grandmother will be evicted from the apartment. Grandma, threading a silver needle, began to stitch the walls back together, leaving no trace. She turned to Ji Yan. "Grandson, you need to help Grandma catch the thief quickly." As she spoke, she pulled out a dark knitted sweater from under the table and handed it to Ji Yan. "Your sweater was damaged last night, so Grandma knitted you a new one. If you go out at night, wear it well, don't catch a cold." Ji Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He didn't expect that interacting with the darkened grandma would yield new equipment. This sweater could save his life at a critical moment. In his view, it was much more practical than those flashy items. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained a strange item, Grandma's knitted sweater, quality, collectible. Effect, can withstand 3 instances of ordinary bizarre lethal damage, with a maximum resilience of 110 points of bizarre power. The higher the bizarre power damage, the greater the degree of damage, with no backlash effect. Having received the benefit, Ji Yan naturally wanted to be proactive. Does Grandma have any impression of the thief? Grandma did not answer, sitting back in her chair, eyelids drooping, shaking her head, repeatedly murmuring, "Find the sweater, find the sweater." Seeing that no more information could be obtained, Ji Yan had no choice but to exit the room. It seemed that the outsiders had no clues about that thief and could only wait until tonight to discuss it further. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have completed today's task. Deliver the gift to 801, and the bizarre mother's favorability towards you is increased by 5%, while the residents of 801 have increased by 10%. You have gained 30 points of bizarre power, which has been automatically added. You have obtained a hidden piece of information. The mother also fell victim to the mysterious thief, losing a necklace belonging to the original residents. Worried about being evicted, she chose to gift in order to strike a deal with the resident of 801. Indeed, the mother was not spared. But unlike Grandma, the mother still had a backup plan, which was Miss Su from 801. It seems that if she couldn't pay the rent, Miss Su would lend a hand. Just what kind of treasure was that set of cosmetics? How could Miss Su actually help her mother? Ji Yan shook his head, not wanting to think about those trivial matters. Now, the mysterious thief was like a walking special achievement. All the players wanted to catch him. If they succeeded, it would mean helping a large number of bizarre residents escape from their dire situations, and completing a main quest that might just advance half the progress of the entire apartment. Not to mention, there was the privilege key. Ji Yan naturally wouldn't slack off. Nightfall came quickly. Ji Yan, wearing the night privilege badge, stepped out of his room. As soon as he opened the door, Louis Tome from next door also opened hers. She wore the same night operations privilege badge on her chest. "When did you get this privilege?" Ji Yan was slightly taken aback. This badge had cost him quite a bit of effort. "Did you not know?" All players participating in the announcement to catch the mysterious thief were assigned this privilege badge, Louis Tome retorted. Ji Yan felt embarrassed. All right. He had only enjoyed this privilege for 2 days, and it was already so common. Do you also think the thief will appear at night? Not just me, the entire thief-catching team thinks so. First, the apartment rules are ineffective at night, making it easier for the thief to act. Second, the bazaar residents usually lose their belongings at night. So, tonight is definitely going to be lively. Seeing Luitong's eager expression, Ji Yen reminded her, don't forget, the mission mentioned that the mysterious thief is very dangerous. There are many players, the thief might not be afraid. Ji Yen felt that many players seemed blinded by the task rewards, truly treating the thief as a rat everyone wanted to catch. But this was a serious main quest boss. It wouldn't be some soft target. Inside the room, bizarre entities roamed everywhere. They wandered in every corner, like NPCs in a game that only moved in a single pattern. As Ji Yen and Luitong exited the guest room corridor, several bizarre beings approached, sniffing at the two of them. Ultimately, upon catching the scent of the privilege badge, they reluctantly dispersed, as if a delicious meal had suddenly been labeled as inedible. After several nights of night operations, Ji Yen had grown accustomed to it. However, Luitong was quite frightened. It was her first time seeing the apartment after midnight, and with all the bizarre entities around, the color had drained from her pretty face. Don't panic, if you don't actively engage with them, they won't touch you. Compared to Luitong, the night apartment felt more like Ji Yan's home ground. Since he had just arrived at the Crimson apartment, Luitong had helped him understand the rules, so Ji Yen took the opportunity to remind her about a few danger zones to avoid during night operations. Luitong nodded and then asked, "Are you going to join me for the capture team gathering?" "No, you all plan your own thing. I'm going to the 8th floor." Ji Yen declined. Regardless of whether he wanted to or not, Long Yuan might be in that team. That guy was practically his sworn enemy now, and he didn't want to waste time entangling with him. After Luitong left, Ji Yen didn't linger and quickly made his way to the 8th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the corridor, he saw a bald bizarre entity running towards him in a panic, constantly begging for mercy. The next second, it was grabbed by a pair of small hands on its shoulders, and with a gentle tear, it was split in half. Thick blood sprayed against the wall. Looking at the small figure who had torn the bald bizarre apart, it was none other than Shishi. After tearing apart her mother on the rooftop, it seemed she had developed a liking for this feeling. At this moment, she wore an oversized white nightgown that dragged on the ground, half of her body covered in blood. In the dim light, paired with her expressionless little white face, it was exceptionally eerie. She stared at Ji Yen and asked, "Brother, are you here to find sister again?" Ji Yen raised his flashlight and forced a dry smile. "Yeah, your sister invited me tonight." Upon hearing this, she stepped aside and pointed to the doorway. "Sister is waiting for you." In the corridor, scattered were dismembered corpses. The level of bloodshed was comparable to a slaughterhouse. Ji Yan's mouth twitched. "My dear, after the parents offered sacrifices to the heavens, this girl seemed so ruthless that there was no one in the apartment who could match her." He couldn't help but ask, "Cece, is she just tearing them apart for fun?" Cece wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and patted her messy hair. "Sister Sue was in a bad mood. She said the things in the corridor are too noisy and asked me to come out and clean up." As she spoke, she squatted down to check the torn bodies, ensuring they were all dead. Looking at Cece, who was obedient to Su Xan, Ji Yen seriously suspected that the woman had some way to brainwash children. Upon entering room 801, Miss Sue was still lying on that lounge chair. In the moonlight, her silhouette was hazy. Miss Sue held a book, flipping through the pages. "It's quite lively tonight. I heard a lot of footsteps downstairs." Ji Yen replied, "That thief has almost targeted all the residents, and the landlord has posted a notice. Many residents plan to wait for that thief to show up tonight." Miss Sue smiled and asked back, "Do you think with all this noise, the thief would still dare to come out? If he hasn't been kicked in the head by a donkey, he probably wouldn't dare." "On the contrary, he will definitely show up tonight." Ji Yen was puzzled. Miss Sue didn't say it directly, closing the book and saying, "I won't go with you to catch the thief tonight. You follow those people, the thief will definitely show up. On the table, there's a gift for you. Remember, catching a thief isn't about sheer numbers or brute force, you have to use your brain." Ji Yen looked at the table, where there was only a big-headed doll. It looked messy, with many lines and rough craftsmanship. As Ji Yen picked it up, he heard a game prompt. "Congratulations, player has obtained, Screaming Doll, Rare, Quality. Description, a doll that has witnessed blood and slaughter. When danger appears, it can scream to give a warning and provide some obstruction." Ji Yen wanted to put it in his toolbar, but the doll itself lay on his shoulder, both glowing with a strange light, looking quite eerie. Ji Yen really didn't expect to interact with Miss Sue and receive a reward of a strange object, although it sounded average in effect, at least it was of rare quality. "Do you have something to do tonight?" Ji Yen asked back. "I'm worried that the thief will come again tonight. So, I had Cece wait at the door. As soon as those resident mice get close, they'll be torn apart." Ji Yen nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Miss Su reminded him again, this thief must be caught quickly. If it drags on, he will steal more and more things. At this rate, this apartment will soon collapse and cease to exist. Ji Yan's expression changed. Is it that serious? Haven't you noticed that what the thief steals is either rent or directly digging into the flesh and blood of the original residents? Miss Su turned her head, her eyes revealing a cold light. The thief's goal is to destroy this apartment. Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's expression became serious. Louis Tong had once said that only tasks that pose a serious threat to the safety of the entire instance could be defined as mainline tasks. He had been wondering how a thief stealing things could be classified as the highest level S-class side task. Now he understood. The thief was stealing the very lifeblood of the Scarlet Apartment. Once the Scarlet Apartment collapsed, all the strange residents would perish. They players would also fall into an even more terrifying instance. After coming out of room 801, Ji Yan inexplicably felt a huge pressure. He rushed downstairs, and when he reached the 5th floor, he suddenly heard a lot of noise in the corridor. As he walked over to take a look, he found several players surrounding and killing 2 resident strange beings. The blonde man leading the team wore sunglasses, had a cigarette in his mouth, and held a black pistol in his hand. Without saying a word, he shot the heads of the 2 strange beings to pieces. The other party was full of murderous intent. Upon seeing Ji Yan, they raised their gun, tilted their heads, and left with a few players. Killing strange beings? It was Ji Yan's first time seeing such ruthless players in the instance. The night was eerily brutal, and this small team was actually hunting it as prey. Ji Yan turned around and happened to run into Louis Tong. The latter was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be on the 8th floor? Ji Yan replied, just came down. Is it really that lively downstairs now? Louis Tong nodded. Many players are now participating in the main quest. To catch the thief, several teams with different ideologies have branched out. You saw that team just now. The blonde man leading them ranks just below Long Yuan in the apartment, and he's quite brutal. They received a piece of information about the thief. I heard that the thief is a ghost without hair. Then they started the slaughter. They believe that as long as they kill all the hairless ghosts in the apartment, the thief will definitely be gone. After hearing this, Ji Yan couldn't help but laugh. What a genius. That blonde guy looks like a genius. After all, what normal person wears sunglasses at night? What are you doing here? Where's your team? Ji Yan asked, noticing the flashlight Louis Tong was holding. Our team also got a clue. I heard that the thief hums a nursery rhyme while moving, so we scattered to search. If we find the thief, we'll notify the chat group. Players who survive for more than 4 days can activate the player chat panel. Ji Yan hadn't paid much attention to this before, but this reminder made him realize he had just activated the panel. Once the panel opened, he found the chat group bustling with activity. In just a moment, it was 99 plus. Players participating in the main quest were sharing various pieces of information about the thief. Some said the thief had no hair. Others said the thief was a deformed ghost. Some said the thief could emit a baby's cry. Each had their own version and were very certain. The players obtained this information through their own ghostly family members. For example, Ji Yan learned from 801 that the thief was covered in human faces and made a piercing bell sound while walking. But which one was true? Why did each household have different identity characteristics of the thief? Could there be more than one thief? Ji Yan pinched his chin, lost in thought. Louis Tong was also confused by the different information held by the players in the chat box. I'm getting more and more confused. Ji Yan closed the chat box. Too much information was muddling his thoughts. Miss Su had asked him to follow those people, so he can only wander around these few floors for now. At that moment, the screaming doll on his shoulder suddenly moved, turning its head to stare in a certain direction. Louis Tong exclaimed, "Why is your doll moving? Is it a reward from your mom or grandma?" Ji Yan followed the direction to the corner of the passage and said, "It's guiding us somewhere." Following the doll's lead, Ji Yan turned the corner and entered a fire escape, soon encountering the 5-man team led by the blonde man. The group had pulled out a family of 3 who were residing in the apartment. The parents' heads had been smashed, leaving only a ghostly girl curled up in a corner, her gaze vacant. Faced with the desecration of her parents' bodies by the blonde man's team, she seemed stunned, as if numb and expressionless, waiting for her fate. The blonde man wiped the black gun in his hand. After continuously shooting several ghosts, the ghostly energy surrounding the black pistol grew increasingly thick and dark, killing ghosts to nurture guns. The ghost gun in the blonde man's hand could evidently improve its quality by killing ghosts, similar to Long Yuan's blood-nurtured knife. The gun's muzzle pressed against the ghost girl's head, tapping it twice, and the blonde man coldly provoked, "I killed your parents, you should be angry, you should hate us," instead of being unresponsive like a dead fish. The hatred absorbed from the ghosts killed by the ghost gun would be even more pronounced. Looking at the wooden-like eerie girl, the blonde man frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and provoked her with words. The eerie girl stared at her parents' shattered heads and twitching bodies. There was no sadness or hatred, only a puzzled question. My mom and dad just wanted to live. We didn't eat people, we didn't harm anyone. Why do you want to kill us? Little sister, there's no need for a reason to kill you pitiful parasites. The blonde man expressionlessly spat out, ready to pull the trigger. Luitong suddenly spoke up. Huang Ran, that family of 3 doesn't have the characteristics of thieves. What's the point of killing them? The blonde man, Huang Ran, looked up and sneered. For fun, is that okay? A player beside him chimed in mockingly. What a chaotic world. Can we still see sympathy for the eerie in this bizarre world? This is a dungeon, not Notre Dame. Several people laughed and cried at the same time. Luitong's face turned awkward as she glanced at Ji Yan beside her. However, Ji Yan's attention was entirely on the screaming doll on his shoulder, which was twisting its head in a full 360 degrees. Then, it fixed its gaze deep into the corridor, opened its mouth, and let out a shriek. The scream startled everyone present. What the hell is screaming? Scared the hell out of me. Several players cursed. Ji Yan remained silent. He heard a voice in his ear, a sharp, ethereal sound of a bell. He held his breath slightly. Suddenly, the mysterious thief flashed through his mind. Huang Ran frowned. He too heard the bell sound, growing clearer and closer. Dingling, pat pat, dingling, pat pat. Soon, at the end of Ji Yan's line of sight, a tall shadow slowly appeared, reaching the ceiling. It was called a shadow, but upon closer inspection, the eerie figure was covered in pitch-black insects, crawling all over its body, making one's scalp tingle. What is that thing? The players present stared blankly. It was the first time they had seen such a bizarre eerie. The eerie pressed against the corridor wall, as if searching for something, raising its hand to carefully touch the wall. The black insects on its palm densely covered the wall, burrowing into any tiny crevice. That must be an eerie. Could it be the thief we're looking for? A female player asked softly, her tone inexplicably uneasy. Can't see any hair, can't confirm. Should we take action? Several players discussed, but no one dared to step forward, all just watching. They weren't fools. The more bizarre the eerie, the higher the unknown danger, and no one dared to take a gamble. What are you afraid of? With Rangut here, if this really is that thief, we could achieve merit. Don't forget, that thief is hated by everyone in the apartment. After angering so many residents, who would dare to be arrogant? There's always someone reckless. A tall player picked up a brick and threw it. The brick hit the mysterious eerie but passed through as if it had no substance. The black insect eerie showed no reaction, continuing to touch the wall. A few players, seeing this, were just about to test their boldness further when the mysterious eerie back suddenly wriggled. An old man's face emerged from its shoulder, staring at Ji Yan and the others, and uttered, "Eliminate the insects." As the distorted, hoarse voice fell, the old man's face opened its mouth, emitting a high-frequency sound wave. Everyone's eardrums buzzed, and their heads spun. In their line of sight, that face became increasingly terrifying, its hollow eyes staring back, fear spreading like a flood in their hearts. The leading tall player's pupils contracted, his sixth sense strongly warning him, this eerie is extremely dangerous. He turned to run, but before he could take a few steps, his head swelled like a water balloon, bulging with lumps of flesh, and burst open without warning. Blood and plasma sprayed everywhere. The headless corpse collapsed to the floor. Everyone was stunned. How did he die? They didn't see the eerie make a move. Damn! Someone cursed, then turned and ran. The next scene was the same. It felt like a small bomb had been planted in their heads, exploding out of nowhere, splattering blood and brain matter all over the face of a nearby female player. She screamed, clutching her face, on the verge of a breakdown, ready to run. Don't move, you idiot woman, can't you see? If you turn and run, you'll die immediately. That monster only kills those who try to escape. The blonde man couldn't stand the sight of a few fools and shouted. In the corridor, the two headless corpses on the floor were still twitching slightly. The people present felt like they were playing a deadly game of red light, green light. Anyone who moved would have their head blown off in an instant. The female player, who had initially planned to run, froze in place under Huang Ran's scolding. Ji Yan was also astonished. There was no need for interaction. The monster ignored the apartment rules and directly killed players. It was even impossible to see how it killed. Where did this monster come from? Was it really a resident of the apartment? It seemed that because no players were trying to escape, the old monster's face didn't continue to kill. At that moment, a warning panel appeared before Ji Yan. Warning to players, you are in contact with an S-level task anomaly. This anomaly is a core NPC of the main storyline and poses a high danger. For your own safety, please quickly understand the actions that provoke its hunting. Ji Yan saw the panel's prompt, and a layer of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Sure enough, the other party was that mysterious thief. Just as Miss Su said, this mysterious thief didn't care how many players were trying to catch it. it still boldly came out tonight to continue stealing and digging into the walls. At this moment, Huang Ran, Luitong, and the others also received the game's prompt, realizing that the anomaly before them was the thief that all resident players needed to catch, their expressions looking ridiculous. They had found the thief, but how the hell were they supposed to catch it? At that moment, the old monster's face let out a higher frequency of screams. Under this sound interference, the players present felt dizzy. You should all have received the game reminder, right? Huang Ran closed the game panel and reminded his teammates, this means that this anomaly has its own hunting rules. As long as we follow them, it won't hunt us. As long as we don't run, that anomaly won't. Bang! However, before he could finish his sentence, the female player in front of him, who had been frozen in place, suddenly had her head explode. A bloody piece of scalp fell onto his shoulder, still radiating heat. Huang Ran's eyes widened. What was happening? That woman hadn't turned to run, nor had she moved erratically. Why was she also hunted? Huang Ran, who had thought he had figured out the rules and was temporarily safe, turned pale. Another player, seeing this, also showed panic. He looked at Huang Ran in a fluster. Ran good, didn't you say that if we don't run, nothing will happen? Why did her head explode? Huang Ran remained silent, darkly staring at the old monster's face, while Ji Yin squinted his eyes. Luitong's pretty face also turned pale, and she instinctively spoke up, Ji Yin, why? Ji Yin whispered, you're wrong. The hunting rule of that anomaly is not about running away. Then what is it? Luitong asked, trembling. Ji Yin pondered. He stared at the old monster's face and continued, I have a guess, but I can't be sure yet. How do we confirm it? We need a few more people to die to be sure. There were 8 players present, including Ji Yin and Luitong. Just a minute later, another player's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Then, 2 minutes later, another player died suddenly. One player broke down, rolling and crawling away, and unsurprisingly met the same fate. The corridor was filled with a suffocating, nauseating smell of blood. Moving meant death, and staying still also meant death. Making a sound meant death, and being silent also meant death. This was simply a chaotic slaughter with no rules. There was no way to safely avoid the killing. As time passed, new players wandered into the corridor, looking at the bloody scene, still clueless. When they realized something was wrong and tried to run, their heads had already exploded. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have waded into this mess. I finally managed to get a family member in this instance, and now all my efforts are in vain. Who the hell said that there's strength in numbers? This thief only has the option to run? The players were gradually breaking down. Ignoring the other players' wails, Ji Yin turned to Huang Ran and said, I know the rules of killing. Huang Ran's mouth twitched. You know, so what? Why are you telling me? Because you have a gun. Ji Yin pointed at the old man's eerie face. Although I don't know the specific hunting rules, as long as we can make that face shut up, it should temporarily resolve the crisis. Should? Huang Ran shot him a cold glance. Ji Yin countered, otherwise, why don't you suggest a definite solution? How would we know if we don't try? Right now, you're the one in a hurry, because based on our positions, you're definitely going to die before me. Huang Ran, how do you know I'll die first? Ji Yin smiled slightly, I just know. Huang Ran's expression darkened. Although he found the other person's demeanor unpleasant, there was some truth in the words. The howling of that eerie face was indeed giving him a terrible headache. Gripping the strange gun tightly, he raised it and shot at that eerie face. The bizarre bullet tore through the old man's face, emitting a painful howl, and the thief's grotesque body shuddered. In the next second, another old man's face grew back on his back, producing an even more nerve-wracking howl. The blond man held his head, looking at Ji Yin in agony. Is this your damn solution? Ji Yin spread his hands. I said from the beginning, it's just a guess. Worse still, it seemed that the stimulation from that bullet caused the black bugs on the thief's grotesque body to suddenly swarm from the floor towards them. Seeing this scene, the last few players completely broke down. The moment the creepy bugs crawled onto a player's toes, he jumped up as if electrocuted, and before he landed, his head exploded, spraying blood mist. Following that was a female player in the back, who, in a breakdown, cried tears, her immense fear crushing her mental defenses, screaming, I don't want to be bitten by these disgusting bugs, As the blood splattered and the female player dropped dead, only Ji Yin, Huang Ran, and Luitong remained in the blood-red passage. The creepy bugs crawled over the corpses, continuing to spread towards them. Luitong trembled, desperately clutching the sweater her grandmother had knitted. Running would get her shot in the head. Not running would leave her as nothing but bones after being gnawed by the creepy bugs. There was simply no way out. Ji Yin suddenly pressed down on Luitong's shoulder, whispering, let those bugs crawl on you, no matter what happens, just ignore it. Ha! Luitong was taken aback, and Ji Yin did not elaborate. The creepy bugs first crawled onto Ji Yin, who was in front, quickly reaching his lower body, and as they got into his clothes, his flesh was even being gnawed, blood quickly flowing out. Lui Tong and Huang Ran widened their eyes. But even with his lower body drenched in blood, Ji Yan remained indifferent, simply watching the mangled parts with a calm expression. Ji Yan. Lui Tong covered her mouth, unable to hold back her voice. Soon, both of them noticed something odd. Even in such a bloody state, Ji Yan could remain calm, as if he felt no pain. Ji Yan glanced at them. If you open your personal status, you'll know the answer. My current status shows my mental value is almost depleted, but my life value is still full. This means that what we see is just an illusion. Ji Yan's words awakened the two. Watching the creepy bug starting to crawl into his pant legs, Huang Ran frowned in confusion. So it's not substantial damage? Then all those exploded heads on the ground are also illusions? Ji Yan shook his head. Those are real deaths. That eerie face can only kill through one specific hunting rule. The sounds it emits affect the player's brains, creating various illusions, and those illusions lead players to violate that hunting rule. As Ji Yan spoke, Huang Ran suddenly realized, you mean the hunting rule is fear? To be precise, when fear is amplified to a certain threshold, it triggers the rule of being shot in the head and dying. That old man's eerie face deliberately created a sense of despair, making us feel that its hunting rule was unsolvable, thus infinitely amplifying our fear. In reality, its hunting rule is very simple. These eerie bugs are just one of the means to instill fear in us. Ji Yan looked at his life value, which had not decreased at all, then turned to Lui Tong and Huang Ran. Their lower bodies were also gnawed to a bloody mess, but with Ji Yan's reassurance, their fear did not continue to amplify, allowing those eerie bugs to feast. At that moment, the mysterious thief suddenly tore open a section of the wall, pulling out a large chunk of bloody flesh and greedily stuffing it into its mouth. As the flesh was torn away, the wall was covered in cracks. This eerie thing is starting to gnaw at the apartment again. After devouring a piece of wall flesh, the mysterious thief did not continue but began to withdraw its hands, retracting the eerie bugs, preparing to leave. Ji Yan watched the scene, knowing he couldn't miss this opportunity. Even if he couldn't catch this guy, he had to obtain hidden information. This thief seemed to be selective in what it stole. Why were the landlord and Miss Su helpless against the thief? Did they have to rely on players to catch it? This made Ji Yan feel that there was hidden information within. His talent happened to align perfectly. Having discerned the hunting behavior, Ji Yan was not timid. As the other party was about to leave, that old man's eerie face closed its mouth. Ji Yan quickly stepped forward, took out the last coffin nail, and the eerie energy wrapped around it. Locking onto the target, the nail pierced through the air and nailed it to that eerie face. The terrifying burn made the old man's eerie face howl, its skin splitting. The thief paused for a moment. It wanted to reach out and pull out the nail but dared not touch the coffin nail. In the end, it directly tore the old man's eerie face off its body and threw it into the corner before turning to leave. Ji Yan watched it depart without doing anything further. After the thief left, the illusion was lifted, the horrifying eerie bugs disappeared, and Lui Tong and Huang Ran, who had been covered in blood, returned to their original unharmed state. I thought this eerie thing was so powerful, but in the end, it just knows how to scare people. Once the thief left, Huang Ran spat in frustration, feeling very annoyed and unwilling after being put through such a mess. He looked at Ji Yan. Are you just going to let it go? Ji Yan glanced at him. If you're so great, why don't you chase it? I just overestimated that eerie thing. I didn't think its hunting rule was so simple. If I had known its killing rule from the start. No more ifs. If I hadn't reminded you, your head would already be off your neck. Ji Yan ruthlessly pointed out, as he always found it tiresome to give face to those who talk tough after the fact. And you've misunderstood one thing. It left not because it was afraid we would escape, but because it got what it wanted. Ji Yan never believed that understanding one hunting rule meant the thief couldn't do anything to them. That was just the killing method of the old man's eerie face. The earlier information had mentioned that the thief was covered in eerie faces, and it was very likely that each eerie face possessed its own hunting rule. The thief might not have even glanced at them. That thief is like a rat that everyone wants to catch. We players can't deal with it without the help of the eerie residents. No matter how arrogant it is, can it outdo all the residents of the apartment? As long as it involved mainline players, they could obtain equipment and assistance from the eerie residents, which was the confidence of so many players. For example, that eerie gun was a reward given to Huang Ran when he accepted the mainline task from the eerie family. After a few words that didn't resonate, Huang Ran snorted twice and turned to leave, probably to team up with other squads to continue the hunt. Ji Yan ignored it. After the old man on the floor detached from the main body, he quickly withered, life fading away. Ji Yan walked over and reached out to touch it. As expected, his talent was triggered, and fortunately, the last coffin nail was not wasted. Everything needs to be replaced. I am merely eliminating what should be eliminated for the sake of longer survival. What you should stop is not me, but rather digging your own grave. What does that mean? Ji Yan's face was astonished. Clearly, this hidden message was the thief's self-narration. What should be eliminated referred to the things he had stolen. But if they didn't stop him, the apartment would surely collapse. How did it become digging his own grave? Ji Yan didn't believe the hidden message was misleading. It must have another meaning. Is there something about that face skin? Louis Tong asked from behind, looking at the completely withered and rotten face skin in Ji Yan's hand. After discarding the thoroughly dead face skin, Ji Yan clapped his hands. It's nothing. It just looked strange, and I wanted to see if I could find something useful. As soon as he finished speaking, a game prompt sounded in his mind. Warning: the current progress of the main quest boss has caused 13% damage to the apartment, and the apartment building has entered the initial stage of collapse. When the apartment damage reaches 85%, there will be a weight-bearing rupture, the instance map will collapse, and all players will be eliminated and logged out. Please stop the malicious destruction of the apartment as soon as possible. Strategy tip: the strange resident cannot be stopped, but equipment can be provided to restrict or even kill it. Players can obtain equipment for the main quest through interaction with the strange family. Upon seeing this information, both Ji Yan and Louis Tong were momentarily stunned. Louis Tong excitedly shook Ji Yan's shoulder. There's actually a game strategy, now we have a way. But Ji Yan was surprised. This is the most difficult main quest. Isn't it too easy for the game system to reveal the way to clear it like this? Even when taking a C-level task before, there was no such thing as a game strategy prompt. There's nothing strange about it. Perhaps the difficulty lies not in the prompt but in the interaction? Moreover, that thief is so terrifying. If they didn't give any hints, players would have no hope at all. The main quest concerns the survival of the entire instance. The game system probably fears losing it and tends to help the players. Louis Tong looked at the headless corpses scattered everywhere, the psychological shadow still lingering in her heart. Just one encounter had caused so many players to log out. If the system didn't provide help, how could they play? Ji Yan closed the strategy prompt panel and turned to open the chat panel. As expected, after the strategy prompt appeared, the group chat exploded. The remaining players were no longer like headless flies. They suddenly had direction. Interact with the strange family, get equipment, and clear the main quest. Their urgency was not only due to the crisis of the instance but also because of the enormous rewards of the main quest itself. Louis Tong pulled Ji Yan. Let's go back to 404. What are we going back for? To obtain strange items from the family. Now that we have part of the thief's information, we can definitely get more useful strange items. Other players have already set off. We can't fall behind. Ji Yan pondered for a moment, then turned and walked towards the hallway. Then let's go back to 404 first. As they went downstairs, they could already see many walls and ceilings cracking, thick black blood flowing from the gaps in the walls. Just as the game system said, the apartment was indeed collapsing little by little. And as Miss Su said, that strange thief was the lifeblood of the apartment. However, Ji Yan always felt that everything was too straightforward. This was the most difficult S-level main quest. Upon returning to the room, Ji Yan entered his grandmother's room. Even the walls of her room were cracking, and his grandmother's hunched figure looked weathered. Did you catch that thief? The strange grandmother asked, wiping her sweater, her murky eyes looking at Ji Yan. Ji Yan shook his head. Grandma, we did encounter the thief, but it had weapons on it, and our team set up to catch thieves has suffered quite a few casualties. We were unarmed and could only watch it escape. Ji Yan's words were quite direct. He was just short of asking for equipment outright. Without gear, they couldn't catch even a small thief. Upon hearing this, Grandma didn't hesitate at all. She opened a box and took out a silver needle, about the length of a finger, handing it to Ji Yan. You take this. This is a sewing needle that Grandma has treasured for a long time. Many fabrics have been cut and removed with it. I don't know what that thief looks like or what abilities it has, but as long as you use this sewing needle to draw a line on it, it will definitely be wary. Grandma closed the box, looking at Ji Yan with a sense of entrustment. Good grandson, I've given you the family heirloom. You must stand up for yourself and definitely stop that thing. Grandma really doesn't want to leave this apartment, nor do I want to see it collapse and be destroyed. I've lived here for too long, and too many hopes are left here. In the outside world, Grandma can't survive. Looking at the silver needle in his hand, Ji Yan saw relevant information appear in his vision. Congratulations, player interaction successful, obtained the strange object. Grandma's sewing needle, quality, legendary. Strange object description. This is a sewing needle filled with jealousy and hatred. The sister was always favored by her parents until one day the brother came into the family, almost taking away everything that belonged to her. She discovered that whenever the brother cried, her parents would focus all their love on him. One night, she picked up a sewing needle and sealed her brother's mouth. From that day on, she never heard his cries again. How wonderful. Hidden description: this is a sewing needle that kills the strange, not people. When the sewing needle draws 10 strange skins, it can be upgraded, increasing its resilience and granting the shedding effect. So this is what a legendary, quality strange object is? Even the description is quite exquisite. For Ji Yen, who had never held such high-quality equipment, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle. But he was even more puzzled. Was it really that simple to interact and obtain a legendary, quality sewing needle? Where exactly was the difficulty in this main quest? As he exited the room, Louis Tong had also obtained her equipment, her face full of surprise. The strange mother actually gave me a collectible equipment. She was holding a blood-dripping kitchen knife. This was the strange mother's chef's knife. Whenever there was discord among the neighbors, the strange mother would always take this knife out to resolve any conflict, showing how much she treasured it. Louis Tong originally thought she would have to raise her favorability to 90% or higher to obtain this equipment, but unexpectedly, she got it from a main quest. Ji Yen pondered. To put it simply, the main quest has advanced the game's progress. After all, if this task can't be completed, these strange residents will cease to exist. In such a life and death situation, rather than hiding and hoarding, it's better to bring out all these treasures. Louis Tong nodded, then remembered something. By the way, look at the chat group. A player has revealed the current location of that thief. Upon hearing this, Ji Yen raised his hand to open the chat box. Indeed, there was a player in the chat box who had exposed the whereabouts of the thief, but Ji Yen didn't show much reaction, calmly saying, "Now that everyone knows the thief's fatal weakness, everyone is rushing to hunt it down. How could there still be someone so selfless, revealing the thief's location in the group?" Louis Tong raised her eyebrows. "Are you saying the location is fake? It might be real. The purpose of actively exposing it should be that they aren't confident in taking it down. They're looking for a scapegoat to go waste the thief." Ji Yen simply analyzed. This kind of tactic was obvious in such a survival environment. Now that we have a deadly weapon in hand and know the thief's fatal weakness, how can we not be sure to kill that thief? Louis Tong was puzzled. Ji Yen countered, "You have an iron spear and know that stabbing a tiger's heart is certain death, but in a one-on-one fight, are you confident you can kill it?" Louis Tong suddenly understood. She slapped her forehead, realizing that at such a critical moment, her intelligence was plummeting. "So should we go over?" "Yes, just like the guy who exposed his location in the group. It's better to hide in the shadows," Ji Yen said as he closed the panel. In the lobby of the first floor of the apartment, the dense swarm of strange insects spread like a black tide, and the thief paused here, as if scanning the surroundings. Then, facing the load-bearing wall, he extended his hands, fingers like shovels, prying open a gap in the wall bit by bit. Blood gushed forth, and the flesh writhing within the cement wall displayed a full vitality. After pondering for a moment, the thief began to ruthlessly tear apart the flesh, allowing the silent wails from within the wall to echo as he stuffed the flesh of the natives into his mouth to gnaw on. Warning: the current progress of the main quest boss has caused 23% damage to the apartment instance. Players participating in the main quest, please quickly stop the malicious destruction. If this trend continues, by tomorrow morning, this apartment instance will have collapsed. As they moved towards the exposed location, the instance's warning sounded again. Louis Tong's pretty face showed clear anxiety. Ji Yen remained calm. There's no use in being anxious. From another perspective, it's the strange creatures that should be anxious. If the apartment is gone, we players will just be sent to the next instance. Those strange creatures will truly have the sky fall on them, homeless. Louis Tong forced a smile. She realized that this person could remain calm at any time. Was this really his first time playing a game? Soon, they arrived at the first floor lobby. As expected, the scene was already quite lively. Players had begun to encircle and kill the thief. When faced with a new wave of attacking players, the thief's back wriggled, revealing two horrifying strange faces, ambushing the approaching players. The scene was exceptionally bloody and brutal, with skin fragments and dismembered bodies everywhere. Louis Tong figured it out. Every time the thief revealed a strange face, a hunting rule was activated, indiscriminately hunting players. How terrifying was that? Even more terrifying was that no one knew how many strange faces the thief had. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to Ji Yen, "You're right, even if we know the thief's weakness, it's still hard to kill him." Ji Yen remained silent, his eyes slightly squinting as he stared ahead. In a hidden corner across the way, he saw Long Yuan's familiar face. The other party was also observing from the shadows. It was likely that the information exposing the thief's location had come from him, letting other players consume their resources while he waited for an opportunity. But the current situation was not as he wished. The players in the lobby hadn't even touched the thief before they dropped dead, let alone kill him. But soon, Ji Yen was proven wrong. A piercing scream suddenly erupted in the lobby. A sound like a gunshot, yet also like a strange howl, rang out as a bizarre bullet pierced through the thief's face, directly penetrating its body. The strange face fell to the ground, quickly withering. The thief drooped its head, touching the gaping hole in its chest, fingers digging inside to retrieve the bullet. The bullet was a piece of finger bone. In an instant, it turned to powder. It twisted its head, and the next bullet followed closely, shattering its second strange face. The thief staggered, and the strange insects covering its surface died and fell off. This scene shocked the players present. Ji Yan turned his head and saw Huang ran from before, still holding that strange gun, but now wrapped in black mist, clearly upgraded in quality. It's useful. That thief has lost 2 strange faces and is clearly injured. This strange thing seems to have no way to be harmed by long-range tricks. So, does that mean its hunting rules actually have a distance limit? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? What I lack the least is long-range tricks. The staggering thief was clearly injured. This made the players who were secretly observing excited, and they began to adopt long-range attack methods. Strangely, even in this situation, the thief still did not escape, continuing to tear open the walls and gnaw at the flesh and blood within. More bizarre faces grew all over its body, and these faces wailed, resisting the players' relentless attacks. Louis Tone's expression changed slightly. It would rather stand and be besieged than stop destroying the apartment. Does this malicious entity hate the residents of the apartment so much? It would rather perish than retreat. Ji Yan said nothing. He looked at the torn faces that still showed signs of life, knowing that his opportunity had come. In the arena, the thief was subjected to the players' continuous attacks, its twisted and horrifying faces howling and contorting. A large number of strange insects fell from the thief, yet it showed no intention of escaping. Instead, it accelerated the destruction of the walls, gnawing at the flesh and blood of the original inhabitants embedded within. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as something struck the thief, its head exploding, countless strange insects falling like raindrops. The players were startled. They turned to see Long Yuan appearing on the second-floor railing, holding a shotgun with smoke still rising from the barrel. It's that Long again. I was wondering when this guy would show up. Turns out he was hiding all along. Upon seeing Long Yuan, Huang Ran's expression darkened first. As the second-ranked player in the strategy progress, he had always viewed Long Yuan as his biggest competitor, having been suppressed by him. That main boss's head is gone, it should be dead. Before a player's words were finished, they saw the thief's head slowly repairing itself, the wails of the strange faces on its body becoming even more piercing. It seems that to kill this entity, we must destroy all the strange faces on it. Perhaps having achieved its goal or sensing a crisis, the thief stopped its destruction and turned to leave the scene. It's trying to run. Can it escape? As long as it's in the apartment, it has nowhere to hide. The continuous attacks were clearly effective. The aura around the thief was rapidly diminishing, which meant it could be injured and could die. The remaining players excitedly pursued. Watching the pursuing players and the walls around them cracking and oozing blood, Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But then, his smile suddenly vanished. He saw that in the hall, there was still a player who had not followed the crowd to chase the thief. Stepping on the blood-soaked floor, Ji Yan entered the battlefield after the fight. His gaze fell only on the torn, dying strange faces. He crouched down, reaching out to touch them one by one. As his talent was frequently triggered, Ji Yan once again obtained information that other players' drivers did not have. My children have been corrupted. I want to protect my children and let them grow up healthy. What a sad outsider, foolish and mocking. They only believe what they see before them. They desperately dig a deep pit, enjoying themselves, thinking it is a refuge from disaster, unaware that it is a grave that will bury them. Who will save us? Save our families. We have tried our best, and we are gradually losing strength, ultimately helplessly watching everything cease to exist. Holding the strange face in his hand, Ji Yan's expression grew increasingly serious. He looked at the scattered dead strange insects and suddenly guessed something. Ji Yan, aren't we going to chase? Louis Tong asked. After all the strange faces withered and died, Ji Yan stood up. Looking at the densely cracked floor of the hall on the first floor, at the wall smeared with thick blood, he walked over and reached out to touch the flesh and blood that had oozed out from the walls. Then, his gaze sharpened. He said to Louis Tong, I'm going to the 8th floor. If you believe me, go back to 404 and don't get involved in the main storyline anymore. Louis Tong was taken aback and asked, did you discover something? Ji Yan did not answer, turning and running upstairs. He didn't have time to explain. Whether Louis Tong listened or not was her business. As a fellow player under the same roof, the care he had given was already enough. Climbing up the stairs, Ji Yan paused on each floor to observe something before quickly continuing up to the 8th floor. He knocked on the door of room 801. The door opened, revealing Shi. She was still in her simple white clothes, her face bearing the same serious expression of depression. Sister said you would come, and you came even earlier than she guessed. Upon entering the room, Miss Su Xin was still lounging comfortably in her chair, reading a book. Aren't you supposed to be busy catching the thief right now? How can you still have the mood to come here? Miss Su casually flipped through the pages and asked back. Ji Yan approached, not in a hurry to explain, but instead asked, Miss Su, you were clearly furious about that native thief who stole from you last night. Why do you seem so indifferent now? Miss Su did not look at Ji Yan, smiling lightly as she replied, what's the use of being anxious? It's better to take it easy. After all, if the culprit destroying the apartment isn't stopped, the end result is that all the residents will be doomed together. Thinking about it, having so many residents to keep me company isn't such a loss, right? Ji Yan shook his head and said, actually, you knew from the beginning that the thief would break into your room 801, but you wouldn't stop it. Miss Su closed her book, her beautiful eyes lifting. Why? Because that multi-faced monster breaking into the room is not the native thief. On the contrary, it is trying to save this house as much as it can. Or rather, the entire apartment. From the very beginning, our goal has been misled. The real thief is not that multi-faced monster, but someone else. The apartment has suffered severe damage, with monsters constantly gnawing at the apartment's lifeline and continuously polluting the native inhabitants within the walls. The appearance of the multi-faced monster actually plays the role of a doctor. It tirelessly wanders through every corner of the apartment, tearing at the walls, ripping the flesh of the natives, taking away the rent, which are actually the polluted pathogens. If not removed, they will continue to deepen the cracks in the walls and accelerate the collapse of the apartment. Yet the players and most of the monster residents are unaware. They all pin the blame for the wall cracks and apartment damage on the multi-faced monster. Ji Yan's expression darkened. This creates a pessimistic situation. A doctor who is clearly trying to save the patient is mistaken for a murderer by the family when they see the knife in his hand and the blood on him, leading them to attack him frantically. The patient thinks they are stopping a murderer while trying to save the one on the bed, but they don't realize that by stopping him, they are actually harming the patient and may even miss the best opportunity for rescue. Ji Yan's expression was grave. In fact, through those hidden messages, he had formed this speculation. But in the end, it was just a guess. After the commotion in the lobby on the first floor, he could be certain. More so, it was a sixth sense, everything was going too smoothly. After listening to Ji Yan's words, Miss Su tossed her book aside, a hint of a smile appearing on her exquisite face. Your analysis is spot on. You really do sound like a great detective. Then according to your reasoning, everything is correct. So where is the real culprit gnawing at the walls and pushing the apartment toward destruction? Ji Yan pondered for a moment. He asked back, I guess this apartment has a basement, right? How do you know this building has a basement? Hearing Ji Yan's words, Miss Su's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her smile was calm. I noticed it when I went from the first floor lobby to the 8th floor. The cracks on the first floor are the largest, looking like they could collapse at any moment. The higher the floor, the fewer the cracks. So it's not hard to guess that the real thief, the culprit behind the damage to the apartment, is in the basement, or perhaps beneath the apartment. The source of the apartment's cracks is likely due to the foundation being gnawed away. It's just that the multi-faced monster is quite unfortunate. Its actions and unknown identity perfectly align with the true culprit, which is why it has been labeled as the thief everyone wants to catch. Ji Yan's words were speculation, but his tone was certain. If it weren't for the hidden information obtained through his talent, Ji Yan might have been misled, trying to find a way to kill the multi-faced monster and hasten the apartment's demise. From the hidden information he gathered, it could be inferred that the strange faces on the multi-faced monster were also the original residents of the apartment. They might have been eliminated due to material aging or other reasons. That black bug monster was responsible for containing these eliminated original residents' faces, waiting for a crisis to arise in the apartment, at which point it would come out and do what it could to save the building. But their help was only a temporary fix. To truly save the apartment, it still relied on the players. There is indeed a basement, but the key. Miss Su picked up a cup of hot coffee from the table and tossed in 2 sugar cubes. The key is in the landlord's hands? It is indeed in the landlord's hands, but he won't participate in this crisis. During this time, he's been sleeping. Miss Su took a sip of coffee, answering casually. Ji Yan frowned. The apartment building is on the verge of collapse, and he's just sleeping as the landlord? He found it absurd. The landlord seemed to be the biggest boss of the apartment instance, yet there was no role for him in the main storyline? Miss Su stirred her deep brown coffee with a spoon. This old man doesn't get involved in many things. His thinking is very old-fashioned. If the apartment really collapses, he would think its fate and willingly perish along with it in this world. Miss Su's words awakened Ji Yan. The landlord seemed to be the biggest boss of the Crimson apartment instance, but in reality, he was just a dull NPC controlled by the instance's rules. Ji Yan shook his head. There must be a way. Since I can discover the true culprit hiding beneath the apartment, it means this is definitely not a dead end. Miss Su's eyes showed a hint of approval. Not bad. Your mind is sometimes quite sharp. There are ways to access the basement besides the landlord. The original residents also have methods. But, the original residents are very hostile towards us outsiders. It's difficult to communicate with them, let alone ask them to help you get to the basement. However, Miss Su's words suddenly sparked an idea in Ji-Yen. His eyes flickered. I just thought of a special original resident. Maybe she can help me. As he spoke, Ji-Yen bid farewell to Miss Su and was about to leave. Wait, I'll give you one more gift. I've placed my bet on you, so don't let me down. Miss Su called out to Ji-Yen, her slender fingers lightly flicking. 3 paper-cut figures landed on Ji-Yen. The paper figures had a life of their own. They danced in a line on his shoulder like the little people from Andersen's fairy tales, eventually burrowing into the roots of his hair. Ding! Congratulations, player, for discovering the true hiding place of the main storyline's real culprit and receiving the blessing reward from Resident 801. Special Strange Object, Paper-Cut Person. Quality, Legendary. Strange Object Introduction. In ancient legends, paper-cut figures can contain wandering souls. The older generation liked to hang them by the window. When a soul resides within the paper figure, it can guide the owner in blessings and help avoid disasters. Hidden information. The 3 paper figures each possess special abilities of curse, blessing, and disaster avoidance. Another piece of legendary equipment. Ji-Yan's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Miss Su was not his bizarre family member and could actually interact to reveal a legendary piece of equipment. One had to admit, the drop rate for this main quest was indeed high. Don't be too quick to laugh. My 3 paper figures have quite a temper. Here, take them. You might not even be able to use them, Miss Su said casually. Ji-Yen nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then exited room 801. Time was pressing, so Ji-Yen went back down to the first floor and knocked on the door of room 102. This was the room that had initially helped the trickster Ken enter. If he remembered correctly, Ken had mentioned having trouble and could ask his daughter for help. Relationships were like currency. As long as they existed, their value remained, and sooner or later, they would be useful. The door was opened by the girl with dyed hair, and as soon as she saw Ji-Yen, her expression soured. What are you doing here again? What dirty thing have you brought this time? Every time I see you, I have a bad feeling. Since daily tasks didn't require her to go out, the girl with dyed hair felt as if she were isolated from the world. She thought she would always be comfortable in room 102, unaware that the apartment was facing a disaster. I'm looking for your master. Ji-Yen pushed the door open and walked in, making his way straight to the master bedroom at the end of the hallway. Hey, at least change your shoes. Where have you been? Your soles are covered in red paint. Seeing the dirty floor, the girl's good mood immediately vanished. Inside the master bedroom, the blood wall was continuously oozing blood, forming a line of twisted characters. I knew you would come. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to know about the basement of the apartment. Do you know how to get down there? Ji-Yen asked directly. The blood characters shifted. I know, but the basement was once a forbidden place for seriously violating tenants. It's very dangerous. You are a benefactor to me and my father. I don't want to harm you. If we don't go, the apartment will collapse, and the result will be the same. Everyone else has been misled. Only I know where the problem lies. This dangerous place can only be accessed by me. Ji-Yen's words carried a sense of desolation, a feeling of if I don't go to hell, who will? But in reality, he was just afraid of being robbed of the credit by other players. He knew he wouldn't be the only one to discover the misdirection, so he had to hurry and seize the opportunity. The blood wall was calm for a moment before the blood characters changed again. Tear open the floor, and I'll send you there. The apartment's rules cannot restrain what lies below. Be careful. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yen's eyes flickered. He then took out his grandmother's embroidery needle and gently scratched the floor. The floor was like a thin piece of fabric, easily torn apart, with blood gushing out. The flesh and blood beneath the floor writhed, and with the tearing, a dark staircase leading to the basement was forcibly opened. Ji-Yen's eyes widened slightly. He finally understood why Miss Su said that the key to the basement was only held by the landlord and the original residents. Moreover, it was difficult to get them to willingly hand over the key. It turned out that the original residents could only open the basement door by tearing their own flesh and blood. The so-called key was merely an act of self-harm by the original residents. Looking at the spreading blood plasma on the floor, Ji-Yen couldn't help but hold his breath. He hadn't expected the way to open the basement to be so bloody. He glanced at the blood wall and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The blood wall remained unresponsive for a moment before gathering into a twisted character. It hurts. Ji-Yan's gaze shifted. he could only hurry, pulling out his mother's flashlight, turning it on, and stepping into the basement. At that moment, his hair began to itch. The 3 paper figures jumped out from his hair, bouncing around like 3 restless birds, surveying their surroundings. Yuan didn't know why the 3 paper figures had jumped out, but it somehow gave him a bit more sense of security. At this moment, a new panel prompt popped up in his view. Ding! Congratulations, player, for discovering the hidden new map section of the instance, Forbidden Basement. Map section introduction. This is a prison that holds residents who have severely violated apartment rules, filled with numerous unknown dangers. It is advised that players do not recklessly enter without sufficient equipment. Tip: the hidden map section involves multiple core tasks and conceals a large amount of high-quality equipment. So this is the hidden map section. No wonder there are no hints at all. Yuan muttered to himself as the flashlight in his hand suddenly flickered. He was taken aback. Even his mother's flashlight was useless here? Upon reflection, he realized that he had come down here recklessly, indeed bold, but it was out of urgent necessity, and he had few means to save himself, one could say none at all. I can only see how valuable these 3 paper figures from Miss Su are. Although Yuan said this, he couldn't help but feel that these 3 paper figures, no bigger than his palm, were unreliable. After a moment, he finished descending the stairs leading to the underground. When the soles of his shoes pressed into the thick dust, Yuan knew he had entered a new map section. Through the flickering light column, Yuan saw the surrounding environment, a forbidden place, a prison for sinful residents. In reality, it was a wine cellar that had been sealed for who knows how long. There were clay jars everywhere for storing wine. Yuan took a few steps when the flashlight suddenly went out, the beam disappearing. He thought the flashlight had malfunctioned, but the next second he realized a hand was covering it. Pulling the flashlight away, Yuan saw the other party clearly. It was a disheveled old man, his figure deformed and hunched, resembling a real-life goblin. He grinned and said, "I told you, there are always a few who are awake enough to discover the source of the problem is in the basement." After he finished speaking, shadows crawled out from the hidden corners, all of them deformed and strange residents. They were emaciated, with no sign of full flesh, like refugees fleeing from famine. Upon seeing Yuan, they all broke into smiles. "There's hope now, we can finally relax our hearts. Our apartment is saved, it won't collapse." These imprisoned strange residents looked at Yuan as if they had seen hope, an indescribable joy. This was different from what Yuan had imagined. Wasn't it said that the basement was very dangerous? Wasn't it said that the imprisoned strange residents were full of hostility? These imprisoned strange residents seemed to understand Yuan's thoughts, explaining, "Although we have made some mistakes in the past and are imprisoned here, we do not wish to see the apartment collapse and perish. After all, our loved ones still live above. So we are all waiting for a resident to come down and save this apartment." Yuan looked at the faces of these strange residents, noticing that the 3 paper figures on him showed no signs of attack. He asked, "So, who is destroying the foundation of the apartment?" Just as the imprisoned strange residents were about to speak, footsteps came from the stairs behind him. Yuan's expression darkened. He knew that another player had caught up with him. This was faster than he had anticipated. What made his expression even worse was that the player who came down was an old acquaintance. Holding an old-fashioned oil lamp, with the flickering orange light, Long Yuan also saw Yuan's face, his eyes narrowing. "Enemies meeting, especially eye-catching. We meet again." Yuan smiled coldly. "If I remember correctly, you still owe me a bet. The wager was indeed a kitchen knife, right?" Long Yuan also sneered, "I have something better to give you." Saying this, he threw a strange object over. Upon closer inspection, it was actually his own chopping knife. Wasn't it taken by some unlucky guy? How did it end up in this guy's hands? What a scheme! This chopping knife has caused me quite a bit of trouble. I've been keeping track of this matter all along. Long Yuan's smile was filled with coldness. Yuan picked up the chopping knife, which was even more severely damaged, with a piece broken off. No wonder Long Yuan returned it to himself. He probably saw it as scrap. But in Yuan's eyes, as long as the talent of omniscience and omnipotence was still there, this machete was a treasure of collectible quality. At first, he had to painfully discard the machete, a tracking device, to escape from the father of 804's trick. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, it ended up back in his hands. "You say I tricked you, but I don't know what that means. I only know that a guy who scams people stole my machete, and somehow it ended up in your hands?" Yuan shook his head while putting away the machete. Long Yuan squinted, seemingly trying to discern the truth of Yuan's words, and ultimately chose to skip the topic. "How did you know about this basement?" Yuan countered. "How did you discover it?" The atmosphere fell into a bit of silence. Then Yuan smiled and said, we all know what's going on, so there's no need to waste words. If I'm not mistaken, you knew from the beginning that the real culprit behind the apartment's destruction was in the basement. But you didn't say anything, and even to reduce competitors, you deliberately posted the location of that multi-faced trickster in the group, luring all the players to encircle the ladder, deepening the players' misdirection. Am I right? Ji Yan had already noticed Long Yuan hiding in the shadows in the first floor hall, and he had his suspicions then. Now seeing the other party also appear in the basement, he could completely confirm his guess. Long Yuan smiled slightly. This game is all about the clever ones getting the cake first. You should thank me. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't just be the two of us in this basement. Ji Yan did not deny it. I really should thank you. Since that's the case, instead of fighting to the death, why don't we join forces to complete this main quest? After all, we don't have much time left. Those stupid guys have already surrounded and killed that multi-faced trickster. They will soon realize. We can now devour this cake together. Long Yuan took the lead in expressing his stance, actively reaching out. He really didn't want to waste more time and miss the opportunity. Ji Yan did not oppose. This was the most critical moment. He then looked at the imprisoned trickster residents. Do you know where the real culprit behind the apartment's destruction is? We know, but that guy is very fierce. Are you sure you can handle it? Before Ji Yan could speak, Long Yuan disdainfully interjected, just lead the way, the rest is up to us. Guided by the imprisoned trickster residents, they entered the deepest part of the secret room. There were no pottery jars here, and the air was filled with a strange, foul odor. At the end, a towering ancient tree grew there. It was not a tree but a shrub-like mass formed by countless scarlet flesh. The ceiling and floor of the basement were covered with blood vessels and blue veins, and countless twisted human faces covered the surface like leaves. Those faces were all crying out in pain. More horrifyingly, on one side of the face tree, a thick black liquid could be clearly seen, like maggots gnawing at the faces, leaving them riddled with holes. The scene before them was filled with a Cthulhu-like bizarre style. Disgusting yet curious. Ji Yan and Long Yuan were both strongly impacted by the sight. An elderly woman, with a twisted and emaciated face, trembled as she pointed at the bloody tree. This is the foundation of the apartment instance. The faces covering the surface of the foundation are the true forms of the apartment's original residents. The landlord comes down periodically to check and feed them. They can only grow and have their flesh seep into the walls to reinforce the apartment. But now, as you can see, the foundation is riddled with holes, and the apartment is on the verge of collapse. Those black parasites live by gnawing at the foundation, and they have now spread to an uncontrollable extent. Upon closer inspection, those black substances were densely packed black maggots writhing beneath the surface. Long Yuan felt his scalp tingle. If there were any players with obsessive cleanliness, they would probably die on the spot. You just stood by and did nothing? Ji Yan glanced at them. A bald old man hoarsely spoke. We have no way out. Those parasites are completely intertwined with the foundation. Recklessly removing them will only accelerate the foundation's death. A short old man followed up. Only by addressing the source of these parasites can we save this apartment. He pointed to the back of the apartment's foundation. There, a decaying coffin lay. Parasites were continuously emerging from the coffin's opening. That coffin is the culprit. We don't know where it came from, nor how the coffin lid was opened. But as long as we seal that coffin again, we can definitely stop the spread of these parasites. A strange old woman raised her bloodied hands, but those coffin nails, we can't touch them at all. They're as hot as branding irons. So, we can only rely on you to seal the coffin. As they spoke of the root of the problem, Ji Yan and Long Yuan received a prompt from the game panel. The game panel popped up. That meant they were on the right track. As long as they sealed that black coffin, this troublesome main quest would be over. Long Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ji Yan, however, remained cautious. The more critical the moment, the less he dared to pop the champagne early. Guided by the strange captive residents, Ji Yan and Long Yuan crossed over the writhing veins and approached the coffin. They could clearly see that several coffin nails had been pried open and had fallen to the ground. A total of 4. In Long Yuan's eyes, these 4 coffin nails were like 4 equal slices of cake. He looked at Ji Yan. 2 each, split the reward? Ji Yan shook his head. It won't be that simple. That coffin is so sinister. How could it just let us seal it up? Long Yuan said. How would we know if we don't try? If you're scared, then I'll step into this minefield first. With that, he stepped forward, picked up 2 coffin nails from the ground, and approached the coffin. As the black lid slowly closed, Long Yuan held one of the coffin nails in his hand, but before he could drive it in, blood suddenly gushed from his 7 orifices. The next second, he collapsed to the ground, his death horrifying. Ji Yan's eyelids twitched. This guy just died so easily? Why did he suddenly bleed to death from all 7 orifices? Could it be that this black coffin had some deadly radiation? The next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded before Ji Yan's eyes. The originally dead Long Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, revived, and got back up. He wiped the blood from his mouth and nose and quickly retreated. He cursed. The coffin and nails are cursed. Touching them means death. Ji Yan's eyes flickered as he guessed, "Is this your talent?" "My talent is an A-grade talent, Nirvana Rebirth. Accepting a task triggers it once. So, in every task, I have 2 lives. And after being reborn, I can also learn the reason for my previous death." Long Yuan unexpectedly answered Ji Yan's question seriously. Wiping the blood from his palm, Long Yuan said to Ji Yan. Ji Yan, with a hint of skepticism, replied, "Talents are the most important trump card for players. You're just telling me like this?" Long Yuan said, "We're in the same boat now, there's no need to hide anything. I've already stepped on one mine, now it's your turn to perform." Long Yuan stared at Ji Yan. The problem before them was simple, they had to seal the coffin. However, both the coffin and the nails carried deadly curses. It was like a box containing life-saving medicine, but the outside was covered in detonating wires. Touching it would mean death. How were they to complete this task? Ji Yan pondered for a moment, then looked back at the captive residents who were staring blankly. When faced with problems in the game, interact with NPCs. There will be clues, one way or another. Ji Yan stepped back and threw this problem to the captive residents. The bald old man trembled as he heard this, tearing off a completely decayed piece of the original resident's face and smearing the thick black blood onto Ji Yan's hand. "With this blood, we can isolate those curses." When these eerie residents touched him, Ji Yan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of surprise, he exclaimed, "Is it really that simple?" Long Yuan leaned closer, somewhat incredulous. "A difficult problem solved just by interacting a couple of times? We won't harm you, we also want to save this apartment." "One of you can try first," said the eerie old lady, tearing off a piece of flesh from a deceased native and smearing the black blood on Long Yuan's hand. Looking at his blood-soaked hands, Long Yuan volunteered and picked up a coffin nail covered in curses once more. After a moment, he showed a look of delight. "I'm fine, the curse really has been isolated." He walked over, grabbed Ji Yan's hand, and placed the coffin nail in his palm. "You try?" The moment Ji Yan shook hands with Long Yuan, his expression changed slightly, and after a moment, he nodded nonchalantly. "It really does resist the curse." "Then let's seal the coffin quickly." Picking up the remaining 3 coffin nails from the ground, Ji Yan and Long Yuan began to seal the black coffin. Behind them, the gathered eerie residents watched the scene nervously, but beneath that tension, it seemed something was hidden. Ji Yan took out the hammer and struck the rusty coffin nail, but after just 2 hits, he felt a wave of discomfort. When Ji Yan came to his senses, he found blood gushing from his mouth and nose. His pupils contracted. What was happening? Wasn't the curse isolated? Blood dripped onto the floor, the dust wrapping it into glistening beads of blood. Ji Yan covered his mouth and nose, but he couldn't stop it. Blood continued to drip from his fingers. He looked at the black blood on his hands. Isn't the black blood supposed to isolate the curse? Why? Ji Yan suddenly turned to look at the imprisoned eerie residents. They were also staring at Ji Yan in shock, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Blood was also flowing from Ji Yan's eyes and ears, his body weak and staggering. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he turned to look at Long Yuan, who was also sealing the coffin. He saw that at some point, Long Yuan had wiped off the smeared black blood, allowing the curse to corrode his hands freely. Long Yuan looked at his darkened hands, then at Ji Yan's constricted pupils, forcing a smile. "It seems I overestimated you. You're not as tricky as I thought. I'm even curious how you found this basement." Ji Yan coughed up thick blood, his gaze cold as he looked at Long Yuan's mocking smile. "Your talent is not what you call rebirth. I just made that up. You don't really believe it, do you?" Long Yuan's eyes were indifferent. "I, Long Yuan, have never had the habit of sharing cake with others. Consider it my last warning before sending you offline in this instance. The most terrifying thing in this bizarre game is not the eerie beings, but always the human heart." As Long Yuan's words fell, Ji Yan spat out a large amount of blood, collapsing onto the floor, blood flowing endlessly from his 7 orifices until his life force was nearly extinguished. "A kid who can't survive 10 days thinks he can play with me?" Looking at the lifeless Ji Yan, Long Yuan snatched the 2 coffin nails from his hand, holding 4 coffin nails with a chilling smile on his face. The eerie residents behind them couldn't help but speak up. "What time is it? You two are still killing each other?" Such is the greed of humanity. It can never withstand temptation. No matter how grandiose the words, as long as there's a chance, they will ruthlessly kill each other. Long Yuan ignored their words and returned to the black coffin. "In the last main storyline, I fell into a ditch. This time I won't make the same mistake." He held the 4 coffin nails in his hand and began to seal them one by one on the coffin lid. 3 were sealed, and it was time for the last one. As Long Yuan aimed the coffin nail at the final hole, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. He suddenly turned around, and what met his eyes was Ji Yan's horrifying face, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Long Yuan's expression changed drastically, clearly startled. In that split second, a paper figure shot out from Ji Yan and stuck to the back of Long Yuan's neck. As the paper figure adhered, the character curse appeared. Warning: you have been cursed by the strange object. 3-character paper figure, sin. Curse effect: within 20 minutes, you will fall into absolute silence, losing all game actions, unable to walk or move, unable to open the toolbar, unable to use any equipment, and talents. A curse? Long Yuan's face changed dramatically. Wait, why was he not dead? His body felt as heavy as lead, and he collapsed to the ground, losing all ability to act. Just as the warning panel stated, he couldn't open the toolbar or use equipment to save himself. He could only speak briefly and move his gaze. You clearly fell under the curse of the black coffin. Long Yuan stared wide-eyed at the revived Ji Yan. Ji Yan wiped the blood from his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and a second paper figure jumped out from his shoulder. The paper figure had the word avoid written on it. The paper figure burned, turning into a few wisps of ash. Disaster-avoiding paper figure. Effect: when the host suffers a fatal injury, it can transfer the calamity of bloodshed, blocking 1 death disaster. Seeing these 2 paper figures, Long Yuan's eyes twitched. 3-character paper figure. This is the legendary strange object from room 801. Why is it on you? Ji Yan brushed off the dust from his hand, raising an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to recognize it? Long Yuan's face turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. How could he not recognize it? Miss Su Xin from room 801 had always been his target of pursuit, and he had his eyes on the 3-character paper figure in her hands. Unfortunately, whether through interaction or completing various daily tasks for her, he had never been able to obtain this strange object. Now seeing this set of legendary, quality strange objects in Ji Yan's hands, he felt a humiliation akin to having pursued a slow-witted goddess for so long, only to have her taken by someone else in a matter of days. Humiliation, confusion, and anger surged within him. I never put this paper figure into the toolbar, just waiting for you to stab me in the back so it could trigger automatically. Long Yuan's gaze was as cold as dead water. You knew from the start what I was going to do? Ji Yan's expression was indifferent, but a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Let me tell you a secret you can't accept even more. I not only know what you want to do, but I also know your true talent. Li Dai Tao Jiang, S-rank talent. The triggering method is through touching other players, turning them into scapegoats. Within 10 minutes after that, if you suffer any damage, it can be transferred to the scapegoat, but you can only transfer to a maximum of 2 targets. After the talent ends, the cooldown time is 60 minutes. Am I right? As Ji Yan recited his talent without missing a word, Long Yuan's mind went blank, followed by horror and fear. How could he know his talent? The S-rank talent had always been the deepest secret buried within Long Yuan. Not a word had ever been revealed. What is your talent? Long Yuan thought of something. Ji Yan smiled. Guess? The reason he could analyze Long Yuan's talent was that Long Yuan had given him the opportunity. When Long Yuan handed over the coffin nail to him, he made a gesture of holding his hand. Although Long Yuan acted very naturally and reasonably, this gesture still seemed too deliberate in Ji Yan's eyes. Then, his omniscient understanding triggered so smoothly, analyzing Long Yuan's talent word for word. Long Yuan's deliberate handshake was also to trigger his own talent, making Ji Yan his second scapegoat. But he never expected that the trap he set to ensure Ji Yan's death would instead become a trap that harmed himself. He would never have thought that Ji Yan's talent was a more outrageous bug F level than his own S level talent. Miss Su's 3-character paper cut person is worth its weight in legend quality. Ji Yan brushed off the dust from his clothes. He was quite satisfied with his fake death performance. After all, he had managed to leave the season Long Yuan dumbfounded. Behind him, the strange residents who had just witnessed a series of twists and turns could no longer sit still, urging him incessantly. There really isn't much time left. How long are you two going to keep scheming against each other? If you don't seal the coffin soon, this apartment is really going to collapse completely. Faced with the residents' urgings, Ji Yan nodded and replied, Indeed, time is running out. With that, he took out a hammer, picked up the last sealing nail from the ground, and walked towards the black coffin. Long Yuan could only watch helplessly, roaring in unwillingness and anger. Ji Yan. Then, under the gaze of many, Ji Yan raised the hammer in his hand. But in the next moment, both man and ghost were left dumbfounded. Ji Yan was not sealing the coffin, he was prying out the sealing nails. He was opening the coffin. Creak! Ji Yan's arm twitched as he pried out the first nail, followed by the second. His movements were incredibly swift. The strange residents behind him screamed at the sight, "Are you crazy? We told you to seal the coffin, not to open it." Even Long Yuan on the ground was stunned, his numb lips moving. "You want to destroy this instance?" Ji Yan remained silent, focused solely on prying out the nails. There were a total of 12 sealing nails on the black coffin, and in the blink of an eye, he had pried out 7. As the coffin opening grew larger, more parasites crawled out, covering the flesh and blood tree of the indigenous people. The imprisoned strange residents could no longer hold back at this moment, revealing their terrifying killing intent. They lunged at Ji Yan in a frenzy, and Ji Yan was waiting for this moment, pinching the last paper-cut person tightly between his fingers, his fingertip piercing the blood, seeping into the paper figure. "Congratulations, player. You have used the 3-character paper-cut person blessing. Within 5 minutes, gain the lucky protection status, immune to all malicious damage from strange residents in the instance." The paper figure was his nape, and as the ghostly hands covered in bulging veins reached out, the moment they touched Ji Yan, they burned like the sealing nails, letting out a piercing scream. Ji Yan continued to pry out 2 more sealing nails. "If you release what's inside the coffin, this apartment is really going to be finished." The strange resident's eyes were about to burst. The root cause of the apartment's destruction is not those parasites. On the contrary, those black parasites are trying to save the decaying foundation as best as they can. The real culprit is neither this black coffin nor a single ghost. It's just that you have created an environment here to confuse us in the basement, making it seem like you are the victims. The black coffin is merely a scapegoat you use to cover up the real culprit. When Ji Yan touched the non-indigenous people, he sensed something was off. Hidden information revealed they were wailing in fear. But the source of their fear was not the black coffin, but these disguised, downtrodden strange residents. From the very beginning, the game had given a warning that the strange residents in the basement were filled with malice, yet their reactions were completely opposite once they arrived. This could only mean one thing: these strange residents were hiding something. At this moment, looking at the terrifying faces filled with fear and murderous intent after being exposed, Ji Yan knew he had guessed correctly. So, sealing the coffin is a dead end. It will only accelerate the collapse and destruction of the apartment. Since you are so wary of this black coffin, I will open it and see what happens. He didn't know what was inside the black coffin, but since it appeared in the main storyline, it must have its purpose. The strange residents were trying every means to lure players into sealing the coffin, which indicated that the black coffin was on the player's side. When faced with uncertainty and time running out, Ji Yan chose to trust his instincts and sixth sense. With a swift pull of the hammer, the last coffin nail was pried loose. Dark, parasitic creatures surged out like a flood, and Ji Yan stepped back a few paces. In his line of sight, he saw a pair of hands, weathered by time, reaching out from the edge of the black coffin. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from within the coffin. Behind him, the eerie tenants, witnessing this scene, fell into complete despair and fled in panic. Ji Yan and the immobile Long Yuan watched the dark figure, their hearts pounding under the shadow of immense fear. The black haze gradually receded. As the figure became clearer, Ji Yan's eyes widened. Old man? What are you doing in the coffin?" The landlord, with a head full of silver hair, yawned and rubbed his back, still drowsy. From the coffin, the old landlord, still a bit grumpy from being woken up, spoke with a chill in his tone. "I hardly get any rest as it is, and you little brat had to wake me up." Ji Yan's mind went blank. Wasn't it said that the landlord wouldn't interfere with the main storyline? How did he suddenly appear in the coffin in the basement? Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing a hidden operation, successfully awakening the sub-boss landlord and pulling him into the main quest. You will now receive assistance from the NPC landlord. The game's prompt caught Ji Yan's attention. So this was how the main storyline worked. No wonder the apartment dungeon was nearly gone. The old landlord had been set as a hidden NPC, left here as an Easter egg. It made sense why those eerie tenants were so wary. If they sealed the black coffin, it would truly be a path to their own graves. "Old man, this isn't really the time for sleeping. There's an urgent situation in the apartment that requires your help." Ji Yan quickly spoke up. The landlord shook the ash from his old pipe and snorted coldly. "As long as the apartment doesn't collapse, nothing is more important than my sleep." Ji Yan forced a stiff smile. "Guess what? The apartment really has collapsed." The landlord locked eyes with Ji Yan. The emptiness in his eye sockets sent chills down Ji Yan's spine. After a few seconds of silence, the landlord finally noticed that there was someone else lying on the ground. "What are you doing here too, Long Yuan?" Then, the landlord raised his head and finally realized something was wrong with the apartment. In the next moment, he turned his head and saw the blood and flesh tree and the continuously splitting walls, the collapsed flesh and concrete. Ji Yan and Long Yuan suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. Looking up, they found the landlord's aura had turned terrifying, black veins crawling all over his body. After all, he was the boss of the dungeon. This darkened aura was suffocating. I only slept for a short while, and you all turned the apartment into this? Jian shifted the focus. Old man, you have sharp eyes, you should know who did this. Humph, no wonder those guys were so obedient this time. After being locked up for so long, it turns out they were just holding in a fart. The old landlord handed his old pipe to Jian. Hold this for a bit, I'll be right back. With that, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and vanished into the darkness. Soon, the entire basement shook violently, and various bone-chilling sounds echoed in their ears. About 2 minutes later, the old landlord returned, holding a bunch of dark, tangled things. Upon closer inspection, it was a head with hair standing on end. They were still alive, begging for mercy. The darkened landlord ignored them and tossed all the heads into the black coffin, closing the lid. The troublemakers are all here. The landlord looked at the basement, which was in shambles, and the severely damaged foundation of the original residence, and said helplessly, however, the apartment has cracked quite severely this time. I wonder if it can be repaired. Ji Yan asked in confusion. Why did these tenants locked in the basement do this? Just to go down with the apartment in flames? The landlord snatched the old pipe from Ji Yan's hands. These guys seriously violated the apartment rules, which is why they were locked up in the basement. In this place, the longer you stay locked up, the heavier the resentment becomes. I thought of using them as fertilizer to nourish the apartment, but I didn't expect this bunch to cause such a ruckus. The landlord spoke helplessly, his tone tinged with a sigh. Ji Yan nodded slightly. He wasn't interested in the background stories of these main quests, he just wanted to skip over them, purely as a transition to push the plot forward. With the culprit dealt with, this main quest should be considered complete, right? You can go up now, I'll handle the follow-up matters here. This place isn't meant for you, but since you came out of a desire to protect the apartment, I won't pursue it. The old landlord pinched a bit of tobacco, stuffed it into the pipe, and spoke lightly, waving his hand to dismiss them. Ji Yan glanced at Long Yuan on the ground, acknowledged him, and turned to leave. Looks like this time your spotlight was completely stolen by that kid? The landlord puffed on his pipe, speaking casually. Long Yuan's expression darkened. Old man, I didn't expect that little slippery one to be so cunning. Is it that others are cunning, or is it that you can't outsmart their cunning? In this apartment, being cunning isn't a derogatory term. Every resident who wants to stay here has to be cunning, or they would have been thrown out long ago. The old landlord shook his head, his tone mercilessly mocking. Long Yuan's face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He couldn't figure out how the other party had managed to anticipate all the traps in advance. It was as if they had received the script ahead of time, leaving him baffled. At that moment, Ji Yan had quickly walked out of the basement. The stuffy air instantly turned fresh and pleasant. As he turned to thank the blood wall for the stitched-up floor, the blood wall slowly revealed a line of blood characters. How did it go? Fairly smooth. The culprit behind the apartment's destruction has been eliminated. Ji Yan hadn't expected that the main quest would ultimately be concluded by the landlord. However, he could guess that there must be other ways to complete it. He had just accidentally triggered a hidden completion method. After all, the game panel had also stated that the landlord was merely a hidden Easter egg appearing in the main quest. Ultimately, it all relied on the overpowered bug of omniscient and omnipotent. Otherwise, in this trap within a trap, Ji Yan wouldn't know how many times he would step on a landmine and die. Previously, he had only used this talent sparingly. Now he realized just how extraordinary this talent was. Ding! The main quest has officially ended. The culprit behind the apartment's destruction has been eliminated, successfully resolving the crisis of the instance. Below are the performance ratings of all players involved in the main quest, along with notifications of penalties and rewards. Third-class performance points. Discovered the true source of the destruction, located in the apartment's underground foundation. Second-class performance points. Discovered the way to the apartment's basement. First-class performance points. Exposed the trap set by the underground captive. Special performance points. Discovered the hidden Easter egg and completed the main quest. This time's rating, the highest performing player Ji Yan scored a total of 95 points. Corresponding performance point rewards have been allocated and sent to each player's personal mailbox. Warning: the following players who made erroneous operations and maliciously harmed the apartment's benevolent NPCs will face varying degrees of punishment. The announcement of the main quest's conclusion echoed in every player's ears, and Ji Yan immediately received his reward. He opened the reward package. There were only 2 rewards, a key to the apartment and a restoration gem. Apartment key. First-class instance privilege. Holding the key allows the player to open the door to the next instance and mark the current instance as a save point. Restoration gem. Can restore any cursed object of legendary quality or below. The rewards were few, but their value was substantial. More significantly, Ji Yan's personal information panel had completed an upgrade, expanding the toolbar backpack and providing a more comprehensive game analysis. Moreover, it granted 300 points of cunning power, as well as an increase in various status values. Talent prompt: congratulations, player, you have obtained the last piece of talent fragment, which has been automatically assembled for you. Your F-level talent, Omniscient Understanding, has completed its upgrade. This upgrade optimizes the triggering method, changing it from touch-triggered to gaze-triggered. Gazing once requires 100 points of mental state. The triggering method of the talent has changed from tactile to visual? Ji Yan's eyes lit up. Clearly, this optimization was very effective. Previously, during several missions, Ji Yan had suffered losses because he couldn't trigger Omniscient Understanding in time. Now that this flaw had been improved, this talent could be said to be infinitely close to perfection. Ji Yan then checked the rewards of the other players. Huang Ran and Long Yuan both received rewards, but they were significantly reduced. The worst off were those players who attacked the faceless monster. The extent of their damage determined the severity of the punishment they faced. Among them, the most unfortunate was the player who delivered the final blow to the faceless monster, who received a permanent punishment of being locked in the basement. Every punished player was on the verge of collapse. Who would have thought that the faceless monster was the biggest trap in the entire main storyline? Ji Yan took a quick look. Then, he opened his strategy panel. Because of this main storyline, his progress had directly surpassed Long Yuan, placing him in the top position. Saving the apartment crisis directly increased the favorability of all the Erie residents towards Ji Yan by over 40%. The main storyline is indeed the main storyline. Completing a main storyline saves others months of hard work and effort. He realized that Long Yuan was able to lead the other players by a significant margin because he had completed the previous main storyline. Upon reflection, that guy's S-level talent was indeed impressive. He could find someone to take the fall and analyze information. But unfortunately, his own talent was an unreasonable bug level. In room 404, Luitong also received the announcement of the main storyline completion. Upon hearing about the punishment, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. Fortunately, in the end, she chose to trust Ji Yan's words and did not follow the crowd to hunt the faceless monster. Otherwise, her name would also be on the punishment list now. How did he manage to do it? Her beautiful eyes widened. Ji Yan did not return to room 404 immediately. Instead, he went to room 801. Inside the room, Miss Su was still enjoying herself. Holding a watermelon and feeling the breeze on the balcony, what was clearly a bizarre game felt like a different scene in her presence. You are more impressive than I expected. You actually managed to find the landlord to solve the problem in the end. Miss Su seemed to see through everything, immediately mentioning the landlord as a hidden Easter egg. Looking at Miss Su, who seemed to know everything, Ji Yan felt dazed. Sometimes he really wondered if the boss of this instance was not the landlord, but this Miss Su was the true hidden big boss. Miss Su, is there anything you don't know? Ji Yan couldn't help but ask. Su Xian smiled like a flower, answering the question with another. How are those 3 paper dolls of mine? If it weren't for your 3 paper dolls, I would definitely be done for. So I came to thank you right away. Ji Yan's response was sincere. This gratitude came from the heart. The other party was not his Erie family, and according to that 20% favorability strategy, she had given him a piece of legendary level equipment. From the game's perspective, this was akin to a bug. From a realistic perspective, it also defied logic. Miss Su seemed to notice Ji Yan's opportunity. With a half smile, she said, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I'm not some kind-hearted person, nor do I find it amusing. Those 3 paper dolls are my greatest treasure in room 801. Countless people have coveted them and tried to obtain them, including that Long Yuan. The reason I specifically gave them to you, well, that's my bet." A bet? Ji Yan was puzzled by the bet mentioned by Miss Su. It sounded like the paper-cut figure was trying to extract something more valuable from him, but he was poor and had nothing of worth. Miss Su was clearly an NPC in the game, yet every time they spoke, Ji Yan felt that she was not a dull NPC, but a flesh-and-blood player. "You have the key to the apartment door. Where will you go next?" Miss Su asked. Ji Yan shook his head. "I don't know. The outside world is so vast. You must go see it." Completing the main storyline of this quest would mean a standard ending. He was different from the small group of conservative players who believed the outside world was dangerous and were willing to remain in one quest forever, like caged birds. How could he understand this world or know if there was a way back to the original Blue Star without passing through those seemingly perilous mists? In Ji Yan's eyes, staying in one quest equated to a slow death. Many previous residents took the key and left this apartment. They were like people within the walls, yearning to see the outside world. Once they left, they never returned. "If you are leaving the apartment, I will give you a gift, a small farewell present." As Miss Su spoke, she handed him a small makeup box. When the box opened, it revealed another paper figure, but this one was soaked in blood, its entire body a vivid red. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have received a hidden reward from the quest, Crimson Paper Figure. Quality? Description: legend has it that when a person encounters countless disasters and bloodshed on their life path, a crimson paper figure will appear beside them. It will guide the host out of the myriad paths of blood and disaster, leading to the only way of survival. So, will you be that person of blood disaster? Easter egg description: the reward is a specific NPC blessing from the Scarlet Apartment quest. Detailed abilities need to be unlocked in the new quest. Please look forward to it. Specific NPC? What kind of identity is that? And what role does it play in the quest? Ji-Yen was puzzled and couldn't help but become more curious about Miss Su's identity. Holding the thin paper figure, which was only the size of a palm, he triggered his talent through focus. It was a joke. With the omniscient understanding, bug talent, trying to uncover hidden Easter eggs was redundant. But the next second, he was slapped in the face. Talent analysis. Hint: this reward is a special eerie object. It has different effects in different quests and cannot be precisely explained. Ji-Yen realized it wasn't that the talent couldn't analyze it, but that it couldn't be pinpointed. The crimson paper figure was like a flammable item. Different quests could trigger different chemical reactions, but this also indirectly provided Ji-Yen with information. The crimson paper figure was compatible with any quest. Blessing reward, specific NPC. How many more settings in this quest are unknown to the players? Ji-Yen couldn't help but think. After a few more simple interactions, he exited room 801. As he left, Miss Su smiled and said, "Next time we meet, you will know what my identity is." This statement left Ji-Yen with multiple speculations. When they met again, did she think he would return to the Scarlet Apartment? Or was Su Xian, this specific NPC, able to move between different quests, playing various roles? Ji-Yen didn't dwell on it. There was no need to focus too much on what lay ahead. Back in room 404, although he hadn't recovered the items lost by Iziri family, his daily tasks had failed, but due to the completion of the main storyline, the side tasks were directly refreshed. The next day, the apartment looked as if it had been renovated overnight, with all traces of damage vanished. It was evident that many players were noticeably fewer. A main storyline task had directly eliminated most of the players who were just muddling through. When the number of players in a copy drops to the lowest point, a forced matching mechanism is triggered. So, on the morning of the next day, several unfortunate souls appeared on the blue star, having been abruptly transported to a strange world from their peaceful slumber. The same happened in the 404 cabin. Due to Dong Chu's elimination, a new player arrived the next morning to take his place. The new player appeared in the living room, with the same expression as Ji-Yen did on the first day. From dazed to astonished, and then from astonished to despair. Ji-Yen paid little attention to the new member. It seemed that welcoming new players had become the task of Luitong, the veteran player. After a day of transition, Ji-Yen no longer hesitated and concluded the progress of this copy. In the first floor hall, the apartment manager, Bandage Ghost, stood at the door, looking at Ji-Yen. "I can't understand. Everyone else is eager to move into the apartment. Why are you so impatient to leave?" Ji-Yen shrugged. "It's the walls. Everyone in different environments always yearns for and longs for the unknown. The outside world is far more cruel and filthy than you think. You will soon regret your decision to leave the safe haven at this moment." It was unclear whether Bandage Ghost's words were sarcastic or a sincere warning to Ji-Yen. Ji-Yen dug in his ears and tossed the apartment key to the other party. "That's my business. My grandmother and mother don't worry about me as much as you do. Open the door." Bandage Ghost shook his head and opened the apartment door with the key. As the door opened, the thick fog outside obscured all vision, as if foreshadowing that once Ji-Yen left the apartment, he would head to any unknown copy. Suddenly, Bandage Ghost had 4 paper boxes in hand, turning to Ji-Yen and saying, "Choose one." "What is this?" Ji-Yen raised an eyebrow. Every departing resident must choose one as an escort talisman, as a good omen. Although the other party said this, Ji-Yen was certain that the copy wouldn't set up these meaningless things for no reason. Ji-Yen casually picked one and opened the paper box. Inside was a small, exquisite knife stained with blood, looking bizarre and inexplicably horrifying. "Ha!" Upon seeing the knife, Bandage Ghost suddenly laughed strangely. "What a good omen." It stepped aside and made a gesture of farewell. "You can go now." Ji-Yen didn't think much and stepped out of the apartment door. The next moment, the heavy fog engulfed his figure. Another foolish bird yearning to fly away from its cage. Thinking that leaving the apartment means flying out of the cage, how could they know that this world itself is a huge cage? Bandage Ghost murmured as it slowly closed the apartment door. When the fog obscured his vision, Ji-Yen felt as if he was in a separate space. Unable to discern direction or see the path beneath his feet, Ji Yan just kept walking forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking when the game's notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Player Ji Yan has successfully cleared the copy, Crimson Apartment, starting to rematch the player for the second copy. Based on the player's choice of wish at the end of the last copy, the player has been successfully matched with the related copy, Undead Hospital. As the words fell, Ji Yan suddenly realized, damn, those last 4 paper boxes were the selection for the copy. That blood-stained exquisite knife must be the scalpel of the chief surgeon. When the new copy was successfully matched, Ji Yan was suddenly hit by a strong sense of weightlessness. The ground beneath his feet seemed to collapse, plunging into an abyss. His senses faded, and his brain forcibly shut down. When Ji Yan opened his eyes, he found himself in a dim space. It seemed he was in a cramped area, struggling to breathe. Completely unaware of what had happened, Ji Yan's mind fell into a crash. According to the game announcement he heard before losing consciousness, he should have entered the Undead Hospital copy, but why did he wake up in such a place? It was as if he had been thrown into a swamp, his body submerged completely, enveloped and squeezed by the sticky, disgusting space, making it hard to breathe. He reached out, desperately clawing and digging at the space in front of him, trying to find a way out, but the walls felt like thick cheese, layer after layer. In his ears, the sounds of thud, thud, thud echoed like a low rumble of thunder. The things pressing against him could be seen clearly. They were writhing, desperately squeezing him, as if they wanted to kill him in this way. These things were living beings. No, it should be said that the entire narrow space was alive. Even the walls were bulging and writhing. Warning: your breathing is gradually weakening, all functions are rapidly declining, consciousness is starting to blur, and your limbs are becoming increasingly weak. Please think of a way to escape this predicament quickly, or you will die. Accompanied by the pop-up warning panel, Ji Yan found it increasingly difficult to breathe, even feeling that all the bones in his body were about to be crushed, and his chest was about to burst. In his blurred vision, he saw writhing things, coiling around his limbs like a python strangling its prey. There was no room for him to resist. At the same time, it seemed that a large amount of water was flooding into the space, submerging his mouth and nose. This caused Ji Yan to gradually lose the last bit of breath. In the dim space, all the living beings were desperately trying to kill him. The intense sense of death filled Ji Yan with despair and strong unwillingness. Damn it! What the hell is this place? I can't be eliminated and sent back to the Scarlet Apartment just after entering the instance, right? That would be a joke. At this critical moment, the talent panel, Omniscient Understanding, was triggered, revealing hidden information in his vision. Your existence has brought it immense pain. You are connected by blood, yet due to the cruel elimination environment, only one can survive. It wants to devour you in this way, and if you want to survive, you can only eat it. At this moment, you are weak and exhausted, needing to consume a large amount of nutrients, and everything you see is not a rich source of nutrition. Look at how they writhe, how vibrant, how delicious they are. The information from the talent made Ji Yan's eyes twitch. Eat everything in front of him? He didn't even know what these things were. At that moment, his scalp itched. A dark red hue burst forth from his hair, the blood-colored paper figure left by Miss Sue. It flickered in Ji Yan's vision, shining with a piercing bloodlight. The words greed, anger, and delusion alternated on the paper figure, finally settling on the word greed. Immediately, the blood-colored paper figure passed through the squeezing space and stuck to Ji Yan's forehead. In an instant, Ji Yan's eyes turned red. A wave of frenzied and intense desire forcibly invaded his mind, quickly occupying his last thought. At this moment, with his limbs twitching in madness, he had only one thought in his mind: hungry. So hungry. Why am I so hungry? I want to eat, no matter what, as long as it can fill my stomach. His twitching limbs, under the terrifying thought of greed, erupted with a strange power, forcibly pushing away the living beings pressing around him. His palms pierced into those living beings and the walls, tearing through them as easily as cotton. Whatever he grabbed, Ji Yan desperately shoved into his mouth. Tear, chew, swallow. Ji Yan was like a starving beast, ruthlessly a machine for eating, repeating these 3 actions. The living beings were torn apart, spewing out a sticky, choking smell, yet constantly stimulating his taste buds and appetite, making Ji Yan madly consume in the cramped space with overwhelming force. Once the writhing living beings were consumed, he turned to the tentacles wrapping around him, and after finishing the tentacles, he began to dig through the soft walls layer by layer. Hunger was like a bottomless pit, completely occupying his brain. Under this feeding frenzy, Ji Yan felt his strength growing stronger, making his eating even more frenzied. Soon, the deep thud sound grew fainter. Faintly, he heard cries of pain. Was that the bleating of a sheep? Ji Yan didn't spend another second pondering these meaningless thoughts. At this moment, nothing was more painful than hunger. There was no greater pleasure than the act of eating. Accompanied by a terrifying way of feeding, the space grew larger, and Ji Yan soon saw a glimmer of light within the wall. That was the exit. Surely, there must be something more delicious outside? Ji Yan's face was filled with excited madness as he recklessly dove toward that glimmer of light. Whoosh, crash. Ha! In the last moment before fainting, Ji Yan broke free from the cramped space. A sea of blood red obscured his vision. The blood-red paper figure immediately detached from his forehead. The insatiable hunger vanished, and Ji Yan's frenzied mind gradually regained clarity. His mouth was full of blood, with bits of flesh even hanging from the corners. Overwhelmed by intense nausea and physical discomfort, Ji Yan turned to vomit, gagging, wishing he could expel everything in his stomach. Exhausted, he lay on the floor, which was covered in water stains, blood, and unknown slime, gasping for air. After a moment, he crawled up as if drained of energy, surveying the unfamiliar environment. It was a dirty, chaotic hospital room. On the bed lay a bloody animal carcass, a female sheep, its belly brutally torn open, with its organs and intestines nearly consumed. Looking at his own blood-soaked and slimy body, Ji Yan understood the scene before him in just a few seconds. The cramped space was the womb of the sheep. The liquid that had engulfed him was amniotic fluid, and those writhing living things and tentacles were the bloody organs and intestines. He had actually crawled out of a sheep's belly in a frenzied eating manner? The game's announcement sound followed closely. Ding! Congratulations, player, for passing the first interview level, breaking the cocoon and rebirth. You have successfully become a medical student at the hospital and obtained internship qualifications. Level introduction. How great is life, isn't it? To allow the weak fetus to emerge smoothly, the mother nourishes it with her own flesh and blood through pressure and stimulation, giving it the strength to be born. What a selfless great love. Listening to the game's announcement, Ji Yan felt darkness closing in, but at least the myriad of questions in his mind finally had a concrete answer. What the hell is this selfless great love? No one expected this new side quest to be so grotesque and bizarre right from the start. It didn't even give players a chance to familiarize themselves with the environment or understand the quest rules. It was a life and death level from the get-go. Moreover, why would players be birthed from a sheep's belly? Even more horrifying to Ji Yan was that there were several other beds in the hospital room. On those beds were also pregnant animals, not just sheep, but pigs and snakes as well. They looked as if they had mutated from nuclear radiation, their bodies abnormally large, writhing with their swollen bellies, emitting sharp cries of pain. Clearly, there was also an unborn player inside them. Soon, a pig's belly successfully burst open. A snake laid eggs that successfully hatched before it died. The two newborn players had, like Ji Yan, successfully passed the breaking the cocoon and rebirth level. In the dimly lit room, filled with the smell of alcohol, the three players, all covered in slime and blood, stared at each other, the atmosphere dead silent. Each was rapidly digesting everything that had just happened, until a voice broke the silence. Congratulations to the three of you, you are the only interns who passed the interview in this delivery room. Next, you will work in the hospital as medical students. The voice came from behind. Ji Yan then noticed that there was an NPC in the room who had been sitting in the corner the whole time. Dressed in a nurse's uniform, the bloody and dirty attire wrapped around a curvaceous figure, horrifyingly, her head was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Welcome to the undead hospital. Looking at the image that resembled the ghostly nurse from the movie Silent Hill, Ji Yan suddenly spoke. You said only the three of us were born alive? Isn't there still two more sickbeds with a pig and a sheep? They were crying out in pain, the players inside them about to burst forth. They have already been eliminated. As soon as the words left her mouth, the eerie nurse had a scalpel in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she was by the sickbed. She directly stabbed the player still struggling in the belly of the sow, killing them instantly. As she turned, the belly of the other sickbed's was torn open, and the player inside was successfully delivered. However, the newly born player had no time to rejoice before their head was pierced by the scalpel, dying tragically on the sickbed. According to the hospital's rules, only one intern is allowed for pigs, sheep, and snakes. In this cesarean surgery competition, they have already lost. The eerie nurse wiped the bloodied scalpel, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. In the corner, they saw piles of animal corpses, all of them pigs, sheep, and snakes. The swollen bellies were about to burst, dying in immense pain, their appearance is horrifying. Inside them were players who had suffocated in the womb and been eliminated. Who would have thought that being born slowly in this bizarre game would be a disaster? This scene resembled the cruel laws of nature, where a young antelope must learn to stand and run as quickly as possible after giving birth, or else it would be devoured by a pride of lions. If it weren't for their good luck, it would have been the three of them being stabbed to death in their bellies. These players were tragically eliminated without even getting a clear look at the dungeon. You have excellently completed this cesarean surgery, successfully delivering yourselves. Especially you, the eerie nurse said, pointing out Ji Yan on the report. You, the weakest among the fetuses, should have been eliminated first, but by gnawing on the mother's body, you absorbed the nutrients and broke free. Although it was a compliment, Ji Yen did not want to recall everything that happened in the womb. Another wave of intense nausea surged in his stomach. The instigator was still the blood-colored paper figure in his hair, and Ji Yen still did not understand the specific abilities of this peculiar object. It didn't even need to stay in the toolbar, it could just come out from his hair whenever it wanted. The other two players looked at Ji Yen with a monstrous gaze after hearing this. Upon seeing the remnants of flesh at the corners of his mouth, they instinctively took half a step back. Now you are officially medical students. There are your medicine kits and work uniforms at the counter. After collecting them, head to your respective operating rooms and meet your medical mentors. The eerie nurse put the scalpel back in her pocket, like a heartless worker. As she prepared to leave, she reminded them, don't run around, there are many places in the hospital you cannot go. If you see wandering patients, do not make contact, you never know what diseases they might have. After the eerie nurse left, the atmosphere in the ward seemed to ease. The player who had been cut open from the pig's belly, wearing an oversized hoodie and with a double chin, cursed loudly, I've never seen such a bizarre dungeon start before. I actually crawled out of a pig? He wiped the blood off his body, feeling quite defensive. The female player who had hatched from a snake egg showed significantly more resilience. She was the first to stand up and walked over to the counter, picking up one of the white coats. Is this something you can't accept? Compared to the last dungeon where I crawled out of a pile of corpses, this is just a piece of cake. After saying this, the female player, in front of Ji Yen and the overweight man, took off her pants and shirt, revealing her impressive figure, changing into the medical uniform under their naked stares. After being confronted by a woman, the overweight man wanted to retort, but upon seeing the numerous scars covering her curvaceous body, he fell silent. The harsh words stuck in his throat were swallowed down. Time was limited, and Ji Yen and the overweight man quickly put on white coats. The clothes emitted a foul odor, and wearing them felt like being infested with bugs, itchy and uncomfortable. After donning the white coats, the background of this instance and the hospital rules popped up on the game panel. Instance background: this is a cursed hospital where all patients are treated and monitored by 12 different zodiac doctors. They maintain the order of the hospital while competing and killing each other. Instance Rule 1, at any time within the hospital, there can only be 12 players. Once a player is eliminated, their corresponding zodiac doctor will give birth to a new player, becoming their medical student. Instance Rule 2, always pay attention to whether the strange doctor is satisfied with your internship performance. If your score falls below 20, it will deem you unfit for the position and devour you, breeding a new medical student. Instance Rule 3, all players are infected with a disease, and only the strange doctors have the medicine to treat it. Tasks must be completed daily to obtain the medicine from them. Only 12 players? So, if I came out of a pig's belly, my zodiac doctor mentor is a pig? The overweight man quickly familiarized himself with the basic rules of the instance, his expression one of shock. According to the instance rules, the reason we have the opportunity to be born and enter this instance is that the previous batch of players from the pig, sheep, and snake have all been eliminated. Right now, there are only the 3 of us as novice players in the hospital. The other 9 Zodiac players have already made progress in their respective instances. According to the setting, this instance does not allow for teamwork. Every player is in a competitive relationship. The female player tied her hair back, murmuring softly as she analyzed the current situation. Ji Yen remained silent, deep in thought. Clearly, the setting of the undead hospital was much more complex than that of the Crimson apartment. For now, he only understood the simple framework. Compared to the miscellaneous instance information, what Ji Yen was more concerned about was the disease the players were infected with. He looked at his body and felt no unusual discomfort. Since it's a competitive relationship, I won't chat with you guys anymore. Let's hurry and take on the tasks first. Farewell. The overweight man said a few more words before grabbing a medical kit and leaving the ward. The female player glanced at Ji Yen and also left to collect her medical kit. When Ji Yen picked up the last medical kit, a prompt appeared. Ding! Your medical kit has been collected. Please proceed to operating room 102 in building A and interact with your attending physician to receive your task. Ji Yen walked out of the ward, taking in the surroundings of the undead hospital. Unlike the suffocating atmosphere of the Crimson apartment, the environment of the undead hospital felt even more desolate. The empty corridor was devoid of the filthy chaos of the apartment, but the hazy light and the hoarse sound of the broadcast created an even more terrifying atmosphere. Soon, Ji Yen arrived at operating room 102 in building A. In the empty corridor, he was the only one sitting on a bench, waiting for the operating room door to open. During this time, several medical staff passed by. They were faceless, their forms flickering, and Ji Yen felt like a stone thrown by the roadside, drawing no attention from them at all. Friend, Are you a doctor? Can you help me? I'm in so much pain. I'm also a patient in the hospital. Please save me. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Ji-yen turned to look, his expression changing slightly. On the wall he was leaning against hung an oil painting, and within the painting was a living human face. At that moment, the face was contorted in pain, desperately trying to escape from the painting, but the flesh seemed to have grown into the frame. As it struggled, the blood vessels beneath the skin tore, and thick blood flowed steadily from the bottom of the frame. I was pranked by other patients and sewn into the painting. It hurts so much. Please, doctor, save me. The painted face wept, its features twisted in agony, pleading with Ji-yen. Ji-yen retorted, how should I save you? It's simple, just help me get down from the wall. I can free myself from the rest. Looking at the painted face that was weeping with joy, Ji-yen's expression remained calm. Sorry, I only take care of my patients. The painted face pleaded several times, but to no avail. Soon, it revealed a terrifying visage. Doctors are all hypocritical charlatans, preaching about saving lives while being cold-blooded beasts. If it weren't for you dog doctors, I wouldn't be here. Just because I explored your so-called medical achievements, you took away everything of value from me, leaving only this face, which you even stitched here to serve as your oil painting. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The oil painting shook violently, bright red dye flowing from beneath the frame. The painted face tore at the stitched seams, the flesh and blood vessels that had grown with the frame ripping apart, blood splattering everywhere. It looked ready to swallow Ji-yen whole. Ji-yen's eyelid twitched. Instinctively, he reached for the hammer. But in the next moment, a hand wearing a bloodstained sterilized glove clamped down on that grotesque painted face. With a piercing scream, it was forcibly ripped out from the frame. Ji-yen turned sharply and saw a tall figure in a white coat standing behind him, a doctor he hadn't noticed before. Horrifyingly, the figure had a human body but a sheep's head. The horns spiraled, and the face was covered in stitches, eerie and bizarre. At that moment, the sheep-headed doctor began to knead the strange face's skin like crumpling paper. Like trash, he casually tossed it into a nearby garbage bin. The nurse said you devoured the maternal body and passed the cesarean interview perfectly. Shaking the blood off his hands, the sheep-headed doctor stared with bulging, pitch-black eyes. I am your medical mentor, responsible for your performance during your internship. Didn't the nurse tell you not to casually touch the hospital's public property? I didn't touch it. It spoke to me first. Remembering the painted face's words filled with resentment, Ji-yen couldn't help but ask, that painted face, it said it used to be a patient in the hospital? You heard wrong. It was just an ordinary piece of paper. It was damaged and needs to be replaced. And this is not something you should be concerned about. The sheep-headed doctor's eyes showed no emotion. A report was handed to Ji-yen. You have only passed the interview, but you are still in the internship period with me. To become a full-time employee, you must pass my tests. You only have 2 days of internship. Ji-yen asked calmly, what happens if I don't pass the internship? The sheep-headed doctor's face seemed detached, devoid of any expression. I will have the obstetrics and gynecology nurse nurture new interns. I meant, what will happen to me? According to hospital rules, if a strange doctor rates a player's internship performance below 20 points, they will devour the player. But the word devour was clearly marked with quotation marks, suggesting a different meaning. The sheep-headed doctor's cracked, darkened lips twisted into a stiff smile. You wouldn't want to know. A patient in A22 today has lost control of their condition. You are responsible for consulting and treating them. I will be monitoring your performance at all times. That patient has 2 other groups of doctors taking over. They will also send their students to handle it. In this hospital, patients are like scarce commodities. Doctors are competitive merchants. You must do whatever it takes to treat them first. If you get the chance, find a way to use medical accidents to kill their medical students. Don't let me down. If you perform well, I will give you a surprise gift. The sheep-headed doctor pressed a sheep's head badge onto Ji-yen's chest, his blood-stained hand patting Ji-yen's shoulders twice. Be back here before 6 o'clock. I'll be waiting for you here. Watching the sheep-headed doctor's figure fade away, Ji-yen's expression darkened, the familiar pressure looming over him. Once again, it was this cruel competitive relationship. Ding! The player successfully triggered the mission and headed to Ward A22 to provide initial treatment to the patient. Mission prompt: this patient poses a certain danger, with a condition severity of moderate. Please treat with caution. The Strange Doctor reminds, each Zodiac Strange Doctor has their own wishes, which can grant players different game privileges. Players need to advance the dungeon storyline to piece together wishes, fragments to enhance their own game privileges. Standard completion: soothe the patient's condition. Excellent completion, effectively treat the condition. Perfect completion, cure the patient's condition. Mental medication, players are constantly infected while in the hospital and can only stay awake daily through medication. Long-term neglect of medication will ultimately lead to complete infection, becoming one of them. Mental medication? Become one of them? Ji Yan's expression grew slightly serious. He looked at his body, still unable to find any abnormal symptoms. He opened the game progress panel. The current first phase of the dungeon progress was pass the internship and become a formal doctor. The second phase of the dungeon progress had not yet been unlocked. Clearly, the storyline of this dungeon was not short. Moreover, there was still an untriggered main quest. Ji Yan shook his head, not in the mood to focus on these long-term matters. The priority now was to pass the internship. He picked up the medical kit and prepared to head toward A22, but in the moment he turned around, Ji Yan froze for a moment. Just as he turned, he saw his head had transformed into a sheep's head in the glass of the surgery door. Moreover, that sheep's head had black fur, looking bizarre and terrifying. But when he looked back at the glass, it was clearly his own appearance. If this were the real world, he would likely dismiss it as an illusion. But this was a strange game, and everything that seemed like a misperception could very well be a setting of the dungeon. Could this be what they called infection? Touching his face, Ji Yan shook his head, pushing it out of his mind, and quickly headed to the A ward. The specifications inside the ward were quite peculiar, with many walls, a long corridor, and only 3 or 4 patient rooms, as if the rest had been filled with concrete. Upon reaching Ward A22, 2 figures were already standing at the entrance. One was a burly man in a tank top, wearing an internship badge with a cow emblem on his chest. The other was a pure-looking girl with twin ponytails, wearing an internship badge with a rabbit emblem on her chest. Clearly, these were the other 2 doctors also taking over the treatment of the A22 patient. Cow and rabbit? The appearances of these 2 match quite well with my Zodiac strange doctor, Ji Yan thought to himself. The cow represents strength, while the rabbit represents cuteness and weakness. The 2 players were basically a match. Thinking back, in the cesarean section ward, the pig and snake players also matched well. One was big-headed and carefree, while the other had sharp eyes and was taciturn. Was this pure coincidence, or a deliberate arrangement by the dungeon? With this thought, Ji Yan couldn't help but wonder what characteristics he shared with the sheep. The symbolic images and meanings of sheep are many: peace, kindness, gentleness, resilience. All seemed to be positive. But Ji Yan believed he was not a goody two-shoes or a saint. He definitely did not fit in with these. Aries? Heh, the last Aries player was just eaten by their own sheep head. I didn't expect that in less than 2 days, a new intern would emerge. The cow-headed player laughed mockingly upon seeing Ji Yan. Not surprising, after all, the sheep-headed strange doctor has the highest mortality rate among the 12 zodiac signs. As if cursed, none of them survived to become formal doctors. The rabbit-headed player muttered quietly, looking at Ji Yan as if he were a jinx. Ji Yan naturally heard the conversation, and his expression changed slightly. The last Aries player was eaten by their own medical mentor? Sheep players have the highest mortality rate among the 12 zodiac players. Your sheep-headed strange doctor just loves to eat their own interns. I've only been in this instance for 22 days, and I've already seen 4 of your sheep-headed players eliminated. You're the 5th. The sheep represents purity. That sheep-headed trickster won't allow their intern to have even a hint of filth. Filth represents infection. If you haven't consumed the mental medication from their hands, the infection will manifest on your body. If they see any signs of infection on you, they'll consider you a failure. As for what happens next, after a lengthy monologue from the bull-headed player, Ji Yan didn't fully believe a single word. In this instance, the 12 players were in a competitive relationship. Killing any intern of the Zodiac would yield substantial rewards. Where would all these kind-hearted people come from to waste their breath on you? Ji Yan thought, and suddenly heard a voice in his mind. You need to be careful of the bull-headed player. There's a high probability they'll try to trip you up in the ward. Ji Yan was taken aback and then looked at the rabbit-headed player. This girl can communicate with players through thoughts? The rabbit-headed player had her hands in her pockets, quietly watching Ji Yan. My talent is telepathy, which allows me to designate a player for 5 minutes of thought communication. In the Zodiac, the bull and the sheep are opposites. If he kills you, he can gain substantial rewards from the bull-headed trickster. Violence is prohibited in the hospital during the day, but the treatment process in the ward is unrestricted, so be careful. Ji Yan looked at her and tried to respond with his thoughts. You wasted a use of your talent, just to kindly remind me? The rabbit-headed player detected the sarcasm. I know you don't believe me. I have my own interests in reminding you. My Zodiac, wishing, is kindness. As long as I help other players through actions or words, I can gain strategy performance from the medical mentor. I'm currently a resident doctor, and I'm 15% away from being promoted to attending doctor. Otherwise, do you really think I'm Mother Mary? In the hospital instance, player job levels only have 3 ranks: intern, resident, and attending. To get promoted, one must gain strategy performance from their respective zodiac medical mentors. Seeing the rabbit-headed player pout, Ji Yen didn't respond further, unsure if he believed her. He pointed to the door of room A22. The ward is open. With a click, the door opened a crack. Alright, enough chit-chat. Time to get to work. I heard the player in A22 is a tough nut to crack. Let's see how deep the water is. The bull-headed and rabbit-headed players picked up the medical kit and walked in. Ji Yen followed closely behind. The moment they entered the ward, their vision was initially engulfed in darkness before revealing the room's environment. Upon seeing the ward's condition, Ji Yan's expression froze. It wasn't the imagined scene of a hospital bed surrounded by various medical instruments. The entire room was dominated by a massive mound of flesh occupying 2/3 of the space. A thick, disgusting brown liquid seemed to fill every corner of the room like fat. It was not just a visual shock. The sticky feeling underfoot was already making one's scalp tingle. Is this the ward? Ji Yen was somewhat dumbfounded. The flowing fat had swallowed the hospital bed and desk, and a strange odor filled the air. Even the bull and rabbit players were taken aback by the sight before them. The rabbit-headed player nearly vomited. Damn! They said A22 was disgusting. I didn't expect it to be this. The bull-headed player's words suddenly stopped mid-sentence, because that massive mound of flesh suddenly began to writhe. Then a frantic scream echoed through the ward. My eyeshadow pencil. My eyeshadow pencil is missing. Doctor, can you help me find it? Eyeshadow pencil? The rabbit player, being female, raised her eyebrows in sensitivity. Yes, I spent 3 hours doing my makeup this morning, only to find out my eyeshadow pencil is gone. How am I supposed to face people? I have a date, and the most important thing to him is my appearance and figure. Outdoors, a woman dressed beautifully and stunningly will give a man a sense of superiority. I can't lose face for him. Doctor, please help me find it. Hurry. The voice was filled with urgency, as if one could imagine a woman halfway through her heavy makeup, her manicured nails clutching her face in despair. However, the 3 of them looked around the room, where corners were submerged in those brownish-yellow fatty masses, and their lips twitched. In such an environment, finding an eyeshadow pencil was like searching for a needle in a haystack. With no other choice, the 3 could only brace themselves, roll up their sleeves, and plunge their hands into the moving masses of fat to search. Ji Yen grasped these things, and he was certain that this was the fat accumulated in the skin's sublayers. He looked at the loose mound of flesh, its surface covered in lumps resembling lymphatic tissue and black hair, with gurgling sounds echoing from within. Clearly, this was the patient's body. While searching, Ji Yen uncovered several white coats, shoes, watches, and even an empty medical kit from beneath the fatty mass. This indicated that quite a few players had encountered misfortune in this room before. Where had all the people gone? It wasn't just Ji Yen who discovered these items. The bull player and the rabbit player also found them, their expressions not looking good. How many players had perished? This was only a patient with a moderate condition. How abstractly dangerous could a severe case be? Perhaps it was the intuition of a woman that led the rabbit player to finally find the makeup box and retrieve the eyeshadow pencil from inside. She showed a look of surprise. I found the eyeshadow pencil. The bull player's expression darkened, and he spat, "TCH, this damn rabbit is really lucky. We can only wait for her to apply the eyeshadow for the patient, soothe her emotions, and see if we can try to figure out the specific condition for effective treatment." After all, this task had 3 levels of completion, and soothing emotions was the lowest level. Really? Hurry, give it to me. Doctor sister, my hands are inconvenient. Can you help me apply the eyeshadow? The massive mound of flesh shook violently, and the surrounding fatty masses were pushed into the corners as the patient made another request. To better soothe the other's emotions, the rabbit player reluctantly agreed. Women who liked to dress up found no difficulty in the task of applying eyeshadow. However, upon seeing that mound of flesh, the rabbit player couldn't shake off a bad premonition and hesitated to speak. But, where is your face? Just as she finished speaking, the layers of excess flesh trembled, and then a piece of skin, as large as a soccer goal, fell down from the ceiling, revealing a face that loomed before Ji Yen and the others. The moment the 3 saw it, their breaths caught in their throats. What kind of face was that? The entire facial skin had severely deformed, covered in lumps, with layers of white foundation thickly applied, the features drooping like cheese, ready to fall off the face and turn into pus on the ground. The rabbit player looked at this face, her hand holding the eyeshadow pencil, unsure of how to proceed. Sister, you must be careful when you draw. My eyes have been operated on, refined by the best cosmetic surgeon, and it cost me a lot of money. You can do it, right? The drooping eyelids lifted, and in the hollow eye sockets, dark eyes stared at the rabbit player. Then, she saw the rabbit player's face, that fair and flawless face. In an instant, the patient's gaze turned malicious. What kind of look is that? You're mocking me, you did it on purpose, deliberately taking over my treatment, trying to humiliate me in front of all the men. Why are you all so malicious? Just because heaven gave you a good appearance, an innate sense of superiority? You will not humiliate me like this again. Just a few seconds of seeing the rabbit player, the patient's emotions intensified, showing signs of darkening. Wait, I didn't. Sensing the patient's hostility towards her, the rabbit player's heart sank, and she quickly explained. Halfway through the conversation, I felt extremely unwell. Looking down, my delicate skin seemed to have been drained of moisture, becoming shriveled and ugly. When I touched my face with my hands, it was covered in rough wrinkles. How ugly! Look at yourself, you're as hideous as a dying old witch. You have no right to laugh at me. At least I can cover the flaws on my face with makeup. He. The rabbit player's face was replaced, and the patient's emotions shifted to a gentler state, the signs of darkness fading away. Ding! Congratulations to the Zodiac Rabbit player for successfully soothing the patient's emotions. You have completed the A22 ward task to standard. Although the task was completed, the rabbit player was now covering her face, overwhelmed with despair, desperately trying to hide the murderous look in her eyes. The standard task was cleared, but the rabbit player seemed to have been stripped of 50 years of life, turning into a frail, trembling old woman. The black spots and wrinkles all over her body were more painful than death for a woman who loved beauty. Yet, the rabbit player was an experienced player who had cleared a dungeon. She did not break down or scream. Instead, she tried hard to conceal the murderous intent in her eyes, lifting her head to mask all negative emotions on her face with a smile. Sister, you are already prettier than me. I'm too busy being jealous to mock you. Wouldn't that be self-defeating? The nearby ox player and Ji Yen were left speechless. This woman, despite her foolish appearance, had a truly strong mental fortitude. Really? I misunderstood my sister. Then, Dr. Sister, please continue to apply my eyeshadow. The entire cheese-like face drooped, and the basin-like eyeball descended before the rabbit player. The rabbit player held the eyeshadow pencil, her eyes trembling slightly, not just because of how to apply eyeshadow on such large eyes, but also because the eyeball seemed to have been injected with many drugs, ready to fall out of its socket at any moment. In the whites of her eyes, she clearly saw many parasitic creatures wriggling inside. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, one side of the patient's massive body burst, the excess flesh splitting open, and the brownish-yellow fat inside gushed out like jelly. Following that, a tumor the size of a basket expanded from within. Then, one after another, the skin ruptured, and those tumors emerged like flower buds amidst the fat spray. Moreover, these tumors were wriggling, resembling animal embryos. I have pimples again. I'm most afraid of these things. They look so ugly when they grow out. You all hurry and help me get rid of these pimples. Upon seeing these tumors, the patient screamed. On that already terrifying face, clear signs of panic were visible. Knowing it was his chance to perform, the ox player took the initiative to speak. Don't worry, just leave it to me. You just sit quietly, I'll clean you up. He opened the medical kit, took out the tools, and prepared to cut away these tumors. However, before he could act, the wriggling tumors suddenly burst one by one, spraying greenish-yellow pus everywhere. The ox player was splattered all over, nearly retching. Even with his vast experience, he couldn't withstand such a disgusting scene. After the pustules burst, the flesh quickly withered, and a large number of parasitic maggots surged out of the wounds. It was hard to imagine how many microorganisms were parasitizing in this patient's massive body. The ox player was already on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing the densely packed wriggling microorganisms in the pus, he completely lost it, exclaiming, "Damn, is this patient or a monster? Can it get any more disgusting?" This sentence was heard by the bizarre patient. For some reason, her emotional reaction was extraordinarily intense. Her eyeball, which seemed ready to fall out, stared at the ox player. Monster. Monster. Why does even the doctor have to call me a monster? I clearly worked hard to become the kind of person you all like, injecting drugs time and again, applying heavy makeup to cover up just so you could face me and give me a bit of respect and normal treatment. But no matter what I do, you still harbor such malice towards me. Am I really meant to die, to shrink away in the darkness, never to see the light? Looking at the increasingly darkened patient, the player felt his face go pale in an instant. Damn it, I've stepped on a landmine. He wanted to explain a bit more, but a deformed hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his body. The nails, coated in nail polish, scraped across his back, leaving a shallow wound, just between flesh and skin. Then another deformed hand reached out, grabbing a lump of brownish fat and forcefully stuffing it into the player's body, tossing it into the corner. The player felt an unbearable itch on his back. When he got up, his body was swollen with flesh, covered in countless pus-filled sores, and in an instant, he had transformed into an ugly monster. He touched his face, his voice trembling violently. "What have you done to me? The strange patient grinned, his mouth covered in red moss. I just wanted you, the doctor, to experience this feeling too. Not bad, right? Seeing the player's miserable state, the player with eyeshadow couldn't help but feel a bit more balanced, continuing to focus on her makeup task. Hospital Rule 5. During working hours, players have absolute life safety protection, and strange patients cannot cause harm without reason, but only regarding life safety. Ji Yen recalled this rule. Just looking at the two players, one had fat extracted and aged decades in an instant. The other had fat stuffed into him, covered in sores. He felt this was even more painful than being killed outright. From this, it was clear that the patients in A22 were extremely sensitive about their appearance. Any words containing appearance humiliation, even a glance, could lead to darkening. The player who looked good was already triggered into a breakdown, showing just how sensitive they were. So what exactly is this patient's illness? How should it be treated? Do we have to help her turn this monstrous image back into that of a normal person? If that's the treatment method, then it can be said to be terminal, with no possibility of cure. Although he hadn't been affected yet, Ji Yen clearly felt the pressure. He raised his head to gaze at the cheese-like features that seemed about to melt, consuming his mental state, triggering his talent, omniscient understanding. He obtained hidden information about the patient before him. My name is Lu Yen. I once had a man I loved deeply, unable to extricate myself from that love. Fearing losing him, I tried to meet all his desires. He liked double eyelids, so I had surgery on my eyelids. He disliked my figure not being slender enough, so I extracted a large amount of fat. Gradually, I began to love this feeling. I yearned to become a perfect woman, to correct any flaws on my body through cosmetic surgery, and for those that couldn't be surgically altered, I used makeup tools to cover them up. However, due to the backlash from the cosmetic drugs, my body developed more flaws, and I could only continue to use more medical techniques to cover and fill them. In the end, my body could no longer bear it. What I enjoyed was no longer the spotlight's attention, but countless terrified and disgusted gazes. Even the person I loved most called me a monster. But didn't I become this way all because of him? It's okay. As long as there's enough fat to fill in, enough makeup to cover, everything that belongs to me will come back. Surely there will be a powerful doctor to save my decaying body. The hidden information vanished, and Ji Yen felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, his body suddenly feeling weak. The upgraded talent, although easier to trigger and no longer riddled with riddles, still consumed 100 points of mental energy, which had a significant impact. Based on this mental consumption, he wouldn't trigger it many times in a day, needing sufficient rest and physical replenishment. In other words, the patient A22 is not suffering from a physical illness, but rather has experienced severe trauma mentally. No wonder she is so sensitive to the word monster. It must have been devastating to hear those two words from someone she once loved deeply. A careless remark from a fellow player has unfortunately hit the mark. Now that the source of the illness has been identified, Ji Yen at least has a direction for treatment. However, the information is still insufficient. More hidden information needs to be triggered to uncover the true source of her illness. Why are you staring at me? Your gaze is just like theirs. Or do you want some fat stuffed into your body too? The patient suddenly turned her attention to Ji Yen, and the other's unabashed stare seemed to provoke her sensitivity and insecurity about her own ugly figure. Her eyes instantly turned cold, and that deformed hand reached out directly. As a doctor, your appearance is not something I should care about. To me, you are just a patient. You have an illness, I treat it. It's that simple. Gripped by the deformed hand like a figurine, Ji Yan's expression darkened, but her tone remained calm. The bizarre patient had long grown tired of this perfunctory rhetoric and retorted sarcastically, "Every doctor has this same spiel. If you were to become like me, you would break down more than anyone. I do have an illness, every corner of my body is sick. Then tell me, doctor, can you turn me back into the delicate-skinned, slender figure I once was? You can't. You're all just a bunch of armchair doctors, full of hot air." The bizarre female patient dragged her grotesque body closer, her face slowly melting due to the drug reaction, glaring at Ji Yen with malice. But unexpectedly, Ji Yen nodded, "I can." Not only the bull player and rabbit player, but even the bizarre patient was taken aback. "What?" Ji Yen calmly nodded again. "I said I can." "Great. If you can't do it, I'll drain the fat from your body to fill my rotting skin." Whether it was a glimmer of hope or just an excuse to drain Ji Yen, the bizarre patient's deformed hand released her. The bull player, covered in ugly pus-filled sores, glared at Ji Yen and scoffed, "Wasting time. Whether you die early or late, it's still death." The medical kit in Ji Yan's hands was the most basic one for interns, containing only a few surgical tools and simple anesthetics. Could she really reshape that mountain of flesh, piled high with fat and bumps, back into a slender figure? Is that even possible? The rabbit player stepped back. She had already received her reward for completing the task and was satisfied. Ready to exit the ward and report back, Her inexplicable curiosity still made her want to see how Ji Yan would escape this predicament. She believed Ji Yan's agreement was merely a stalling tactic. But what would happen after the delay? No one knew what Ji Yan was thinking. She opened her medical kit, pretended to fiddle with it for a while, then took out a scalpel. "I'll perform a small surgery first." The bizarre patient replied, "You can do whatever you want, I just want results." Hearing this, Ji Yan drew the scalpel across her lower abdomen. However, the lowest quality scalpel, as soon as it cut into the flesh, was corroded into metallic residue by the pus inside. "Doctor, if your scalpel is this poor, how do you expect to perform surgery on me?" The bizarre patient's eyes were mocking. Ji Yan looked at the scalpel that had corroded down to the handle, slightly helpless. "It's fine, if the scalpel is gone, I'll just use another tool." Discarding the scalpel, she flipped her palm and produced a delicate silver needle. This was the embroidery needle rewarded by the bizarre grandmother in the previous instance. The embroidery needle, when pressed down, was as thin as chopsticks, yet it instantly tore a huge gash. As the skin broke, the accumulated fat inside gushed out, without a drop of blood. Ji Yan watched this scene in silence. And then? What's the next step? The strange patient stared intently at Ji Yan, no longer mocking, but with eyes full of coldness. Ji Yan was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "This is a mental illness. No matter how your body changes, you will always feel dissatisfied." Upon hearing this, the strange patient was not surprised at all, immediately grabbing Ji Yan's body, voice sharp, "After all this talk, you're just like those mediocre doctors. Either you say I have a mental illness, or you use all kinds of sweet words to please me, the same ugly human nature for 1,000 years. Gripped in the palm, Ji Yan's expression remained as calm as water. "Then let me change my rhetoric. Right now, you can't even be considered a monster, you're just a complete freak. To keep the person you love by your side, you force yourself to become the way they like, to correct all the physical flaws, to take all kinds of medications, and in the end, not only do you fail to keep your lover, but you also turn into an old witch that everyone finds disgusting. In this day and age, I've seen plenty of clowns, but this is the first time I've seen a Harley Quinn." Ji Yan's tone suddenly shifted. When life is threatened, instead of flattering the patient like the cow player and rabbit player, he went the opposite way, his words like sharp swords ruthlessly tearing open the other's old scars. The other two players even thought they heard wrong, their eyes wide as quail eggs. This guy knows he's doomed, so he's just going to let it all go and indulge in a moment of satisfaction? This kid is really crazy, thinking that because there's a daytime survival mechanism, the patient won't dare to kill him? A truly broken and darkened patient wouldn't care about your survival rules. After all, violating hospital rules would only lead to some punishment for the patient. "What did you just say?" Sure enough, the strange patient first had a dazed expression, and the next moment her entire face twisted into an exceptionally hideous grimace under the darkening. She didn't know why Ji Yan knew about her past, but at this moment, the terrifying intent to kill made her too lazy to think about it. Feeling the crushing sensation of her body dying, Ji Yan still maintained his sharp words filled with personal attacks. "Keeping your most beloved man by your side makes you think there's still room for redemption? Every day filling your body with fat, using heavy makeup to cover the decaying body caused by medication, then hoping that one day a miraculous doctor can turn you back to your original self? Don't think about it. There's no possibility. This body will forever entangle you, and you will never escape from words like monster, ugly, disgusting." "Shut up! Shut up! I want to chew you up in my mouth, you." The strange patient screamed, but instead of tearing Ji Yan to pieces, she covered her melting face and howled in despair. Released, Ji Yan not only didn't escape but stepped closer. He continued to ruthlessly fire words, each tearing at scars, each killing the heart. The cow player and rabbit player were completely dumbfounded. "No, why is he still pursuing humiliation? No, don't say any more. I told you to stop talking. I don't want to hear it." The strange patient tore at her ears, trying to block out everything, but it was all in vain. Under the collapse of her psychological defenses, her emotions surged to a peak. He can actually escape the tiger's mouth in this way? The rabbit player had never seen a player break the strange patient's defenses like this. What good is this? Don't forget, our initial task is to soothe the patient's emotions. This kid instead made the patient collapse, worsening her condition. If the patient doesn't deal with him, after the task fails, that goat-headed strange doctor will definitely kill him. The goat-headed strange doctor could not tolerate mistakes from his interns. With Ji Yan doing this, it would probably make him so angry his mouth would twist. He would definitely eat Ji Yan and raise another one. The rabbit player fell silent. She always felt that Ji Yan wouldn't overlook this layer. He didn't run away. He just kept humiliating and attacking the patient for some purpose. Ji Yan swore that his sharp tongue had never been as vicious as it was today, especially in this strange game. In the eyes of outsiders, Ji Yan had already 1 foot in the gates of hell. But quite the opposite, Ji Yan was fighting for survival. There was still the latter part of the hidden information obtained through the omniscient understanding. The real reason Yuan was sent to the spirit hospital was not due to her body, which had decayed from excessive cosmetic drugs, but because she suffered from severe Stockholm syndrome, and it was of a particularly rare kind. In other words, it was a serious psychological disorder. It causes a distorted dependency on those who inflict severe malicious trauma, leading to submission and even, ultimately, love for the abuser. Ji Yan had seen many similar cases back on Blue Star. Girls who were kidnapped and imprisoned, after enduring prolonged torment and humiliation, fell in love with their captors, even pleading for them when the police arrested them. In reality, there are also many people who suffer from mild forms of this psychological disorder. For example, many wives who endure domestic violence, while crying out, still depend on their abuser, and the greater the violence, the deeper the love. Yuan was a severe case of Stockholm syndrome. Uniquely, her affection and dependency stemmed from denial on the most sensitive topics. Simply put, it was a form of psychological manipulation, pua. When pua inflicts trauma to a certain extent, leading to self-doubt and eventual acceptance, this disorder can take advantage of the vulnerability and amplify it infinitely. The reason Yuan was so hopelessly and obsessively in love with her boyfriend was also due to pua. Previous players had all focused their treatment on her disgusting exterior. To soothe her emotions, they had complied with her verbally, which only exacerbated her condition, making her more sensitive and prone to breakdowns. Therefore, Ji Yan decided to take a risk and fully embrace his sharp tongue. Either it would end badly, or he would conquer the patient. Seeing Yuan clutching her face like it was her cheese, first threatening with a fierce murderous intent, then collapsing into pleas, and finally talking to herself, Ji Yan knew his pua treatment method was working. He took a few steps back and turned to look at the ox player and rabbit player. He found that these two were looking at him as if he were a corpse. Suddenly, Ji Yan felt his whole body was bound. Once again, he was gripped by those deformed hands like a small figurine. I can already imagine how miserable his next fate will be. The rabbit player shook his head. Ji Yan looked at the completely mangled face. In Yuan's swollen eyes, the murderous intent had been replaced by pleading and helplessness. Doctor, you are right, I am beyond saving. So, should I just rot away like a mouse in a deserted corner? Yuan trembled as she looked at Ji Yan, yearning for a bit of verbal comfort. Ji Yan's expression remained cold. That's right, you should rot away in a filthy corner, left to your own devices, alone. But you still have a final bit of value to me. As my patient, if you die, I can't report back. So, you should extract your last bit of value. As for what happens next, I don't care. Ji Yan understood the twisted psychology of Stockholm Syndrome patients. No matter how inferior these people felt, they could not receive any comfort. It was essential to completely train them mentally. After being humiliated by Ji Yan to the point of being utterly broken, Yuan no longer crumbled or felt inferior. Instead, it was as if she had hit rock bottom and bounced back, her emotions unusually calm. A strange smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Yes, Dr. Yang, I should extract my last bit of value for you. Ji Yan's heart skipped a beat. The way Yuan looked at herself was very strange. It was unsettling and eerie. This was a twisted gaze of affection. She released Ji Yan, her tone submissively admiring. From now on, I live for Dr. Yang. The meaning of my existence is for Dr. Yang's achievements. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully soothing the emotions of patient A22 and effectively treating the patient's condition, completing the task excellently. Tip: you have completed 78% of the for patient A22 and the patient has developed feelings of affection for you. Please keep up the good work. In the hospital dungeon, any NPC will significantly help your dungeon progress. Ji Yan heard the game's prompt. His expression was neither sad nor happy. He had long anticipated the outcome. His PUA spirit therapy had only two results, either a tragic death or admiration. Regardless, the latter was better than the former. But he didn't know whether being entangled in this twisted, pathological affection would lead to good or bad chemical reactions. The bull player and the rabbit player were completely dumbfounded. Because they were jointly undertaking the same task, they could hear Ji Yan's task report. It wasn't just a harsh humiliation output. Not only did he escape a disaster, but he also effectively treated the patient? Could it be this patient is a masochist? The bull player muttered in shock while wiping the pus-filled sores on his body. The rabbit player, though speechless, was also astonished. Is this even a disease? If they had known that a round of humiliation output could lead to an excellent task completion, they wouldn't have had such a miserable experience, ending up in this state. But the opportunity had already passed. After receiving effective treatment, the task time ended, and the three of them were forcibly sent out of the room. As Ji Yan exited, Yuan stared at the melted face and said to him, Dr. Yang, you are the most pure and flawless doctor I have ever seen. I will watch you from every corner, and I won't allow anything dirty to come near you. Lu Yan's tone was no longer sharp and irritable, resembling a trained, gentle, and submissive predator. In that gentle tone, there was even a hint of a girl's shy affection, but facing that face, Ji Yan felt nothing but horror. Without responding, Ji Yan, having completed the task, just wanted to leave the ward as quickly as possible, unwilling to linger for even a second. After Ji Yan left, Lu Yan's body, a mound of accumulated flesh, trembled. She carefully sniffed her deformed hands, which still carried Ji Yan's scent, and let out a laugh filled with infatuation. However, under the weight of her thick fat, the laughter sounded harsh and unpleasant. Dr. Yang, what a perfect and charming man. Outside the ward, the rabbit player received the standard completion reward, and the punishment on his body was lifted, causing the wrinkles all over him to gradually bounce back to their original state. The bull player, however, ended up with nothing and was unfortunate. His robust body was still covered in pus-filled sores, worsening the situation. The two of them stared at Ji Yan, their eyes seemingly wanting to strip him bare. Without waiting for the other to probe, Ji Yan spoke first, cutting off their words at the throat. Don't ask me, I'm just as confused. I just wanted to satisfy my verbal cravings. Who knew what kind of chemical reaction would occur? With that, Ji Yan turned and left. In this dungeon, players were in opposing factions, and Ji Yan wouldn't engage in unnecessary communication with any players to avoid trouble. Watching Ji Yan's departing figure, the rabbit player caressed his restored delicate skin and asked softly, "Do you believe it?" "I believe it. How could I not? That guy just came to this dungeon on the first day, and he hasn't even grasped the rules. It's not just luck, is it?" The bull player scratched at the sores on his body, his tone impatient. Yet, despite saying this, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Ji Yan's back flickered with an ambiguous glint. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, Ji Yan returned to the front of the operating room and filled out the report form regarding patient A22. "Your performance exceeded my expectations." Just as he finished writing, he heard a familiar voice. Looking up, the goat-headed strange doctor appeared as if out of thin air, standing before him. Still wearing that blood-stained white coat, the horrifying ram's head bore even more stitches, as if it could split open at any moment. "You're overpraising me. This is my report form." Ignoring the terrifying goat head, Ji Yan handed over the report form in his hand. The goat-headed strange doctor took it and briefly scanned the patient's information. Patient, Zhang Yan. Condition, Stockholm Syndrome, special case. Current treatment plan, psychotherapy, emotional soothing, follow-up to be determined. The report is good, but the treatment plan is completely wrong. The ram-headed quack glanced over it carelessly and made a simple evaluation. Completely wrong? Ji Yan was puzzled. Completely wrong means a total denial. Shouldn't it be psychotherapy and emotional soothing first? The ram-headed quack did not explain and handed over a key. "This is all your reward for today." Ji Yan took the key, his fingertips brushing off the rust on it. "So, just a key? What about the promised psychiatric medication, the lavish dinner, and so on? The room is already fully equipped." The ram-headed quack seemed to hear Ji Yan's thoughts. "The hospital lights go out at 9, and the curfew is at 12. According to hospital rules, after 12, you should quietly fall asleep. Nothing will happen, but still, don't sleep too deeply. Especially be wary of the two players in the zodiac, because their respective wishes like to come out at night to work, particularly targeting us sheep. You have 3 senior brothers and sisters, all of whom were eaten in the dead of night." The usually taciturn ram-headed quack rarely explained so much nighttime information to Ji Yan. Through the rabbit player, Ji Yan learned that wishes refer to the symbolic characteristics represented by each zodiac sign. Through wishes, players are granted certain privileges, progress in strategies, special rewards, and so on. Which 2 zodiac signs could go out at night? Several zodiac signs flashed through Ji Yan's mind. At that moment, the ram-headed quack, staring at Ji Yan, suddenly raised his palm covered in white fur. In the next instant, a scalpel appeared in his palm, swiftly lunging toward Ji Yan's throat. Ji Yan couldn't even react. He thought he was going to be slashed, but the fine tip of the knife merely pierced a small opening just below his throat bone. With a gentle flick, a thin black thread, as fine as a shrimp's vein, was pulled out. "You've had too much contact with patient A22. You've been parasitized by something dirty. This bug will slowly eat away at your flesh and blood and reproduce." Ji Yan was horrified. He covered the spot on his neck. The tiny wound felt like a silver needle had pricked it, without any sensation of pain. What kind of delicate force could achieve this? Putting away the scalpel, the ram-headed quack left with one last reminder. Don't leave the ward at night, although there are no restrictions. But the hospital at night has too many unclean things. I absolutely cannot tolerate my intern being contaminated. If the contamination is too severe, no matter how outstanding or promising you are, I will give up. Watching the ram-headed quack's departing figure, Ji Yan repeatedly squeezed the key in his hand. Immediately, a talent information panel popped up. Ding! You have triggered omniscience by touching, consuming 30 points of mental state. You have obtained the right to stay in room 444, which is equipped with dinner and psychiatric medication. It seems like an empty ward, yet it appears unusually lively. You need to rest quickly to absorb the psychiatric medication as soon as possible, otherwise, once the symptoms of infection appear, you will feel very uncomfortable. Touching can still trigger talents, and the mental state consumed is more than half less than that of staring. Ji Yan thought this talent was quite humane. Due to the continuous consumption of mental state, he now felt increasingly hungry and fatigued, his mind muddled. He needed to eat something quickly. Looking at the hidden information, that quack doctor won't assign me a strange room, right? Just hearing the number 444 felt ominous. Although he had obtained the psychiatric medication, Ji Yan inexplicably wanted to see what he would look like if the symptoms of infection appeared. Of course, this reckless thought was just a playful idea. Not wanting to linger, Ji Yan headed to his accommodation according to the ward number above. The Spirit Hospital had a total of 4 wards, Ward A for inpatient, Ward B for outpatient, Ward C for emergency, and Ward D for dormitory. The dormitory building is where players stay, and currently, Ji Yan is an intern, only able to be active in the inpatient building and the dormitory. The outpatient and emergency departments are off limits, belonging to an unlocked instance area, and he must be promoted to the positions of main department and director. Undoubtedly, the map is much larger than the Crimson apartment. Thinking carefully about the days spent surviving in the apartment feels like a grand stage play of a large underground palace struggle. Ignoring the gloomy environment, Ji Yan quickly found room 444. Upon entering, the room was very simple and bare. A modest dinner was laid out on the table. However, there were no so-called mental medications. Where's the medicine? You didn't forget to put it in, did you? Ji Yan was taken aback, searched everywhere, and confirmed there was only one dinner. Or perhaps the mental medication was mixed in with the dinner, or the dinner itself was the treatment? With no results, Ji Yan could only speculate this way. Having triggered his talent continuously, Ji Yan, already starving, opened the lunchbox and began to devour it ravenously. There was no semblance of civilized dining, only a thirst and respect for food. Although it was all vegetarian and not very greasy, the harsh environment still made the food taste exceptionally good. At that moment, the long-awaited game task finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for emotionally soothing and effectively treating patient A22, excellently completing the task and advancing the first phase of the instance's storyline. The strange doctor is quite satisfied with your performance, gaining 15% progress, and due to your sincere report, you have achieved honesty, adding 5% progress, accumulating 20% progress. You have received a task reward, fine medical kit, rare quality. You have achieved progress with the medical mentor, receiving rewards, scroll of lies, special reward, no quality, otherworldly scalpel, collectible quality. You have completed 78% progress with patient A22 and your affection has increased to admiration, receiving the patient's heartfelt reward, grease perfume, rare quality. There were 3 rewards, but the scroll of lies, this special strange object, was undoubtedly the most appealing to Ji Yan. After all, he had already witnessed the dominance of special strange objects with the Crimson Paperman. He clicked to analyze this strange object first. Scroll of Lies, strange object introduction. In ancient legends, primitive tribes would cut the skins of sheep they offered, believing that the sheep would carry the fables of the true god, and the scroll could make prophecies come true. Strange object details. Within the permitted range, players can write lies on the sheepskin scroll and make the target believe it to be true. The lie will transform into a real existence through privilege. Lies becoming true? Ji Yan took a deep breath. Wow! As expected of a special strange object, it can be played like this, directly mobilizing game privileges. Compared to the abstract, Crimson Paperman, this sheepskin scroll is much more practical. It seemed that Ji Yan's complaints were heard. A sudden pain shot through his scalp as the blood-colored paperman in his hair directly yanked out a handful of hair, causing him to quickly shut his mouth. But soon, Ji Yan discovered a blind spot. My wish is sincerity. But why would I be rewarded with a scroll that makes me lie? If I use the strange object, I will definitely have to lie. But once I lie, it contradicts the wish, which will surely anger the sheep doctor. The contradiction here is too great. Is it a hidden Easter egg or a bug? Ji Yan murmured to himself while eating. But he certainly did not believe it was a bug. Clearly, the hospital instance harbored many secrets. After reading about the scroll of lies, Ji Yan's gaze fell on another strange object, the otherworldly scalpel. This was a scalpel with a handle made of sheepskin, crafted quite finely, but what puzzled Ji Yan was that this scalpel had no blade. A scalpel without a blade? Isn't that like a gun without bullets, only serving as a brick? Only after reviewing the detailed explanation of the strange tool did Ji Yan understand why it was not sharpened. It was a knife that did not kill. As for what purpose a knife that does not kill could serve, naturally, it belonged in a place like a hospital, where lives are saved. After briefly glancing at the upgraded medical kit and the grease perfume, Ji Yan closed the tool panel. He did not expect that the patient Lu Yan would also trigger a reward. Her gift felt particularly hot in Ji Yan's hands. It had the aura of a token of love, and once taken, he would be entangled even deeper. After dinner, Ji Yan's mental state improved significantly. Seeing that the wall clock was nearing dusk, he took off the filthy white coat stained with disgusting grime, preparing to take a good shower and lie down. The white coat hung on the back of a chair. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. A messy pile of hair was stuck in the funnel, along with a piece of scalp seemingly left by the previous occupant. Like most people, when Ji Yan washed his hair, the foam got into his eyes, and he always felt as if someone was watching him from behind, a pair of pitch-black hands appearing out of nowhere, slowly reaching for the back of his head. But the strange doctor had said that the bazaar was prohibited from entering the players' rooms. This was the 7th rule of the hospital. Therefore, Ji Yan ignored this psychological fear. After washing his hair, he began to wash away the dirt from his body. Coincidentally, the soap slipped from his hand and slid into the corner. Ji Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that this scene was somewhat. He bent down to pick it up, feeling as if someone was behind him, and this feeling was very strong. In the next moment, he caught a whiff of a smell, and suddenly turned around, only to see a strange face covered in crumbling cement skin appearing in the corner, with a pair of rotting hands reaching toward his lower body. It grinned at Ji Yan. "Doctor, I." Before it could finish, a sharp hammer had already struck its face. The hammer smashed through its skull, thick blood splattering everywhere. The other party screamed in agony, and Ji Yan's expression darkened. He did not expect that the soap-picking scenario in the bathroom would lead to an encounter in this bizarre game. Wasn't it said that the bazaar was prohibited from entering players' rooms? Just as the hammer was about to strike again, the other party hurriedly waved their hands in surrender. "Dr. Yang, I didn't mean to hurt you. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. I just saw the soap fall and wanted to help you pick it up. How did you get in here? I've always been in the bathroom. My body is embedded in the wall, and I can't go anywhere else." Indigenous? Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. Yes, I am responsible for serving every doctor who stays here. That is my job." Serving? Helping to pick up soap? Ji Yan found it quite abstract, and the bathroom strange began to explain. "Of course not. I am responsible for giving you a bath." Before it could finish, Ji Yan left the bathroom. He couldn't shower with a strange being watching him. Just as he stepped out, Ji Yan felt something unusual in his body. He saw dark hair growing on the back of his hand, and his skin became rough. When he touched his face, he found it covered in black hair, and a painful sensation throbbed above his forehead as he turned to look in the mirror. In the mirror, he was slowly transforming into a strange sheep-headed creature. What is happening? Didn't I just have dinner? Could it be that the sheep-strange doctor really didn't prepare any mental medication for himself? Ji Yan looked at himself gradually turning into a strange sheep. He did not know what would happen after being completely infected. However, a strong sense of unease told him that nothing good would come of it. Ji Yan wanted to open the medical kit, but the last bit of consciousness was swallowed, and he fell into a complete faint. This is bad. After Ji Yan fainted, he lay on the ground without moving. Soon, the entire room became lively. The walls writhed, and terrifying cement faces emerged, blood seeping from the quilt on the bed, and strange shadows surged from all directions. They approached Ji Yan on the floor as if they had found a beautiful prey. Ji Yan gradually woke up, not knowing how much time had passed. Heavy eyelids slowly lifted, an inexplicable itch spread across the body. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in bed, the blanket slightly bulging. Feeling something sticky caressing his lower body, Ji Yan quickly woke up, lifting a corner of the blanket to see a half-rotted female ghost hiding inside, smiling at him. "You're awake." And it wasn't just one. Faces of female ghosts crowded under the blanket, pressing against his lower body. With his scalp tingling, Ji Yan lifted the blanket and pulled out a hammer to strike. However, it wasn't just under the blanket. The flyers, pillow, and bedside table he was leaning against were all hiding ghosts. "Dr. Yang, we didn't harm you. Seeing you faint from infection, we placed you in bed to treat you," these ghosts explained in a panic. Ji Yan then realized that the infection on his body had disappeared. Looking at these strange residents of room 444, Ji Yan suddenly understood. These ghosts were the so-called mental drugs. No wonder the talent panel said room 444 was unusually lively. It turned out that besides himself there was a whole room of ghosts accompanying him in his daily routine. "Dr. Yang, there's still a bit of infection left in your lower body. Just lie down and close your eyes. we'll help you eliminate it. The female ghost with her eyes gouged out spoke with resentment and grievance. She had received a hammer blow from Ji Yan, leaving a dent in her head, yet she remained respectful. It seemed she was very afraid that Ji Yan would refuse treatment. Doctor, please lie down. We'll be done soon. Yes, it's our task. If we don't do it well, we'll be punished by the medical instructor. Close your eyes, there won't be any discomfort, and it might even feel a bit comfortable, relieving stress. Ji Yan. No, the more he listened, the more it fell off. However, Ji Yan still accepted the final treatment. These female ghosts had no malice. It was clear that if the infection was not eliminated, there would be trouble for the sheep-headed ghost doctor. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes and accepted the filth removal from the female ghosts. About 5 minutes later, the treatment ended. To be honest, there was indeed a strange sense of comfort. The pressure didn't feel so great anymore. Thank you, our treatment is over. The treatment time was a bit long because the doctor's bathing treatment in the bathroom was too short. Clearly, that soap ghost in the bathroom was also part of the treatment, but Ji Yan had run away midway, interrupting the process. Seeing these ghosts who had clearly helped him with treatment yet kept thanking him, Ji Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Are you all afraid of my medical instructor? Ji Yan asked. If we don't treat your infection properly, we will lose our value. In this hospital, whether it's medical staff or patients, once we lose value, we will be sent to the morgue. Halfway through her words, the female ghost quickly shut up, not daring to continue. It seemed that was a terrifying taboo place, even unmentionable. These female ghosts wore tattered medical uniforms. They were the lowest-ranking caregivers, representing a humble status. Dr. Yang, we won't disturb your rest. You can sleep peacefully. We won't make any noise to affect your rest. One by one, the female ghosts returned to their accommodations, some burrowing back into the walls, crawling back under the bed, and others hiding back in the wardrobe. Ji Yan didn't want these female ghosts to leave so quickly. It was clear that these caregiver NPCs held many secrets about the instance. Continuing the interaction might yield beneficial information. But before Ji Yan could speak, a crisp knock came from the door. Then, a chilling, hoarse voice slowly drifted in from outside. Excuse me. Is anyone in there? Excuse me, is anyone in there? The voice sounded very hoarse, as if an old phlegm was stuck in the throat. Ji Yan glanced at the door but did not respond. At this time, who would have the leisure to knock? The ghost knocking routine had already become tiresome in the last apartment instance. Ji Yan lay down, covered himself with the blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. The knocking outside the door persisted relentlessly, slow and measured, with a distinct rhythm, 3 knocks followed by a brief pause. The sound of the knocking was enough to unsettle anyone listening, stirring up anxiety and restlessness, making it hard to sleep. Ji Yan furrowed his brow. Where did this entity come from? Logically, it shouldn't be targeting players for no reason. The female entity that had crawled under the bed suddenly popped out with a bloody head, making a shushing gesture to Ji Yan. Dr. Yang, don't respond, and don't open the door. Otherwise, that knocking entity will break in immediately. Just sleep quietly. Any noise outside won't affect you. Before you, the Dr. Yang who lived here would be tormented by this knocking entity every night, and we have all gotten used to it. The other female entities hiding in the corners chimed in. They had grown accustomed to it. The words of the entity caretakers made Ji Yan's brow twitch. If that was the case, it wasn't a coincidence that the knocking entity targeted sheep players. He turned over and stared at the door. Even through the door, his talent, omniscience, was triggered. Among the 12 zodiac signs, there are 3 that are hostile to the sheep, and the one with the greatest malice towards sheep is the dog sign. Dog players can obtain the Yi wishing privilege at night, making it easier for them to carry out tasks in the hospital during the late hours. Dog players will always find ways to take advantage of the night, maliciously entangling or even hunting sheep players, allowing them to gain progress and rewards in the medical mentor's strategy, using their own methods against them. So, as a sheep, how will you retaliate? Ji Yan's eyes narrowed. It was clear that this knocking entity was lured here by dog sign players. Even if Ji Yan didn't trigger the door-breaking rule, he couldn't sleep with the knocking going on all night, which would affect his mental state and the progress of the next day's tasks. The methods were rather pathetic, but they were indeed disgusting. If he retaliated and even hunted down a dog player, could that potentially advance the strategy for the sheep's head entity doctor? Ji Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no shortage of disgusting entities at his disposal. What was one knocking entity? At that moment, as the knocking continued, the door began to corrode little by little, and the raspy voice outside grew increasingly impatient. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Doctor, my head hurts so much. It feels like there are so many bugs inside. Please help me? Ji Yan ignored the rickety door, pondering how to deal with the knocking entity when suddenly his scalp itched. The blood-colored paper figure that had been hiding in his hair suddenly popped out, bubbling up. The blood-colored paper figure jumped onto the quilt, mimicking a little person, vividly gesturing with its limbs towards Ji Yan. Whether it was his imagination or not, Ji Yan could roughly understand what the blood-colored paper figure was trying to convey. Can you help me deal with the knocking entity outside? But, do I have to go outside? The blood-colored paper figure nodded. What do you want me to go outside for? Ji Yan was puzzled about what the blood-colored paper figure was scheming. The blood-colored paper figure gestured animatedly. Good thing. After gesturing, the words greed, hatred, and delusion appeared on the blood-colored paper figure, finally settling on delusion. Then, the color shifted from blood red to black, and it darted towards the door. Ji Yan's eyes sparkled. He had always been curious about the blood-colored paper figure's abilities. It seemed that the strange powers of the blood-colored paper figure stemmed from the three words, greed, hatred, delusion. The word greed, which Ji Yan had encountered before, was simply hunger. But this hunger was very peculiar. Ji Yan had discovered that the things he consumed would not cause any backlash or discomfort to his body. He could even transform what he ate into his own entity power. That time, Ji Yan received a prompt from the game panel indicating that his entity power had increased by a full 150 points. So, what strange ability did delusion hold? After the blood-colored paper figure darted out, the knocking stopped abruptly. Outside, the neck of the knocking entity, once touched by the blood-colored paper figure, seemed to turn into a wooden stake, completely motionless. The malicious directive targeting room 444 in its brain was forcibly modified, and it numbly turned around, slowly disappearing in one direction, into a certain equipment room. The dog player, dressed neatly in a white lab coat with a chief physician badge hanging from his chest, indicated that he had completed his internship and was now in the second phase of the quest. While searching for the necessary medical equipment, the dog player murmured, I have to say, thanks to those unfortunate souls from the Year of the Sheep, one after another delivering me results, otherwise, my quest progress wouldn't be this fast. Tonight, I'll send that unfortunate soul a knocking ghost as a meeting gift. Tomorrow night, I'll send a drowning ghost, slowly eating away at that guy's sanity, and when he's on the verge of breaking down, I can slowly take care of the little lamb. Swinging the sharp scalpel in his hand, the dog player wore a playful smile, but the next second, the door behind him was knocked on. Old bull, you're too slow. The dog player replied, as the attributes of the Year of the Dog and the Year of the Ox complemented each other, leading to a natural alliance. During the day in Ward A22, the information about Ji Yan was revealed to the dog player by the bull player. There was no response from the bull player outside the door. In an instant, the dog player sensed something was off. One of his privileges, wishing ghostly scent, allowed him to accurately gather information about the anomaly through residual sense. A knocking ghost? Shouldn't it be entangled with the sheep player? Could it be that the sheep player triggered a trap and was killed by the knocking ghost? This thought was quickly dismissed by the dog player, as he detected the strong malice emanating from the knocking ghost outside the door. Someone's in the room. Someone. I heard a response. He. With the dog player's response, the knocking ghost outside directly triggered the door-breaking privilege. The flimsy wooden door was torn apart like paper, the broken doorknob falling to the floor, and the hunched figure of the knocking ghost, radiating malice, slowly stepped into the room. The dog player's eyes darkened, and he cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Ji Yan had just gotten out of bed. The blood-colored paper figure darted back through the crack in the door, the character disappearing and reverting to blood red. Where did you take the knocking ghost? Ji Yan asked in astonishment. The blood-colored paper figure gestured. You threw the knocking ghost back to the dog player, TSK, impressive. Ji Yan's eyes sparkled, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. It was strange, though, the blood-colored paper figure had no facial features, yet Ji Yan could see its smugness after being praised. So, where do you want me to go next? Ji Yan asked. After all, it was a farewell gift from Miss Su, and the blood-colored paper figure was unlikely to harm him. Although the sheep-headed ghost doctor had warned him not to go out at night and to sleep soundly, as long as he didn't get involved with anything dirty, it would turn a blind eye. Moreover, the game quest had mentioned that the undead hospital at midnight would refresh many good items, catering to players who liked to seek fortune in danger. The midnight hospital was filled with secrets and unknowns. It would be a lie to say Ji Yan wasn't curious. Dr. Sheep, are you going out? Don't do anything rash. It's easy to violate the rules for an intern wandering around the hospital at night, especially since the internship period is sensitive. If your medical mentor catches you slipping up, you're done for. As Ji Yan rolled out of bed, the nurse ghosts hiding in every corner of the room all emerged again, earnestly persuading him, much like a worried mother scolding a rebellious child. The blood-colored paper figure jumped in front, intimidating them. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was highly intimidating to the nurse ghosts, who shrank their necks and fell silent. I'm feeling restless and can't sleep. I just need to go out for some fresh air and we'll be back soon. Ji-yen dropped this line, put on his white lab coat, hung the sheep-headed badge, and walked out of the room. The undead hospital at midnight appeared even more eerily silent. The empty, cold corridor echoed with the crisp sound of footsteps and the rolling of marbles, yet no one could be seen. Where are we going? Ji-yen asked. The blood-colored paper figure did not respond, but hurriedly moved forward, leading Ji-yen. They passed through a long hallway and finally arrived at a tightly closed iron door. Although it was not locked, a warning panel popped up in front of Ji-yen. Reminder to the player. You have unlocked the hidden map section of the instance, morgue. This instance map contains numerous dangerous NPCs. Please choose carefully whether to enter. Morgue? The nurse had just mentioned this place, and unexpectedly, it was now found by Ji-yen. According to their words, medical staff who had lost their value and patients who had given up on treatment would be sent to the morgue. It was akin to a garbage disposal station for game instances. This place was chilling in the real world, let alone in a bizarre game. Why was the blood-colored paper figure so eager to come here? For safety, whenever entering a dangerous area, Ji-yen would take out the Edward's human skin mask, obtained from the last instance to cover up his player scent. The bone spikes of the mask pierced into his flesh, stitching Ji-yen's face. Ji-yen opened the door, and the blood-colored paper figure immediately slipped back into his hair. Behind the door was not a passage but an elevator, and the one guarding the elevator was a monster dressed in medical attire. The reason it was called a monster was that every part of its body was stitched together. Each body part was extremely uncoordinated. It was as if several bodies of men, women, and children had been cut up and haphazardly reassembled. Upon seeing Ji-yen, the creature did not show any wariness but instead stared at the ram's head badge on his chest, as if they were old acquaintances, and spoke. Dr. Yang, why are you back? Wasn't your surgical work for tonight finished? Ji-yen paused for a moment. I dropped something. The elevator guard did not suspect anything, nodded, opened the elevator door, pressed for the underground second floor, and then handed Ji-yen a set of keys. Dr. Yang, thank you for your hard work. Ji-yen's expression remained calm as he stepped into the elevator without revealing any emotions. The elevator descended slowly, and Ji-yen let out a sigh of relief, looking at the keys in his hand, which only had the number 8 on them. 8. According to the zodiac order, the ram is exactly in the 8th position. It seems that each zodiac has its own territory in the morgue. Then the elevator guard clearly took me for another Dr. Yang. I'm wearing a doctor's intern uniform, so I shouldn't be mistaken for the ram-headed monster doctor. Could there be a second intern? But didn't the instance say at the beginning that each medical mentor is only assigned one intern, and there can only be 12 players in the instance at any time? Ji-yen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Ding dong! The elevator reached the underground second floor, interrupting Ji-yen's thoughts. The elevator door opened, revealing a passage leading into the darkness, with rooms on both sides only displaying a series of numbers. Numbers 1 to 12 corresponded to the 12 zodiac signs. Ji-yen quickly stood in front of the door marked with the number 8, inserted the key, and heard a satisfying click as the door opened. The blood-colored paper figure darted out above his head, appearing very excited, like a child eager to enter an amusement park. Ji-yen's curiosity was also piqued. Every instance had many hidden Easter eggs and rewards, and he sensed that tonight would bring unexpected gains. The door opened, revealing a chilling and bone-chilling interior. Similar to the morgue in the real world, cold stretchers lined with covered corpses were arranged inside. But this environment was as bland as plain water to Ji-yen. As soon as he entered the room, the blood-colored paper figure was liberated. It quickly darted onto one of the corpses, displaying an excited and affectionate demeanor, as if that corpse were its real father, and Ji-yen was merely a humble adoptive father. Why is this corpse making the blood-colored paper figure so excited? Ji-yen was taken aback. The blood-colored paper figure was a reward creature from the last apartment instance, and according to the bizarre game setting, each instance existed independently, with no connections whatsoever. The blood-colored paper figure in the apartment shouldn't have any plot setting in the hospital instance. Lifting the white cloth off the corpse revealed a horrifying sight, not because of its appearance, but because the body was extremely shriveled, as if all the organs inside had been hollowed out. Yet, there were no signs of any cuts on the body. The blood-colored paper figure continued to get close, completely ignoring the presence of Ji-yen, the true master. This left Ji-yen speechless. He thought the blood-colored paper figure would guide him to find some hidden surprise reward, but instead, he was just watching this guy flirt with a cold, lifeless corpse. Dr. Yang. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Ji-yen turned to look, and his eyelid twitched involuntarily. On a horizontal platform, several vases were displayed. The horrifying part was that the fruits on the vases were heads, lifelike heads that could be seen through the transparent vase, with no bodies beneath them, only a mass of tangled roots connecting them. Those roots intertwined with the organs, each pulsating with vitality, delivering nutrients to the heads through their writhing. The vases were nurturing. Human corpses? Ji Yan's mind immediately went there. Dr. Yang, is my surgery scheduled? What about mine? Dr. Yang, are you coming to me soon? We're all waiting to go home. We've been waiting for so long. The patients in the vases spoke up one after another, eagerly asking, their eyes filled with pleading and longing. It seemed that the organs from those corpses had been transplanted into these vases, but what was the meaning of such surgery? Was it simply to serve as decorative pieces, enhancing the hospital instance's character, like the oil painting scene at the surgery room door? At that moment, a noise came from outside the room. Ji Yan turned to the blood-colored paper figure. We should go. The blood-colored paper figure jumped onto the corpse and unexpectedly tore itself in half, with one half diving into the corpse and the other half darting back to Ji Yan's arm. Ji Yan was stunned. What the hell? The remaining half of the blood-colored paper figure still gestured animatedly. All done, let's go. Ji Yan couldn't help but ask, so, you stuffed your other half into the corpse for what? The blood-colored paper figure gestured. Causality. Tonight, plant the cause here, and later you'll know how sweet the fruit is. Ji Yan didn't understand the blood-colored paper figure's meaning. What causality was there with that corpse? The blood-colored paper figure didn't explain and slipped into his hair, logging off. Ji Yan glanced at the shriveled corpse and could only exit the morgue for now. As he closed the door, the noisy voices of the vase patients abruptly stopped, and just as Ji Yan turned around, he came face to face with a terrifying face. The other person had a black-haired sheep's head and was wearing the same intern uniform as Ji Yan. Upon seeing the other person's outfit, Ji Yan realized that the strange black sheep had mistaken him for someone else. Why are you still in the morgue? Didn't today's surgery end? The black sheep intern rasped, its bloodshot black eyes staring eerily at Ji Yan. Ji Yan coughed twice and calmly replied, came back to get something. Let's go. Everyone else has gone back to rest. We should leave too. The medical supervisor will do a night check soon. The black sheep intern turned around, seemingly leading Ji Yan somewhere. Ji Yan's mind was filled with the need to escape the morgue. Following behind the other person, they reached the end of the corridor and entered the elevator room. In the narrow elevator room, Ji Yan stood behind the black sheep intern, looking at the intern's uniform. This was the exclusive attire for players. This meant that this black sheep creature was a player who had been eliminated in the previous round. After being eliminated, their bodies turned into puppets, serving as NPCs in the underground morgue, responsible for handling the patients and medical staff corpses sent down. Ji Yan recalled the black hair that had appeared on his arm and face when he was infected, thinking that this might also be his ultimate fate, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a sting on his face, a touch of the fingers, and they were all stained with blood. Ji Yan was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the Edward's face mask was about to fail. A faint smell of blood permeated the elevator. Cold sweat broke out on Ji Yan's forehead as he looked at the slowly changing elevator numbers, then at the black sheep monster with its back turned to him. There's something off about the smell. The black sheep monster suddenly spoke, and before Ji Yan could respond, it turned around violently, slamming him against the elevator wall. You are not one of us. You are a white sheep. How did you find this place? You can't leave. You must be infected, then become one of us. The black sheep monster's face twisted grotesquely, and the moment its voice fell, a sharp scalpel plunged into Ji Yan's chest. But Ji Yan was faster. The embroidery needle he had already gripped in his palm slashed out first. In that moment, the legendary quality of the embroidery needle was revealed. The silver light flashed, the scalpel snapped like plastic, and a gash opened on the black sheep monster's chest. This gash quickly spread, the monster's exterior tearing open like fabric, its insides spilling out messily onto the bloody floor, resembling a butchered cow or sheep. The thick blood flowed like the foul water of a rotten ditch, reeking terribly. Ji Yan took a deep breath, not expecting the black sheep monster to react so quickly, but he had anticipated it. Ding dong! At that moment, the elevator doors opened. The stitched monster guarding the elevator door froze at the bloody scene inside. Ji Yan tightened his grip on the embroidery needle hidden in his sleeve. Dr. Sheep, why are you performing surgery in the elevator? It's so messy, the nurse will have a hard time cleaning it. The elevator monster showed no surprise, as if it were a common occurrence, only slightly complaining. Ji Yan was momentarily taken aback, feigning calm indifference as he replied, that's their business. After saying that, he quickly left the morgue's map area. Just as he stepped out, His heart was still racing when he received a prompt from the game panel. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully unlocked the morgue map section and obtained Zodiac mainline information. Since the dungeon opened, a total of 18 players of the Sheep Zodiac have died, without exception. Can you guess why? It seems like a dead end. No matter how the sheep players struggle, they all end up infected under the position of attending physician and are sent to the morgue. No player has ever cleared the second stage of the dungeon plot. They seem to be stuck at a death checkpoint, with no hope of clearing. Sheep represent purity and goodness? That has been a lie from the start. Will you become the 19th unfortunate soul to be infected and die? If you don't want that, how will you save yourself? Ding! Player enters the morgue, successfully kills a black sheep monster, and receives a night reward, Infection Plasma X1. Mainline? Yen didn't expect that the hidden map would also contain mainline information. However, after browsing through the mainline details, his expression turned grim. The information indicated that after being promoted to attending physician, there was a death checkpoint in the second stage of the dungeon plot that had killed all players. According to the dungeon settings, achieving 30% on the sheephead monster's strategy completed the first stage of the dungeon plot, promoting from intern doctor to attending physician. Achieving 70% completed the second stage of the dungeon plot, promoting from attending physician to chief physician. What task checkpoint had the sheephead monster triggered between 30% and 70% that resulted in a 100% death rate? Yen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It felt like being told one had late-stage cancer, with only chemotherapy to await death. Tonight, he had gone out with the blood-colored paper figure, and although he gained no benefits, a piece of mainline information was more important than any reward. Yen took out a bottle of infection plasma as a reward. He glanced at the description, which was very simple. This is a bottle of infection plasma. It can be deadly to you, but it can also save your life. The information is baffling. Even the talent, omniscience, cannot access other hidden information. Yen can only give up. In any case, the death checkpoint is a task after becoming a full member. For now, the priority is to pass the probation period. Rubbing his temples, Yen realized it was getting late and prepared to return to his room to rest. But as he turned around, a sharp pain gripped his heart. Looking down, he saw that his shirt was already soaked with blood. Lifting his shirt, he discovered a bloody hole stabbed in the middle of his chest. Was it in the elevator, stabbed by that black sheep's strange scalpel? At that moment, the situation was critical, and the adrenaline rush made Yen completely unaware. Warning! You have been stabbed by a contaminated scalpel, causing an infection. Please find a serum injection within 30 minutes, or the infection will spread throughout your body, requiring surgical treatment by a medical mentor. Tip: this infection is a physical infection and cannot be cured through mental treatment. This is the risk of going out at night. Even a small wound can carry a deadly infection. Yen frowned tightly. The wound avoided vital areas, so it wasn't fatal. The infection wouldn't be deadly either. But what was deadly was the sheep-headed strange doctor. It had warned Yen during the day not to leave his room late at night. Once infected, there would be no treatment, and it would be treated as a failure in the probation assessment, leading to the cultivation of the next intern. So, Yen could only rely on himself to solve the infection problem. Talent, omniscience, successfully triggered room 104 on the first floor has a hidden reward serum in the dormitory manager's possession. But there are other surprises there as well. Other surprises? Yen raised an eyebrow, referring to other hidden rewards? Regardless, the talent's attributes were reliable, always helping him find a way out in critical moments. The wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, but it was visibly darkening and rotting around the edges. Without pausing, Yen headed straight to the first floor of the dormitory. Room 104 looked like a storage room, the entrance covered in dust. Just as Yen was about to push the door open, and I appeared behind it, the pupil slitted, making one feel uneasy. What do you want? Yen paused, then said, I came to borrow something. The other person's gaze fell on Yen's infected wound, and it was clear, the serum? Yes, you. Before Yen could finish, the door slammed shut, leaving him with a cold remark, no borrowing, get lost. Yen was bewildered but sensed the malice from the other side. There must be a reason, right? You sheep have a foul smell. Just looking at you makes me sick. So, get lost. Yen stared at the closed door, narrowing his eyes. He wondered if he should take out a hammer to force the door open. Suddenly, the tightly shut door opened again, and the eye slowly spoke. However, we can make a deal. If I remember correctly, you sheep have a treasure. Yen, what treasure? A scalpel without a blade. I know you have it. The golden pupil of the other person clearly revealed a hint of greed. They were eyeing the scalpel from the other side. But how did they know about his strange item reward? Yen didn't rush to agree. How can I trust you? Just as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened, revealing a hunchbacked old lady behind it, leaning on a cane, with a name tag hanging from her chest, dormitory manager. Ji Yan's expression shifted slightly. Previously, the game panel had introduced this NPC, who had significant privileges, managing the entire dormitory building, equivalent to the landlord of the Scarlet apartment. It could be said that most tasks related to the dormitory building had to be triggered through her. This storage room contains all my treasures. If you want the serum, fine, but it will be an equivalent exchange. The dormitory manager, the strange old lady, turned around, her figure appearing shaky. She returned to the room, which was filled with shelves of goods, cluttered with boxes of various sizes. Ji Yan followed in, looking around and feeling that something was off. He couldn't help but stare at the old dormitory manager sitting in the chair. You don't have much time, and neither do I. Make your plans quickly, the old woman urged, showing impatience. Ji Yan was silent for a moment, revealing a troubled expression. Grandma, that scalpel is very important to me. No matter how important it is it more important than your life? Look at the infection on your chest. In 10 minutes, this deal won't matter anymore. By tomorrow morning, you'll just be waiting to die. The old woman spoke calmly, neither hurried nor slow, holding Ji Yan in her grasp. Ji Yan furrowed his brows, his expression shifting, and finally made up his mind, showing a pained look as if he were cutting off his own flesh. Grandma, I want to see this serum first. The old woman snorted coldly. The fact that I can trade is already your greatest honor. Don't try to haggle with me. Helpless, Ji Yan could only take out the otherworldly scalpel. Like all scalpels, the only difference was that both sides were flat, without a blade. Hand it over. As the dormitory manager, I won't go back on my word. Without some trust, I wouldn't be in this position, the old woman commanded. Ji Yan stepped forward, holding the scalpel out. Just as those bony, corpse-stained hands reached out to take it, Ji Yan suddenly lunged forward, pressing against her, and the otherworldly scalpel in his hand instantly transformed into a sewing needle, piercing through her throat and slicing from her windpipe directly to her abdomen. You little lamb, how dare you? The old woman roared in fury. She quickly pulled back, but the skin on her body had already been cut open, revealing no bloody organs inside, as if the skin merely wrapped around a skeleton. Ji Yan's expression changed. Stop pretending. You're not the dormitory manager, you just pinched her skin and disguised yourself as her. You thought you could use her prestige and intimidation to swindle me? Your calculations are quite good, Ji Yan said flatly. Upon entering, Ji Yan had grown suspicious. If this were a room storing treasures, how could it be so messy? The traces around clearly looked like it had just been ransacked. More importantly, if the other party were the dormitory manager, how could there be no panel information prompts at all? This suspicion was confirmed when Ji Yan activated his talent, gaining hidden information. At that moment, the withered skin gradually transformed, the originally hunched and bloated figure becoming slender. Then, from within, another figure slowly crawled out, shedding a large amount of rotten skin and slime, resembling a snake shedding its skin. The figure stood up, a slender and stunning woman. A rat head badge hung from her chest, and the rat player, losing interest, commented dully, "Which bastard said that the Zodiac, sheep, players are foolish and easy to fool? I finally managed to disguise myself as the dormitory manager with the wishing privilege only to have it ruined." Ji Yan was indifferent to her words, his expression flat. Where's the serum? The rat player snorted lightly. Can't you find it yourself? Ji Yan shook his head. If you know what the serum is, it means you don't need to look for it. It's already with you. The rat player propped her chin on her hand, her delicate face bathed in moonlight, exuding a hazy beauty. Pretty smart. But since I found it first, it's mine. If you want it, you'll have to trade for it. That needle just now was quite good. Ji Yan narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. His fingers gradually tightened around the sewing needle. As he contemplated a zero-cost purchase for the serum in her hand, the rat player suddenly waved her hand playfully, saying, "Alright, I was just joking with you, you look like you want to eat me." Then, she raised her slender hand and reached into her snow-white collar, pulling out a small vial from her impressive cleavage and tossing it over. "Here, take it." Ji Yan instinctively caught the glass vial. It still retained warmth and a faint fragrance. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the freely refreshed Eerie item, Infection Serum. The freely refreshed Eerie item refers to items not obtained through tasks, but rather those found at specific times and places. Ji Yan's eyes widened in shock. Just like that, it was given to him? With a hint of caution, he rubbed the glass bottle in his hand. The lack of a triggered talent indicated that the serum had no passive effects. So what is her purpose? A sudden burst of kindness? Just because he looked handsome? That seemed too far-fetched. Noticing Ji Yan's vigilant gaze, the mouse player understood what he was thinking and tied her disheveled hair into a single ponytail, stop guessing aimlessly. Of course, I have my own motives. It's to help you survive a bit longer in this instance. In the zodiac alignment, sheep and mice are compatible. As long as you sheep players survive longer in the instance, it will benefit my progress in zodiac wishes. At this point, she sighed. Speaking of which, the last sheep player was promoted to attending physician and survived to the second phase of the instance's storyline. Steady development without recklessness, getting promoted to chief physician, and entering the third phase of the storyline is almost guaranteed. In the end, however, he unfortunately got infected and was bitten to death by a sheep eerie doctor, sent to the morgue. Looking back, I've witnessed 4 sheep players come and go. Mind you, I've only survived in this instance for just over 30 days, an average of less than 10 days, and one gets eliminated. Among the 12 zodiac signs, you sheep players have the shortest lifespan, as if cursed. It's pretty unfortunate for us mouse players to ally with you sheep. The mouse player pouted her red lips, complaining. Although she had a cold and glamorous face, she was quite chatty, and her way of speaking and tone did not match her appearance, creating a stark contrast. Hearing this, Ji Yan's eyes flickered uncertainly. Although the other party spoke convincingly, were mice and sheep really compatible allies? According to the instance's hints, players could find out which zodiac players were adversaries and which were allies by interacting with their respective medical mentors. Ji Yan had asked about this before, but the cold responses he received from the sheep eerie doctor were just 3 icy sentences. We are sheep on the chopping block, anyone can take a bite. We have no allies, everyone is an enemy. Therefore, don't trust anyone among the 11 other zodiac signs.